In the recently concluded PMPL South Asia Spring 2022, they were naturally one of the favourites coming into the tournament. The Mongolian teams always occupied the upper floors of the scoreboard, and IHC was in the top 3 for a good chunk of the league stage. However, during the finals, they got countered hard. They're such an old and well-known name, people have studied all their moves and patterns. The team became a little too predictable.
Getting taken out does a brilliant job of just taking one more key player away from IHC.
Oh my god, IHC. Oh, that one had to hurt.
Тэрний талаар л бодож исэн. Тэгээ зөрүүлээд мэдээж тоглолтноо ингээд тактик юм өөрчилж исэн. Мэдээж одоо ингээд 3 season тоглолцсон. PP season 3, season 4 ингээд надад бол season 5. Тэгээд 3 season тоглолцсон болохоор одоо багууд яаж одоо хөдөлгөөн хийдэг, яаж явдаг, одоо тэр замуудыг юу мэддэг болсон. Тийм болохоор тэрнийхээ одоо юугаараас тэмцээнүүд чиг мэдлэг тэмцээнүүдэд орж гэж ингээд отуулж тийм тохиол гарч өгч исэн. Тэр нь бол тийм юунд нөлөөлдөг удаан тоглосон болохоор багуудад өөрсдийнхөө хийдэг юм ингээд мэдээд багууд мэдээд тийм зүйл нэлээд нөлөөл.
Despite the setbacks, the team made it to the finals and they were performing really well on the first day. The second day of the finals was even better. They won the first 2 games of the day and skyrocketed to the top.
Right now around the blue zone and his HP is low, so his teammate is just moving forward. If he goes down, there it is, James on low HP, but he goes down with a bang. IHC back to back. It's a way to go to triple digits.
За зарим багууд хасагтаад орж ирэхэд ингээд тоглолтын арга болоо жоохон өөрчлөлт тоглосон. Гэхдээ жоохон алдаа тоглолцсон ч юм уу. Юугээр жоохон тийм арай өөр стайлтай тоглолцсон ч юм уу. Нэг тийм хөл бодолтой байгаа. За эхний финалийн эхний 2 өдөр бол мэдээ сайн тоглосон. Тэрнээс 2 өдөр бол бүр илт сайн тоглосон. Тэгээ сүүлийн өдөр болохоор нэгт бид нар орсон байсан болохоор бид нь бол оноогоо алдахгүй барьчихгээд арай өөр тоглоод өмнөх өдрөөсчгээ биш арай жоохон өөр тоглоод нэг алдаал үзчихсэн.
IHC believed that the tactics that got them to the top wouldn't help them stay there, and hence they tried to change their approach. This backfired and IHC Esports ended up slipping down to the 4th spot, thus losing out on a podium finish. However, this tournament was a turning point for them. Losing out on a tournament which they had in their grasp might have woken up the sleeping lion. We hope that you are ready to see them roar again. We'll be seeing them soon in the PMPL South Asia Championship. There's a certain level of performance you expect from the defending champions. Last time, Wizards with Vibes won the PMPL South Asia Season 4. A few months ago, they changed their organization and competed in PMPL Spring 2022 under the banner of DRS Gaming. Let's hear from Rules how the team transitioned and how the last few months for them have been like.
Well, I have an announcement to make, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions.
You're not gonna believe this.
South Asia, Wizards with Vibes.
They did it!
In the final combat game.
त्यो कारणले उहाँहरुको गन दाइको फ्यामिली प्रब्लम पनि थियो त्यो कारणले हामीलाई अनि कुनै क्ल्यान पनि थिएन लिने सबै ठाउँबाट अफर आएको थियो आउन चाहिँ हतपत त्यो अरु क्ल्यानको अफर लिनु नै हुन्न किनकि जे डिसिजन लिनुहुन्छ त्यो सोचेर लिनुपर्छ अनि त्यो कारणले हामीले सोचेको थियौं अनि यता साङदाइसँग कुरा गर्यौं अनि साङदाइले नि यता म्यानेजरसँग कुरा गर्नुभयो र अनि जुन अहिले DRS भयो त्यसरी नै हो.
The name of the organization doesn't matter because it's the same talented players that blow our minds whenever we see them in action.
डेल्टा को चाहिँ के रे जुन उले होल्ड गर्न सक्ने प्यासन लेभल चाहिँ राम्रो छ उसको जस आफ्नो टिमलाई कसरी हुन्छ होल्ड गरेर आफू कुन सिचुएसनमा छ त्यस्तो बेला चाहिँ उले राम्रो होल्ड गर्छ डेल्टाले किलर वाइटी चाहिँ उसको जुन अरु टिमबाट हेर्दाखेरि उसको जुन गेम प्ले थियो अहिले नि त्यस्तै छ छन चाहिँ तर उसको जुन स्प्रेहरु राम्रो छ हाम्रो जुन टिम मेम्बरहरु भन्दा उसको स्प्रे राम्रो छ. रियल भाइको जुन उसले एक्सपिरियन्स पाएको छैन जुन एक्सपिरियन्स नपाए नि उसले जुन अहिले परफर्मेन्स गरिरहेको छ टिमलाई जुन हेल्प गरिरहेछ त्यो राम्रो लाग्छ उसको. रिपरको रिपरको गन पावर पनि राम्रो छ उसको गन पावरहरू
DRS might not have been the highest scoring team, nor the one who was in the spotlight the most, but they were definitely the most consistent, scoring more than 100 points every week. In the first week, they finished 9th. The next week, they were 7th, and by the third week,
जुन हामी थर्ड विकदेखि जुन सुपर विकेन्डै खेलेको थियौँ जुन सुपर विकेन्डमा हाम्रो प्रब्लमहरू हामीलाई थाहा थियो त्यो कारणले नि हामीले फाइनलमा त्यही प्रब्लम नहोस् भनेर जुन गरेको थियौँ लास्टमा त्यही कोअर्डिनेसनको कारणले जुन फाइट लिँदा पनि हामी हारिरहेको हुन्थ्यौँ कोअर्डिनेसन इम्पोर्टेन्ट हो जुन हाम्रो टिम त्यतिखेर त्यही कोअर्डिनेसनको कारणले हल्का गेम ल्याक भएको हामीलाई प्रब्लम दिने रोटेसनमा चाहिँ एसटीसँगै हुन्छ जहिले इराङ्गल मिरामर एसटी हामी हल्का अलि रोटेट गरेर खेल्छौँ उनीहरूभन्दा किनकि उनीहरूसँग रोटेसन क्लास नहोस् त्यो कारणले हामी अलि रोटेसनै खेल्छौँ
throughout the tournament, they stayed in between the 5th to 9th position, not moving up or down that often, but their game style did have some adjustments. Let's see if this helps them in the upcoming PMPL South Asia Championship.
हामी अब त्यही सकेसम्म हेल्पिट उठाएर जुन एसटीसँग रोटेसन नजुदोस् त्यो कारणले हामी छिटै रोटेसन पनि गर्छौँ कहिलेकाहीँ अब जोन अनुसारले पनि हामी त्यो जोनको प्याटर्न अनुसारले पनि हामी रोटेसनहरू खेल्छौँ अब कुनै छिटै रोटेसन गर्नुपर्छ कुनै लेट गर्नुपर्छ लेट गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी हेल्किटहरू धेरै उठाउने कोसिस गरेको हुन्छौँ र अब लेट खेल्दा पनि कुनै टिमसँग जुन्ने भनेको एसटीसँगै हो हाम्रो लेट खेल्दा पनि त्यसैले हामी सकेसम्म छिटै रोटेट गर्ने कोसिस गर्छौँ
वो हमें हमेशा यही बोलते हैं कि हम थोड़े पैसिव टीम में लेकिन इस PMPL में उन्होंने देख लिया कि पाकिस्तान की कोई भी अगर अग्रेसिव टीम है तो वो टफ है
But for now, Team Tough freestyle enough to see with ही हो चुका टफ के बाद से अच्छा खासा मॉलिटॉफ फेंके था वसीम के ऊपर बट नाइट का खेल काफी कम मलिक और नॉकडाउन जरूर करते हैं बट वहीं पे वसीम को टेक आउट करते हैं जोकर की साइड उनको टेक आउट किया जाता है इस दिन वन जो कि नॉकडाउन हो एक अकेले प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हैं बट एक अच्छा खासा खूबसूरत यहाँ पे टीम टफ की साइड से आते हैं एबिलिटी का इस्तेमाल जो उनको फ्रीस्टाइल को एलिमिनेट कर देता है इट वाज अ गुड ट्रेड आई थिंक बोथ साइड्स हैव
जैसा कि पूरी कौम से उम्मीद अफजा टैलेंट उभरता रहता है टीम टफ एक ऐसा नाम नहीं है जिसकी तारीफ पाकिस्तान के PUBG मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स सीन से की गई हो खित्ते के तजुर्बाकार नामों ने खेल के कौमी और बैनुल-अक़वामी दोनों मराहिल अपने सामने जीत लिए हैं ग्राउंड जीरो से शुरू करते हुए एडगर को मालूम था कि टीम टफ को चैलेंज का मुकाबला करने के लिए तजुर्बे और टैलेंट के बेहतरीन इम्तिजाज की जरूरत है
ऐसा सीन था कि स्टार्टिंग में एक लोकल इवेंट हुआ था तो हमारे पास कोई टीम नहीं थी तो मैंने और थॉर ने मिलकर टीम बनाई थी टफ फिर उसके बाद से हमने प्लेयर्स रिक्रूट करते गए PMNC के बाद वायरस ने टीम ज्वाइन की थी तो फिर मैं वायरस थॉर और अब्दुल्ला खेलते थे तो फिर उसके बाद अभी PMPL जस्ट रजिस्टर जब इनवाइट्स आए थे टीम के तो हमने जोकर को रिक्रूट किया था वो हमारा 5th प्लेयर था तो फिर उसके बाद जब हम टीम चेंज करते गए हम प्लेयर्स को एडजस्ट करते गए तो उसके बाद हमने ये 4 का लाइनअप खिलाया अभी PMPL में
इनके सबसे बड़े हरीफों ने आलमी सतह पर पाकिस्तान की मसाबकती रूह को बुलंद रखा है और टीम टफ ने इन जायंट्स के खिलाफ लड़ते हुए अपने आप को एक नाकाबिले तबाही शक्ल में मजबूत कर लिया है पाकिस्तान
में जितने भी लोकल और नेशनल इवेंट्स जितने भी हमने वो सारे खेले हैं अगर लैन इवेंट्स की बात करें पाकिस्तान के जितने भी लैन इवेंट्स हुए हम सब ने खेले जितने PMC हुए हम उस सब के फाइनलिस्ट और टॉप स्पॉट्स पे थे
एडगर का कहना है कि टीम के रवैये ने पाकिस्तान की जानिब से बेहतरीन टीम बनने की जिस्तजू में अहम किरदार अदा किया
सब फ्रेंडली होते हैं मतलब कोई इतना प्रेशर नहीं रहता तो टफ से टफ सिचुएशन को भी हम लोग इजीली हैंडल कर लेते हैं
एडगर शायद हमसे वादा कर सकता है कि जब मुकाबले को संभालने की बात आती है तो वो आरामदाह और पुरसकून होते हैं लेकिन जब आप मैदान में उनसे मिलते हैं तो वो यकीनी तौर पर ऐसे खैरख्वाह नहीं होते रोस्टर का हर रुकन जानदार फायर पावर के साथ आता है जिसने इस सीजन के सबसे बड़े दावेदारों को पीछे छोड़ दिया है
वायरस कैसे कि वो बहुत फियरलेस सेंटर ट्रैकर है मतलब वो डरता नहीं किसी भी ऑपोजिशन से चाहे जो भी टीम हो
लेकिन जब आप इतने ही मजबूत दुश्मनों का मुकाबला कर रहे हो तो ये किसी एक आदमी का काम नहीं हो सकता। कभी कभार सूरत हाल ऐसी भी आ जाती है जहां हालात का और खेल का रुख मोड़ने के लिए आपके पास एक जोकर कार्ड होना बहुत जरूरी है, और इस किरदार पर चालबाज जोकर के अलावा और कौन फिट हो सकता है।
जोकर सपोर्ट में हमारे इसलिए खेलता है क्योंकि मतलब वो बहुत इजीली पिक्स निकाल लेता है। पाकिस्तान में मेरे ख्याल ऐसे बहुत कम सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स हैं जो इतने अच्छे किल्स निकाल सकते हैं, और अगर आप PMPL भी देखो तो सबसे हाईएस्ट अगर किसी की KD होगी तो वो जोकर ही होगा सपोर्ट प्लेयर पे।
अगर आप ज्यादा हिम्मत वाले हैं और खुद को परफेक्शनिस्ट समझते हैं तो घबराइए मत, क्योंकि एडगर टीम में मौजूद हर तरह का खला बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ पुर करने की सलाहियत रखते हैं।
मेरा ऐसा रोल है कि मैं फ्री मैन हूँ, मतलब मैं थॉर के जो डिसीजंस होते हैं उनको फ़िल्टर करता हूँ। अगर वायरस को एंटी फ्रैगिंग में कोई हेल्प चाहिए होती तो मैं वायरस के साथ होता हूँ। जोकर को अगर कोई सपोर्ट प्लेयर चाहिए होता तो मैं जोकर के साथ होता हूँ। अगर टीम को फ्लैंक के लिए कोई प्लेयर चाहिए तो वो मैं हमेशा होता हूँ।
ऑन बोर्ड मौजूद तमाम टैलेंट और फायर पावर के साथ थोर वो खिलाड़ी है जो दीवानावार तबाही को सही समत में मुंतकिल करना जानता है।
थॉर कैसे है कि मतलब वो हार्ड डिसीजन ले सकते हैं टीम के लिए।
लेकिन ये तमाम अफरा तफरी अचानक नहीं है। जब आप इनके प्ले स्टाइल का गहराई से मुशाहिदा करते हैं तो मैदान जंग में टीम टफ की नक्लो हरकत हर कदम पर हिकमत अमली के साथ मंसूबा बंदी पर की जाती है। हरीफों को पढ़कर और समझकर टीम टफ लॉबी में हर टीम के लिए दुरुस्त किस्म की जारहत पर अमल पैरा होती है।
देखिए, सबसे मेन रीज़न है कि हम टीम्स को बहुत अच्छे से रीड कर सकते हैं। हमें पता होता है कि क्या टीम क्या करने वाली है, जोन में कौन सी पोजीशन होल्ड करेगी। और सेकंड ये है कि हमारी टीम फ्रेंडली भी और अग्रेसिव भी है। हम मतलब इजीली किसी से भी 4v4 ले सकते हैं कि पाकिस्तान की कोई सी भी टीम का आप नाम ले लें, हमने PMPL में उनको एलिमिनेट किया है, अगर बेशक एडवांटेज उन्हें भी था।
ये PMPL पाकिस्तान स्प्रिंग 2022 के लीग मरहले में इनकी मुतासिरकुन वापसी की बेहतरीन वजाहत करता है।
अगर इस PMPL की बात करें तो हमने वीक 1 में बहुत रॉकी परफॉर्मेंस दिया। हम टीम्स को फिलहाल रीड नहीं कर पा रहे थे कि मतलब टीम्स की क्या स्ट्रेटेजीज है, मतलब कैसे फाइट्स लेते हैं, कहाँ अवॉइड करते हैं। तो वीक 1 में ऑलमोस्ट यही था कि हम थोड़ा बैक फुट पे थे। हम टीम्स को रीड कर रहे थे, हमने बोला इनको दिखाने दो कि मतलब इनके पास क्या है। उस हिसाब से हमने एडजस्ट किया है और टीम को वीक 2, वीक 3 और फाइनल्स में इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दिलाई है।
पहले सुपर वीकेंड में 12वीं पोजीशन के बाद टीम ने फौरी तौर पर मुकाबले की जांच पड़ताल की। कुछ उम्दा ट्यूनिंग्स के साथ टीम टफ ने सुपर वीकेंड 2 में दूसरी पोजीशन हासिल की और आखिरी हफ्ते में मुतासिरकुन परफॉर्मेंस के एक और दौर का इजाफा करते हुए टीम टफ ने लीग मरहले से रनर अप के तौर पर फाइनल्स में दाखिला हासिल किया। फाइनल्स में कदम रखते ही इब्तदाई मैचों में इन्हें इब्तदाई खात्मे का ही सामना करना पड़ा, लेकिन मैच नंबर 4 में 16 फ्रैग चिकन डिनर ने इनका नाम अपने हरीफों के सरों में गूंजता छोड़ दिया।
वायरस का क्रॉस उनके ऊपर चला जाता है, लेकिन हैकर को नॉक करना खासा आसान जरूर बन सकता है, बट क्या वायरस ऐसा कर पाएंगे? तो हैकर बार जंप करके स्पॉट करने की कोशिश, फाइनली जंप के दौरान ही वायरस उनको नॉक कर देते हैं। असद के ऊपर पुश करने का फैसला किया जाता है। वापस स्पॉट करके वापस ड्रोन हो जाएगा। असद कवर के पीछे रहने वाले, बाकी का कवर उनके पास लेकर, लेकिन असद टारगेट जरूर करते हैं। 2 प्लेयर पुश करते हैं और वायरस एक साथ 4x के साथ स्प्रे एंड देयर यू गो, किल कंफर्म कर दिया जाता है। बैक एंड के ऊपर एक और प्लेयर, लास्ट प्लेयर फॉर टीम एचपी, सॉरी सेकंड लास्ट प्लेयर फॉर टीम एचपी, एक और नॉक निकाल कर आते हैं, बट टीम वो सर्वाइव सारी जंग के दौरान ये प्लेयर सर्वाइव करे। दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू पुश एंड कैन टीम फुल
अभी हम एडवांटेज कैरी करेंगे, तार पे सर्वाइव करेंगे, टक्के जोकर आगे बैठने को पता लग चुका है।
अगरचे दूसरे दिन का आगाज टीम टफ के लिए बहुत सुस्त नोट पर हुआ, लेकिन इन
टूर्नामेंट के स्टार्टिंग होते हैं, हमारा जो I8 का वो है, वो हमेशा से ये रह चुका है कि हमारा टूर्नामेंट का स्टार्ट काफ़ी बुरा रहता है। हम डे 1 #10 #12 यहाँ पे बैठे होते हैं, तो वो जो पहले दिन के बाद आ जाते हैं सब लोग और कहते हैं कि मतलब I8 ख़त्म है, I8 नहीं खेल पाएगी टूर्नामेंट, ये वो, मतलब यही एक चीज़ है जो थोड़ी सी अजीब लगती है यार। मतलब सिर्फ डे 1 हुआ है, उसमें हमने बैट परफॉर्म किया और सब आ जाते हैं, लेकिन फिर वही हम कम बैक कर लेते हैं। I'd like to tell people कि कमबैक हमेशा होता रहेगा, तो कुछ बोले मत डे 1 पे।
जब हम पाकिस्तान की बेस्ट टीम के बारे में बात करते हैं तो सॉल्ट टेक्साइड ही वाहिद टीम नजर आती है जो कि इस सूरत हाल को बखूबी अंजाम दे रही हो। इस टीम ने यह वाज़ेह किया है कि किस तरह से इस कौम की बेहतरीन टीम हर गुजरते हुए सीजन के साथ नई बुलंदियों को छूती हुई नजर आती है।
When I came to I8 was already the best team of Pakistan. वो ऑलरेडी नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लॉबीज दोनों डोमिनेट कर चुकी थी।
इस बात में कोई मौमा नहीं है कि टीम I8 स्पोर्ट्स PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स सीन में एक निडर दावेदार रहा है। जब किसी कौम के पास बेहतरीन दिमाग और बहादुर खिलाड़ी दोनों ही मौजूद हों तो बैनुल अक़वामी कारनामे लाना एक फितरी मुतालबा बन जाता है।
एक तो ही नोज एवरीथिंग अबाउट द अदर टीम्स एज वेल, लाइक वो ऑलरेडी रीड करके आ चुका होता है टीम्स को, और दूसरी बात उसको बहुत अच्छे से अंदाजा है अपनी टीम के पोटेंशियल का, तो वो अपनी टीम को उस हिसाब से खिलाता है क्योंकि उसको पता है उसके टीम में बेस्ट प्लेयर्स बैठे हैं पाकिस्तान के, तो वो उस हिसाब से फाइट्स दिलाता है। उसको पता है कौन से मैच में जोन के साथ खेलना है, कौन से मैच में मारना है, तो दैट्स व्हाई ही इज द बेस्ट आईजीएल इन पाकिस्तान।
जहां तक क्रिप्टो की बात है, इस शख्स ने कई सालों में बहादुरी के कारनामे ऐसे दिखाए हैं कि अब इसको तारुफ की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। वो अपने ही तौर पर एक ऐसी टीम है जिसमें वो अपनी पसंद के मुताबिक लड़ाइयों को चुनने का फ्री हैंड रखता है।
क्रिप्टो का तो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल हर जगह हर बंदे को उसका पता है। उसका रोल फ्रीमैन है और वो टीम को बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट देता है, मतलब वो हर चीज़ में क्लोज लॉन्ग हर चीज़ में, और वो बेस्ट प्लेयर है। क्रिप्टो के बारे में तो कुछ ज़्यादा बोलने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उसने खुद को इतनी बार प्रूव किया है।
अगरचा क्रिप्टो वो पावर हाउस है जिसके ऊपर टीम I8 को चलाया जाता है, लेकिन किसी भी टीम की जारहियत की क़यादत एक एंट्री फ्रैगर करता है। ब्लेड दर हकीकत दुश्मन के मजबूत तरीन दिफाई निज़ामों को तोड़ने का एक बेहतरीन जरिया टीम I8 के लिए हमेशा साबित होते हैं।
वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट प्लेयर इन साउथ एशिया है। उसके थोड़े पिंग इश्यूज होते हैं, बट ही स्टिल मैनेजेस टू डोमिनेट एवरी लॉबी प्लेस। लाइक ब्लेड मुझे पर्सनली बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर लगता है, और उसके एंट्री फ्रैगिंग स्किल्स, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस इन गेम, उसका घुस के मारना, वो सब बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है।
ताहम टीम के कुछ यकसा तौर पर अहम अज्जा रडार के नीचे भी रह जाते हैं, और ये आजिज मिजाज टीम का 5वां खिलाड़ी टीम में अपनी शराकत का सहरा लेने में थोड़ा बहुत शर्मीला है।
वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा अंडररेटेड है, लोग उसको इतना ज़्यादा अप्रिशिएट नहीं करते, लेकिन उसका रोल भी बहुत बड़ा है टीम में। बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा प्लेयर और एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेयर है। काफ़ी टाइम आईजीएल की जगह वो भी स्काउट कर लेता है और ये सब, तो वो काफ़ी अंडररेटेड है और वो भी बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है।
पिछले कुछ सालों में हमने इंतहाई बावकार बैनर्स के नीचे सितारों से जुड़े रोस्टर के साथ कुछ ख्वाबीदा लाइनअप्स की तश्कील देखी। अपनी बेहिसी को मजरूह करते हुए हर खिलाड़ी एक दूसरे पर प्यार की बारिश करने के सिवा कुछ नहीं जानता।
आई फील लाइक हमारे टीम में जो सबसे कम पैनिक और जो सबसे ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट होता है, चाहे वो जो भी सिचुएशन हो गेम में, वो क्रिप्टो मुझे लगता है। चाहे हमारे टीम के 3 बंदे ना को, क्रिप्टो विल क्लच इट आउट।
टीम के प्ले स्टाइल और हालिया परफॉर्मेंस की तरफ आते हुए टीम ने अपनी कैलकुलेटेड जारियत को अलग अलग अंदाज के साथ जारी रखा है। फ्लैंक्स और एम्बुशेस समेत काफी हद तक खतरात के साथ I8 बाकियों के मुकाबले में आला गेम सेंस के साथ टेबल्स पर हावी रहती है।
ब्लाइंड एग्रेसिव नहीं, ऐसे एग्रेसिव। अब हमें जोन में अगर जगह चाहिए, हम टू बी ऑनेस्ट जो हमारा आईजीएल है उसको काफ़ी ज़्यादा आइडिया इस चीज़ का, तो वो हमें कॉल्स देता है कि इस वक्त यहाँ पे पुश करना है, और बाकी हमारी टीम में इतना गन पावर है कि हम कहीं भी पुश करें किसी को भी मार सकते हैं। तो ये सीन है। I'd like to appreciate our IGL for this, जिसको काफ़ी ज़्यादा अंदाज़ा है कब कहाँ कितना एग्रेसिव होना है, वो हमें कॉल देते हैं और हम उस हिसाब से खेलते हैं, इसलिए हम मतलब इतना आगे आ चुके हैं।
कुछ लोग कहेंगे कि I8 की पूरी तश्कील क्रिप्टो की ताकत पर मबनी है और हम इसके लिए उन पर इल्जाम भी नहीं लगा सकते। आखिरकार ये क्रिप्टो ही है जिसके बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं।
जो हमारा क्रिप्टो है वो हमेशा फाइट में वो क्लोज में नहीं हो तो वो एंगल बना रहा होता है अपना, जो कि हमें एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है। जो क्रिप्टो में हमेशा ओपनिंग निकाल के दे देता है, वो जाके एंगल बना लेता है और अगली टीम पे नॉक निकाल लेता है, फिर वहीं पे अगली टीम डिसएडवांटेज में आ जाती है, फिर हम अपना काम कर लेते हैं, मारते हैं घुस के।
लेकिन इन सबको इस्तेमाल में लाने के बाद भी I8 का आगाज काफी पस्त रहा। पहले हफ्ते के सुपर वीकेंड में 7वें पायदान पर क्वालिफाई करने के बाद आधा सुपर वीकेंड गुजर जाने के बावजूद इस टीम को एक भी अच्छा मैच नसीब नहीं हुआ था।
लीग स्टार्ट हुआ, हमने पहले सुपर वीकेंड के लिए क्वालिफाई किया, लेकिन हमारा पहला सुपर वीकेंड का पहला दिन बहुत बुरा गया। हम टॉप 10 यही #10 पे बैठे हुए थे और फैंस वगैरह भी क्वेश्चन करने लग गए कि कहाँ गई i8 की परफॉर्मेंस, क्या कर रही है i8।
लेकिन दूसरे दिन के खेल के खत्म होने के करीब करीब इस टीम ने वापस से कंपटीशन में अपनी जगह बनाना शुरू कर दी थी। उसके बाद क्या होना था?
Unless Daku is able to pull off the impossible, pull off the 1v2 right now, it doesn't seem likely at all. They're pushing him from multiple fronts, and Salt i8 will find the winner chicken dinner.
और तीसरे दिन की शानदार मुस्तकिल मिजाजी के बाद इन्होंने टेबल पर अव्वल पोजीशन हासिल कर ली और इसके बाद से उनको पीछे मुड़कर नहीं देखना पड़ा। चैंपियंस के जज्बे के साथ फाइनल्स में दाखिल होना हमें i8 से कुछ कम की तवक्को बिल्कुल नहीं थी।
सुपर वीकेंड 2 में कोई गलतियां नहीं, हम सीख चुके थे। सुपर वीकेंड में जो गलतियां थी वो इम्प्रूव कर ली थी और उसी सुपर वीकेंड 2 में कोई गलती नहीं की और टॉप स्पॉट ही रखा अपना। बस लीड बढ़ाते गए, हमारे पास अच्छी खासी लीड हो गई सुपर वीकेंड 2 में और फिर लीग थर्ड वीक लीग में भी हमने फिर से क्वालिफाई कर और फिर सुपर वीकेंड 3 में आए। उस वक्त तो हमें जैसे ऑलरेडी पता था हम ये लीग जीत चुके हैं PMPL का, तो हमने बहुत खुल के खेला और सिर्फ लीड बढ़ाने की कोशिश की और जब सुपर वीकेंड 3 खत्म हुआ तो हम 150 प्लस पॉइंट से PMPL लीग जीत चुके थे।
हमें i8 से कुछ कम की तवक्को बिल्कुल नहीं थी, लेकिन टीम एक मामूली कारकर्दगी के बाद अपना निशान खो बैठी जो थोड़ी देर तक जारी रहा।
हमने फाइनल्स का स्टार्ट थोड़ा सा बुरा लिया, अपनी छोटी मोटी मिस्टेक्स की वजह से हम ये हुआ कि हम काफ़ी मतलब हमारे मैचेस बुरे गए अपने मिस्टेक्स की वजह से, मतलब हमने जो मिस्टेक्स किए छोटे मोटे इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक्स है जो भी।
दूसरी तरफ टीम 52x रेज और टीम टफ जैसी टीमें टीम i8 से बेहतर फाइनल्स में पहली और दूसरी पोजीशन पर टेबल पर सरेफहरिस्त रहे।
सर्वाइविंग स्किल्स और वो सब थे ना, वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे थे। मतलब 52 रेज मैं फाइनल्स देख रहा था, फाइनल्स में ऐसा कोई मैच नहीं था जो 52 रेज एंड जोन में नहीं आई हो। तो 52 रेज के जो सर्वाइविंग स्किल्स थे वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे थे फाइनल्स में, बहुत ज़्यादा।
डोमेस्टिक लीग्स को पीछे छोड़ते हुए मुकाबला अब मजीद बुलंदियों तक जा रहा है क्योंकि हम PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप 2022 के करीब पहुंच रहे हैं।
टीम i8 ऑलरेडी PMPL साउथ एशिया खेल चुकी है और ऑलरेडी काफ़ी डोमिनेट कर चुकी है वहाँ पे गन पावर वाइज। तो थोड़े जो छोटे मोटे हमारी गलतियां हम उनको इम्प्रूव करें जो इस बार हमसे PMPL पाकिस्तान फाइनल्स में हुई थी जिसकी वजह से हम #1 नहीं ले पाए, छोटे मोटे मिस्टेक्स जो हमें खुद इम्प्रूव करने हैं, तो वही सिर्फ हम इम्प्रूव करेंगे और इंशाल्लाह साउथ एशिया डोमिनेट करेंगे।
i8 पाकिस्तान की वो वाहिद टीम है जो इससे कबल इन हैवी वेट टीम्स के अगेंस्ट खेल चुकी है और इनका तजुर्बा इन्हें खबरदार करता है कि किस पर निगाह रखी जाए।
Stalwart Esports फ्रॉम मंगोलिया, पिछले PMPL में भी हमारे कंपटीशन रह चुके हैं और PMGC जा चुके, PMGC एक्सपीरियंस टीम, और अभी भी इस वक्त भी PMPL साउथ एशिया में उन्होंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा खेला था और वही एक टीम आएगा जो हमें गन पावर वगैरह में भी कंपटीशन देगी।
इनकी शानदार दौड़ के बाद भी हम और पूरे पाकिस्तानी सामीन जानते हैं कि i8 के पास मुल्क को पेश करने के लिए अभी और भी बहुत कुछ बाकी है। क्या ये वो मौसम है जहां वो आखिरकार एक हकीकी आलमी चैंपियन के तौर पर अपनी शनाख्त बना रहे हैं? हम इन्हें मजीद अजमत की तरफ बढ़ते हुए देखने का इंतजार नहीं कर सकते।
पहिलो PMC भएको थियो अनि एलिमेन्ट्री सोलहरू सबै टिमहरू खेलिरहेको थियो क्या, अनि जस्ट त्यतिखेर जो अब फ्यान्सहरू हुन्छ नि हेर्ने, म पनि एउटा जस्ट आई वाज अ फ्यान, त्यो हेर्दाखेरि एकदम एक्साइटिङ लाग्ने क्या। ल के हुन्छ क्युरियोसिटी क्या, अब कस्तो क्या खतरा खेल्यो, अब आफ्नो नेपालको टिमले होइन बाहिर गएर अब राम्रो खेलिरहेको छ। त्यो ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट भएको थियो क्या, त्यो देख्दा अनि मलाई पनि त्यहाँसम्म पुग्छु भन्ने यसो अलि भित्रबाट अलि भयो क्या। त्यहाँदेखि चाहिँ मैले कम्पिटेटिभ छिर्ने उयो गरेको, त्यसपालि म छिरेको भनेको सिजन 3 देखि हो कम्पिटेटिभ।
Jyan might have had a humble beginning to his career, but he has reached a point where he's the shining jewel of his country. T2K became the pride of Nepal during this season of PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. They finished third in the grand finals by defeating several opponents who are rougher and tougher than them.
Well, let's see, Jyan. This is going to be a very risky move from his side, but he's pretty confident about his teammates. Now, Sanhok with the pan in his hand is going to lob it behind the rock, but that is not going to work. What is going to work, in fact, are the weapons in the hands of the other players that trained to kill.
Not even surprised.
Despite having the odds stacked against him, Jyan and his boys kept at it. We wouldn't be surprised if they set the stage ablaze in the upcoming South Asia Championship.
Jyan आइज यहाँ टेस्ट म्याच खेल्न आइज, PMPL को हो भन्यो, अब PMPL खेल्न हो भनेपछि त क्या खुसी, अब सबैजना रमाइलो लाग्ने क्या। अब बाहिर साथीहरूसँग चाहिँ सिधै घर गएर खेल्न बसे, अनि खेल्न बसेपछि जस्ट अब केटाहरूसँग त्यतिखेर कोहीसँग त्यस्तो चिन्जान थिएन जस्ट फ्र्याङ्कीसँग चिन्जान थियो जर्जसँग चिन्जान थियो अनि गएर डाइरेक्ट खेल्ने बित्तिकै ल आफ्नो पर्फर्मेन्स क्या अब आई वाज दिस 16 किल्स हानेको थिएँ मैले त्यतिखेर इन्डिभिजुअल 16 किल्स हानेको थिएँ त्यो 16 किल्स देखेर अब ओनरले टिटिकेको ओनरले होइन अब त हाल्नुपर्छ जेन त चाहिन्छ भनेर उसले मलाई टिटिके त्यतिखेर हाल्यो त्यसपछि मैले त्यही टप फ्र्यागर आएको लिगमा पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो भयो त्यसपछि केटाहरूलाई चिन्दै गयो अनि एज पर अहिलेको करेन्ट लाइनअपमा चाहिँ हाम्रो टिटिकेबाट 2 जना थियो रहेको पिएनबाट आएको केटाहरू पिएनमा 2 जना रहेको थियो 2 जना अब एकजना उता जाँदा नपुग्ने एकजना यता आउँदा नपुग्ने त्यही भएर बरु टिटिकेमा सबैजना खेलौँ भनेर 4 जनै कोलाइड गरेको क्या टिटिकेमा 2 जना कि 2 जना मात्रै प्लेयर मागेको थियो यसरी चाहिँ हाम्रो यो अहिलेको करेन्ट लाइनअप बिल्ड भएको
T2K were on a mission, and after joining his new team, Jane and the boys set out on a path of perpetual improvement. Let's see what he has to say about his teammates.
लेजेन्डले कहिले पनि हैन कुनै एउटा गेमको प्रेसर अर्कोमा कहिले पनि हामीलाई देखाउँदैन क्या त्यो गेम सक्यो त्यो गेमलाई जस्ट गेम सकेपछि उसले के गर्छ भने यदि हामी स्ल्याम हान्दा मरेछ यदि रोटेसनमा मरेछ भने अर्कोचोटि त्यस्तै भयो भने के गर्ने त्यही एक्ज्याक्ट टाइममा डिसिजन लिन्छ क्या लेजेन्डको सबसे दामी बानी यो सही बानी यो लाग्छ अनि सन्देशको भन्दा ऊ एकदमै कमिटेड छ गेममा अनि उसको मेन पोइन्ट भनेको चाहिँ इज द चार्म अफ आवर टिम एज पर सुयोग एन्ड मी सुयोग इज एन्ट्री फ्र्यागर हिज क्लोज रेन्ज इज beast man I love his close range as per me I play support now because support is now is my type because I have already done IGLing and everything I have done so I kind of fit in support I support my teammates I support them to win the game I support them in each and every case in the middle of the game.
And so, equipped with the best players, competing in several high-profile tournaments to build a reputation for themselves, the team found themselves in the PMPL South Asia Spring 2022.
League ko first week ma chai just नयाँ टिमहरु थियो मंगोलियन टिमहरु आयो कुनै नयाँ टिमहरु पनि आएको थियो आइपछि के भन्दा यसो हेरेको प्लेइङ प्याटर्नहरु तिनीहरुको पुरानो स्टाइल भन्दा चेन्ज भइसक्यो थियो आईएचसी पुरानो आईएचसी एकदम हैन जस्ट यो स्पिड अगाडिको आईएचसी क्या विक देखेको त एक्कासी स्ट्रङ भएर आएको छ फेरि हेरेको प्लेइङ प्याटर्न डिफ्रेन्ट गरेको छ दे फोकस मोर अन रोटेसन्स नट ओन्ली गन पावर अनि साउथ एसए भयो जस्तो कि स्टालवर्ड एसए अनि नेपाल टिम्सहरु मध्ये पनि धेरै चेन्जेसहरु रहेछ क्या अनि फर्स्ट विकमा के नोटिस गर्यो भने हामी जसरी खेल्थ्यो जोन रोटेसन गर्थ्यो त्यसमा हाम्रो कट अफ हुन थाल्यो अनि टिमहरु बेसी सेन्ट्रिक एप्रोच गर्छ कि एज एप्रोच गर्छ त्यो हामीले हेर्न थाल्यो आफ्टर फर्स्ट विक किनभने फर्स्ट विक हामीले बिगारेको थियो फर्स्ट विकको स्टडी रिड गरेँ हामीले म्याप फिडहरु रिड गर्यो पिएमपिएलको त्यो स्ट्रिम्सहरुबाट हेरेर हामीले रिड गर्दाखेरि अनि हामीले चाहिँ के एप्रोच गर्यो भन्दाखेरि लेट्स प्ले एज अनि हाम्रो आफ्नो जोन सर्कल परेको सेन्टर खेल्ने त्यो हिसाबले हामी गइरहेको थियो अनि त्यही हिसाबले राम्रो भएको हामीले टिमको इच एन्ड एभ्री स्ट्रेटेजी रिड गर्न थाल्यो कसरी खेल्छ जस्ट हामीले पुरानो उनीहरुको गेम प्ले पनि हेर्यो प्लस अहिलेको नयाँ गेम प्ले पनि हेर्यो लिगको अनि त्यसरी चाहिँ फाइनलमा हामीले एप्लाई गरेको त्यही कारणले हो फाइनल हामी राम्रो गर्न सकेको
One must learn to be observant from T2K. In the first week, they didn't perform all that well, but in the second week, they were the highest scoring team, and this catapulted them into the top 5 of the scoreboard.
Look at Sandesh, this is such a perfect flank. Oh my god, it's time for T2K to get their revenge. And oh, that's quite close shots. And finally, Sandesh is going to find the opening. Octopus taken down. It's all down to SpikeX now. The final glimmer of hope for Dax, and he should be strike down in no time. And that's what exactly happens. T2K, the stars align and they put on a stellar performance.
T2K certainly have learnt a lot and improved ever since we first saw them, but they are more ambitious than we know. See what you can expect from them in the upcoming South Asia Championship.
At the back set, Mongolia is stepping in.
The pride of Nepal is coming to get you.
Forged in tough battles, we bring the Pakistan juggernaut.
It's time to conquer South Asia Champions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today it's going to be the beginning of the end, the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. The champions will be crowned at the end of the 6 games that we have lined up for you guys. And this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in Pakistan as well. So winner, winner, grab yourselves the chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by the amazing Necro. How are you doing today, buddy?
Oh man, today I'm feeling good. I'm not gonna lie. Today is the day where every single team in the latter half of the board, they're gonna start to panic, because today it's all out or nothing. If you're, it's a do or die moment, Johnny.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It can be a do-or-die moment, and it is a do-or-die moment, but they have 2 options. Either they can panic, or they can just go YOLO. They have very little to lose, and the teams at the top, they can't afford to make mistakes now at this point in the tournament. Again, the final 6 matches to decide who will be walking away with the trophy, and not just that, $150,000 in prize pool on the line, plus there's that $2,000 for the MVP of the tournament.
Exactly, as you said, $2,000 for the MVP of the tournament. There's quite a lot of players still in contention. A lot of players have been just performing out of their mind, some mind-blowing performances, without a doubt. But there is just going to be that one single player who's going to be there all the way on the top. As you were talking about the prize pool, here we go. $150,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen, which, of course, the first place is going to be getting $40,000 in their pockets. The second place is going to be getting $28,000, and then the third place is going to be getting $18,000, and it's just going to keep on descending downwards. As you guys do see, the most valuable player reward is going to be $2,000, which is going to be the MVP of this entire tournament.
Yeah, just that one lad walking away with $2,000 all to himself. It's going to be quite interesting to see which individual at the end of the day will be walking away with the prize money, and also the title of the MVP of the PMPL South Asia Championship this time. But again, the priority for teams will be to earn those points in every single game that they play. And the point structure, again, ladies and gentlemen, just a little reminder, it's always been the same for a long time now. The first position getting 15 points, the second position getting 12, the third getting 10, then fourth you get 8, on fifth you get 6, the points keep on dropping, 13th to 16th position you get no points for placement, and then there is the cherry on top of that cake, 1 point for every single elimination that you are able to secure for yourself.
And that's something that is my eye candy personally. I'm not going to lie. That 1 point per elimination, that's what I'm really eyeing out for, because I'm not going to lie. IHC, they've taken it a bit too personal. They've just been going behind those elimination points instead of stacking up those placement points, but I'm not going to lie. Final day, ladies and gentlemen. IHC as well. Everything's on the line for that team. A huge organization without a doubt in Mongolia region, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of eyes and a lot of fan base rooting for IHC. But on the other hand, talk about another Mongolian counterpart that IHC has. It's going to be Stalwart Esports, sitting all the way on the first spot currently with 247 points. And Johnny, talk about a safety cushion. That's a dream come true for Stalwart.
Exactly, 35-point advantage against the team sitting on the third position, Train to Kill right now. Sorry, on the second position, Train to Kill, and JyanMaara on the third with 187 points. JyanMaara did not really have a fun time yesterday. They were sitting on the second position, doing so well for themselves, but then the day comes to an end with them moving down, dropping down to the third position. Now, today they will be looking to climb up back to the second, and then hopefully, maybe by the end of the day, they find themselves in the position to challenge Stalwart Esports. But for that to happen, Stalwart Esports would have to make massive blunders in the matches that they play, and that really has not been the case till now, up until yesterday when there was a small little mistake in the final fight. But hey, they still walked away with the most points in that game, so we won't take anything away from them. But as we move forward to the second page of the rankings, again, surprise, surprise, Necro, did you ever imagine a team like Skylightz Gaming sitting on the 10th position?
No, I never did. I'm not going to lie. Coming inside the entire PMPL South Asia, the way they've been performing, it has been an absolute blunders way they've been performing. Now, the only reason why I'm calling it a blunder is because Skylightz Gaming is one of the top teams, right, in the South Asia region, and you do not really expect something like this sort of a performance from a team like Skylightz Gaming. So I do expect volumes from this team, but so far, they're not really able to deliver, sitting in 10th spot. I don't exactly know what's going to be improving them, because as we did speak about this, final 6 games, ladies and gentlemen, in their hands to try and flip their fate. If they're not going to be able to, then hey, you might as well just count yourself out and wait for the next opportunity.
Well, let's see. I mean, but on the other end, we have looked at the overall ranking now. It's time to move forward to the MVP rankings as they are right now before the matches have begun. Ladies and gentlemen, top leading the charge with 33 finishes, 33 eliminations to his name, but 6,945 damage. Average survival time of 21 minutes and 53 seconds. An impressive stat. But it's not just him from his team who has managed to make it all the way in the MVP rankings. Right below him are his own teammates. Now, this is putting Stalwart Esports in a really good position as far as, I mean, the performances of the individual and the performance of the team is considered. They are doing really well on an individual level, and they are doing really well as a team as well. And it is very exciting to watch them in action every single day. But today, we will actually see what they are going to deliver on the final day in the final 6 matches. But hey, we have someone special who is going to be joining us, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be very exciting, a very exciting moment for us as well. So please welcome on this broadcast, all the way from Sri Lanka, the wonderful actress Shanudri Priyasad, joining us right now for a very special interview and to make some predictions. Hi Shanudri, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
I mean, it's lovely to hear that. Welcome to the show, first of all. How are you feeling the first time on a broadcast like this?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Even though my country couldn't make it, I'm here to represent my country and I'm here to talk on behalf of Sri Lanka. So yeah, I see a really good game going on. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
I mean, it's a pleasure to have you. But as you said, I mean, the teams from Sri Lanka haven't made it. But in the past, we have seen a lot of impressive players from Sri Lanka and a lot of impressive teams as well. Would there be a small little message that you would like to say to the aspiring players that we might see in the future?
Yeah, I really want Sri Lanka to show up in these matches in the future. So I hope my Sri Lankan players, if you guys are watching, I want you guys to practice more. And be prepared next time for the Pro League. And I'm also wishing the other South Asian countries who are taking part this time all the best. You guys are doing a really good game. And so excited to see who's going to win tonight.
I mean, it's going to be very exciting to see. It's a very close competition right now. But talking about the competition and with your excitement in mind, I would like to ask you, we have a challenge for you where you are going to make a prediction, but if your prediction goes wrong, then you have to bear a small little punishment at the end of the broadcast today. So are you ready for that?
I have no choice. But yeah, I'm going to predict, and I hope my prediction goes right.
Ooh, so what's your prediction gonna be, right? Let's just move on to it.
So yeah, there are so many good teams, and my prediction would be Phantom Esports, because that's the Bangladesh team. And the reason is I really love the country. Bangladesh is one of my favorite countries, one of my favorite South Asian countries. So I hope Phantom Esports will make it through.
Well, Phantom Esports is the pick now, and we're going to be hoping for that as well. Phantom Esports have been doing decent, but they are in the latter half of the leaderboard right now, and they have been the fan favorite teams for the last 3 days. So, I mean, a lot of supporters of Phantom Esports, and you are one of them as well right now. And I think as far as predictions are concerned, Necro has done a pretty significant job. So, Necro, what do you think about that prediction right there?
I feel like they definitely do have a caliber, but I'm not sure, man. Look, things are quite tough. Let's be honest. The top 10 are pretty much stacked, and currently Phantom is sitting on 11th spot, so it's going to be quite difficult. But hey, you know what? As you said, only we get to have free predictions, not you. So you will have to go. You'll have to bear with the punishment.
Yeah. Okay. As fast as we just take it. But Shanudri, thank you so much for joining us for this prediction session. Now we will just be watching the games and seeing what happens with Phantom Esports, and we'll be joining you again at the end of the day for just to see what the prediction looks like and for the punishment if the prediction goes wrong.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's hope it's not going to be a punishment.
What's the punishment going to be, though?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, yeah. So it's going to be me doing these crazy PUBG dance moves. And it's going to be fun, so I don't mind going through the punishment also.
I mean, it is going to be fun. All the dances
Yeah.
in the game are pretty fun. That's all I have to say.
Listen, it's a win-win situation for us.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's a
true.
win-win. You're going to enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it. And the fans are going to enjoy it as well. But thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us, Shanadri, for this lovely interview.
Thank you for having
We'll check in
me.
with you again after the
Yes,
matches.
sure. See you.
So that was a lovely conversation right there. And Phantom Esports is the pick from Shanadri. And we're going to be keeping an eye on Phantom Esports throughout the day as well. But Necro, that also sort of brings us to us now. You said we get fake predictions, but we do have to make predictions. So what is your thoughts on the teams and the way they are stacked on the leaderboard?
Look, I'm not gonna lie. The way teams are stacked on the leaderboard currently,
Yeah.
things are quite close in the top 5. We saw that yesterday as well. Top 5 has always been something that is usually close in any sort of a tournament. So top 5, even over here, is just way too close for comfort. Unless if you just count Stalwart Esports, which is currently sitting on the first spot. But still, as I mentioned, one game slipped by from the side of Stalwart, then things will be just absolutely downhill. And talking about Stalwart, let's take a little comparison between the top 2 teams. Yeah, Johnny? TDK and Stalwart Esports. TDK sitting on second spot, Stalwart sitting on the first spot. And without a doubt, TDK yesterday had a phenomenal day.
Exactly. I mean, look at the stats, right? The comparison between the two teams, and T2K were able to match Stalwart Esports at every corner, apart from the damage received, of course, which turns out to be a good thing. And on the other side, I mean, those survival points, those extra few minutes will actually give you 1 or 2 extra points every single time, with survival times crossing on average 21 minutes plus, 22 minutes plus for these two teams. Train to Kill yesterday was their day. They did a very phenomenal job. 3 chicken dinners in a single day out of 6 matches that they played, and it was just incredible to see them catch up to the lobby leaders. And again, the cushion right now, the difference between these two teams is 35 points, somewhere around that marker. So it's just a couple of games, 2 matches. If Stalwart Esports messes up Train to Kill, they do have the capability to just catch up to them and then apply some additional pressure and maybe even topple Stalwart Esports over.
Exactly, as we do have Stalwart Esports, a little bit of highlights from their side, and this in itself just shows the mindset that currently Stalwart Esports in, and they are just here to absolutely wreck every single team in the lobby. On the other hand, TDK just flipping the tables. None of us expected TDK having such a huge performance yesterday, and TDK was just blowing our minds.
Well, yeah, Train to Kill was definitely quite incredible yesterday. And Stalwart Esports, they've always been like this. They've been quite consistent and always just been at the best form, at the best of their abilities. Yesterday was nothing different, although the only team that can surpass them, I guess, is themselves at this point, since they have been holding on to that first position since day one. And it has just been quite incredible. But again, Train to Kill, they just capitalized on the fact that Stalwart Esports yesterday was a little bit inconsistent. And, well, now 35 points is all that are separating these two teams. 6 matches to go, anything can happen.
Exactly, as you mentioned perfectly, anything can happen. As we do have a little bit of a line graph in front of us, and as you can clearly see, the white lines are of TDK, and then the golden lines are of STE. Now, clearly, as we do know, Stalwart Esports are currently sitting on the first spot, and Stalwart Esports don't even need to have a banger performance to even keep that lead going. All they want is just consistent points. Even if they get like 7 or 8 points per game, that's more than enough to keep the lead going, Johnny.
Well, definitely, and it is going to be quite interesting to see if that actually happens, and if they are able to seize that opportunity. But let's see. Again, I mean, being consistent is going to be very important today for both these teams, especially for Train to Kill, if they want to be the ones lifting the trophy and at the end of the day be called the champions of South Asia. It's going to get very intense between these two squads, but let's not forget there's another team right behind T2K, and that is JyanMaara. With 6 matches to go, it should not be too difficult for a team like JyanMaara, with the way they played on day one, to actually close in on Train to Kill and to in fact apply some extra pressure on Stalwart Esports if Stalwart Esports start messing up. Stalwart Esports have been very good, very consistent for the past 3 days, but the 4th day, the last day, the final day, anything can happen. But one thing for sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you guys need to make happen is the milestone rewards that are there for you guys for this time's PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, and the milestones are right there on your screens. 50,000 is the first milestone, then there's the 70,000 concurrent viewers milestone, and the ultimate one is the 100,000 live viewers. If we achieve these milestones, the rewards unlock for you guys in game. and it is going to be very exciting to see if, in fact, what milestone we do achieve in a final day of broadcast. And along with that, let's talk about the sale, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. PMPL 2022 special crate is on sale, ladies and gentlemen, from May 19 to June 12. So make sure to grab those nice little in-game cosmetics and those nice little AUG skin as well. As you guys do see that great set, I'm not gonna lie, that's already like catching my eyes, and I just want to log inside the game right now and just get the skin for myself because it's on sale. So why not, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure to go ahead in game and just grab the nice bundle, and you guys will be able to flex it on your friends. With that being said, Johnny, we also have a little bit more. Now, the way we are making the predictions, the way even the celebrity is able to make the prediction, even you guys in the chat will be able to make the predictions as well. Just make sure to go on PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube page and make sure to type vote space your team tag, whatever team you guys are rooting out for, and that's going to be your prediction, pretty much locked in and loaded. And then in game and anywhere in between, we're probably going to be seeing your YouTube audience prediction chart.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to see. I mean, for the last 2 days, at least, Phantom Esports was sitting at the top. Then yesterday, it was the day for Deadeyes Guys. I mean, all the fans were tuning in and cheering for them. And today, I mean, it's up to you to predict. Let's see who gets the predictions right. But apart from that, I mean, looking at the other teams as well, it's going to be quite intense to see what the other teams will be able to bring to the table today. But one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, that you guys can help us with is just making the whole PUBG Mobile esports better. And in order to do that, there's a survey that's out there every single day. It has been pinned on the top of the chat. You guys can just open that link, fill out the survey, and the PUBG Mobile Esports, well, we are listening to your feedback. It is going to be included in the future broadcasts, in the future tournaments that are going to happen. I mean, it can be about anything. The map rotations, bringing in Wakendy back if you guys are missing the map a little bit too much.
Oh, that's a good one. Exactly. If you guys want to see a little bit of if you want to spice things up, and if majority of the feedback is actually regarding the same issue, then we might as well just see Wakendy back in the map pool. You never know. Anything can happen. You guys have the power, so make sure to use it. Just make sure to go and make the vote in the survey as well. The link is pinned in the chat. It's not going to be that tough. It'll only take like 2 minutes of your life. So please make sure to go ahead and take the survey. But Johnny, with that being said, we're probably going to be moving on towards our predictions soon.
Yeah.
Now, if you do ask me, what prediction am I going to be in? But before that, you know what? I'm going to ask you, which team are you going to be rooting for?
All right, I think, so just to be clear, I mean, I have been saying this is the start of the day when I showed up. I'm like, I feel like Stalwart Esports, they're going to start off on a strong foot today. Not really wanting to risk anything. So I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports for the first game.
All right, you know what? The producer has already, like, threatened me. He's saying that I'm going to curse your picks no matter what you pick, and you went with Stalwart Esports, so I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports as well. So even if he does curse me, so 2 nice people will actually counter that curse, so majority wins.
Yeah, you do realize I've been unlucky this whole time. I've only got 2 predictions correct.
It's okay, man. Listen,
that's double
even curse. A little bit of power, even a little bit helps, you know what I'm saying? Little drops of water, little drops of rain. All right, I messed it up.
You messed up your analogy.
I messed up everything, all right? Listen, little drops of rain makes an ocean. That's what they say, right? So
yeah,
even a little bit helps, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, we're probably going to be moving on inside the first game. And before that, we'll also need to take a look at the schedule.
Necro, we are safe.
Okay, hold on.
We are safe.
We're safe. He went with Seal. All right, thank you so much, production. This time you're being nice.
Yeah. A lot of love to production for that one, but let's see which one of these teams will be performing. The casters have gone for Stalwart Esports. The production has gone for Seal Esports, and our celebrity, Miss Shanadri, she has gone for Phantom Esports for the entirety of the day and for the tournament. But let's see what is going to happen. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what the games are going to look like for all of these teams, and for, in fact, all the 16 teams that are involved right now. Because, again, final day, last 6 matches, either you're gonna be feeling a lot of pressure on you if you're doing already really well on sort of sitting at the top of the standing, or you're just gonna be feeling quite unlucky if you are the latter half of that leaderboard, if you have already fallen really far behind. And it's gonna be quite interesting to see what in fact is the mentality for those teams gonna be like from the second half of the page. In fact, the teams sitting on the 14th, 15th and the 16th position, bottom 3 in particular, what are they going to try and accomplish today? Because in the past we have seen sort of these teams go for those drop clashes on the teams that are doing really well or sitting on the middle of the table to just try and see if they can improve their positions just by catching someone off guard. So I'm hoping something like that happens in one of these off maps, either on Miramar or either on Sanhok, but let's see.
Exactly. I mean, those off maps, Sanhok, for example, as you brought it up. I mean, yesterday we saw it's pretty easy to be consistent on Sanhok. Just go ahead and get those med strats down and dusted. As soon as if things do go south for your team, you can always just stay outside the blue zone and try to just med it up till the second place, while the rest 3 players are trying to get as many as elimination points as possible. So it's not that hard to be that consistent in the map of Sanhok, unless if you're extremely unlucky and you don't really get your hands on a lot of first aids, then maybe I would say, just it's okay, you know, you've got this. You guys can try to wrap up some more points, or everything, or all the burden is going to be on the rest 3 players who are inside the zone trying to fight it out.
I mean, exactly. I mean, that heal battle strategy on Sanhok has been quite prominent in the recent days, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how many teams, in fact, do end up using that strategy in the final day, in the final Sanhok that's going to be played in this tournament. And it's going to be quite exciting to see what exactly the results on that particular map are going to be on but it is going to happen a little bit later in our day as far as the schedule is concerned, because again, it's going to be just the same like yesterday. We start off on Erangel, move to Miramar, then we have Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, and the end is going to happen this time again on Miramar. So it's going to be quite fun. It's going to be quite exciting. And again, it is going to be quite interesting to see what your predictions are going to be like. Once again, a reminder, you guys can also take part in the predictions just like us. Just go to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube page and type in the chat, vote space the team that you're supporting, their tag. And with that, your predictions are going to be done. But ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin. So we do once again see the lovely players on our screens, and that means the plane is going to be up next. Here it is, and this time leaning towards the western side of the map, from the north to the south, starting from Zarki and heading through, well, the military bridge, Primorsk area, and going towards the western edge of the military island.
Exactly, as you did mention, the plane flight path. And now I do want to see, as we were talking about all its teams, right, Johnny, and we were wondering how things are going to be looking like. So as we do see the plane flight path as well, all the way on the left side, so that means teams that do want to go on the right side of the entire map, they're definitely going to be struggling a bit. For example, teams like TDK. Now, TDK, again, should be a free pathway. They like to drop kind of like a little split sometimes as well. In shooting range is Severny, Skylightz Gaming all the way towards Yasna Poliana. They will have to buy a decent amount of time in the early phase of the zone to actually go to their designated drop spot. On the other hand, though, we have Stalwart Esports. Now, they like to go all the way towards Nova Pnoy. And talk about Stalwart Esports, my prediction and your prediction are, first game is going to be a Stalwart Esports, and let's hope they're going to be able to replicate what we said.
But let's see what is going to happen. I mean, it all also comes down to where the circle will be. And it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how this game turns out in the later stages. I8, again, I mean, their strat of dropping on Pochinki and starting from Pochinki has been working out quite nicely for them. But look at this, Phantom Esports against the players of Regicide. Yesterday's last Erangel for Phantom Esports was just phenomenal. They were able to rack up those eliminations like it was nothing. But today, right now, in fact, Vaz is the man that Vexy has to finish, the door being open. Vexy being quite cheeky, just runs completely through, but the players from Regicide are just surrounding him from every single direction. This is just going to be quite brutal, and Vexy is going to be taken down by Vaz with the UMP and finished off with the pistol. Quite unfortunate, but it was something that he just had to go for, a YOLO moment right in the start of the match.
Yeah, that's something they were not really eyeing out for. Now Slipknot's going to be another target acquired in their sights. And Regicide, they're well known of what Slipknot's doing here too. Slipknot's giving away a lot of foot cues away, and that means Slipknot's position now being compromised. Nades being rained down on top of the floor, but still no nade or no damage caught just yet. Insane is just going to straight up waltz inside the building, hoping that he's probably going to keep their aggressive stance going. Slipknot, he realizes he's also being pinned down by other directions, and Slipknot misses his initial shot, and he will need to pay the price for that, Johnny. And there you go. Shot missed, and Slipknot is out from the game.
Well, I mean, quite an unfortunate start for Phantom Esports. Something that they never expected was going to happen in the first game of the final day. But look at this, DRS starting quite early from Novorepnoye, well, towards the military island, but now they finally decide to cross to their standard position, which is, of course, going to be the Milta City. That is where they have been playing this entire time in this tournament. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what their interaction with Stalwart Esports is going to look like in the mid-game stages of this match.
Talk about the mid-game stages, I mean, DRS right here in front of our screens, and as you do see in the live rankings, currently DRS is sitting on 8th spot with 124 points in their pockets. right underneath IHC with 128 points. Only 4 points separating these two. Again, we can never say how things are going to be looking like in the future pages because I'm not going to lie, there's probably going to be a lot of pressure on teams like 52X Rage, Deadeyes Guys, and even Skylightz Gaming because there were high expectations, and including IHC as well, high expected teams. We expected a lot of things, and these teams are not able to come true on those.
Well, let's see. For now, as you mentioned, 52X Rage, I think they are going to be quite upset with not even trying out for their usual drop spot, which was Stalba Kamishki Hill, since that right now is a perfect position inside a circle like this in the early stage of the match. And this time they have to just play really far away from the circle, out in the open towards the western edges of the map. It is going to be quite interesting to see. I mean, it can put them in their comfort zone because they always usually do like to play late with a later rotation in the early game stages, just rotating with the second blue zone. But this time there's a massive cluster of teams right in front of them, starting off with Regicide, there's Phantom Esports, then there's the threat of IHC from the north. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to cross over, and I want to see what path do they take to make it happen.
Talk about the pathways. I mean, clearly there's a clutter of team right in the smack center of the zone. I mean, TDK as well, they're trying to center on up. And what just happened here? It's okay, we can ignore that. We can let it slide. But yeah, Deadeyes Guys, they were trying to move around a bit. But TDK, as I said, they're also trying to center on up. So that means we're probably going to be seeing a lot of potential threat in the center of the map.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of action smack in the center. But as we did talk about TUF, it looks like there is going to be a slight collision with TUF and Train to Kill, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. For now, Regicide taking a few shots from the players of Phantom Esports, I believe, as Insane and his teammate have been spotted out, but Phantom Esports, they move on and disengage and fall to the other side of the sail. Now, Regicide, they are going to be a little bit confused about where the shots came from, but also relieved at the same time that whoever it was, they stopped and they left.
Talk about stopped and left. I mean, Phantom Esports already having a huge casualty on their side, right? 2 of the players got taken out. Unfortunately, the celebrity went with them, and things are not going that well, Johnny, even on the final day. Don't know what's going to be going through their minds right now because there's probably going to be a lot of pressure surmounting, as we did talk about this. It's the final day, and Phantom Esports is currently sitting on the 11th spot. So that's something they will need to try and acknowledge, because every single game is as precious as time.
Well, definitely, it's going to be quite precious for them. And it is going to be quite intense as the day moves forward. One match ends, the next match begins. The clock is counting down from here on out, and they have to give their best in order to at least try and move up. JyanMaara, no fear, has in fact found the M249 quite early, and it is going to be a brilliant option for them in a circle like this that is leaning towards the northeastern part and the northern part of the map quite heavily. If the circle moves towards Severny or maybe to the hills just north of Rozhok, then it's going to be completely open area fights. And in a situation like that with the M249, you can in fact provide really nice suppressing fire to your teammates. But look at the live rankings, Necro. We do see switch ups already. Regicide, it looks like, have gained an additional point and moved up to the 12th position.
Exactly, and now we're also seeing the zone close in, Johnny. That means a lot of teams will now, that were in the outskirts, they will need to try and move on in, including high voltage, and talk about high voltage. At this point in time, we might as well just count them out, because no matter how they play in the final zones or in the final moments, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team, man. They'll have to go YOLO and look at high voltage. They're already challenging a lot of fights, sitting out in the open too. That's quite a lot of confidence. But YG is going to peek out from the same angle. Don't know if that's a good idea or not, but that's definitely quite a lot of confidence that's peeking up. High voltage, they do want to take these elimination points. They do want to get engaged in these battles. But on the other hand, we have Freestyle just spraying down the weakling in the front. No connections found, but still Seal. They're going to be quite safe for now.
Yeah, just fight happening just a little bit towards the southwest of Pochinki, and Seal Esports, Freestyle, both out in the open, but Baron with the high ground can in fact relay quite a lot of information for his teammates. But how useful is this going to be for them? We are about to find out All 4 players from the side of Seal Esports huddled up together, freestyle. They are a little bit further away from each other, but still in position from where it is going to be quite easy for them to provide a little bit of a cover fire. But Wally from the flank does see the back of Tyrant and does manage to connect a few shots on the opposition, but not enough to secure a knock.
Tyrant is still safe for now. It's finally going to be sitting inside the vehicle and now going to try to book it inside the zone. That's quite a risky one too. Seal, they're trying their best to spray the man down, but still no casualties yet. Tyrant is going to be safe for now. He's trying to make it towards his teammates. The next zone's closed in and the next circle is actually going to center on up, Johnny.
Well, still between Rozok, Yasnaya and Severny. Train to kill. They are going to find quite a lot of safety from their position. They have sent Sandesh, on the high ground right there. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what sort of information will they be able to gather. But the surprise for Train to kill, it's going to be the fact that the players from Regicide have in fact managed to take control of the northern edge of the circle and will be moving south in a few short moments. So it can surprise the players of Train to kill and put them in a position from where they might just get caught off guard. But let's see, only time will tell what the team's decision is going to be. But for now, Seal Esports, Leo and Demo, their rotation has been delayed. They are stuck in the blue zone. But again, this one is not going to put any significant damages on their health bars. And they can, in fact, stay quite safe using bandages and a little bit of boosters.
Talk about the boosters. I mean, Freestyle, they currently have a good spot on top of the players of Seal. They're also inside the zone. They're trying to gatekeep the players of Seal, but doing so, Mullik was a little bit too still, caught a little bullet, and Mullik now is definitely going to be a little panicked. So he decides to drive around and drive to a better and a safer spot. On the other hand, High Voltage looking pretty okay in this spot. Another team that is all the way in the bottom of the board. And Johnny, would you count High Voltage out at this point?
I mean, yeah.
All the way in the bottom, man, yeah.
Way too far behind in the standings, and it is going to be quite unrealistic to even expect a comeback from here on out. But even this is a surprise because High Voltage, we all know, a very, very nice lineup. We've seen them perform. We have seen them at their best. And they do have what it takes to compete for the top position. So it's quite difficult to see them struggling like this. But, I mean, you have good days, you have bad days, you have good tournaments, you have good runs in tournaments, you have bad runs in tournaments. It has to be just another one of those for the team. Hopefully they can recuperate and be back strongly in the next tournament. I mean, that's what I'm going to be hoping for.
Yeah, wait for another opportunity, and there's plenty of them as well.
Yeah.
And thanks to Tencent, of course, a huge shout out to them. A lot of opportunities, and still, I mean, if you need more, then I don't know. Maybe just go back, wait another year, come back again, and try to play even stronger, I guess. But now we have 52x Rage. I mean, on day one, the rise was absolutely insane. They made a place in our hearts, but now after that, the downfall as well has been quite insane, Johnny. All the way just falling down in 9th spot. If I'm not wrong, they were in like top 3 in the day one, and now they're all the way in the 9th spot. That's a huge fall.
Yeah, that definitely is, and especially for the team that is the champion of PMPL Pakistan. I mean, we were expecting quite a lot of great things for them, but hey, let's not forget, it's their first time at a stage this massive. It's their first time playing against these teams, and they do have a lot to prove. So it was going to be an uphill battle for them, and it's not like they're the worst performing team right now. They did put up quite a decent performance on day number 1. Day number 2 and day number 3 did not really work out for them. That's the reason the fall for them was quite drastic. But let's see if they can improve their standings by the end of the day and just move up in the rankings. But look at that, the circle shift again towards the northern side of the river, and Train to Kill smack in the center of things will also be in the center of all the attention in a few short moments. But hey, I hear gunfire, and that means someone has been taken out somewhere. High Voltage losing out on Assassin as Deadeyes Guys start pulling on the trigger. It is a 4v2 situation in these compounds. Vadu and Extreme stuck in the middle of nowhere. Deadeyes applying a lot of pressure upon them.
The pressure's indeed there. All 4 players in the front, and now High Voltage has decided to enter the enemy territory. There are also some are down line paying the price for that. Assassin, a big man, has already been taken out, so that's a huge threat neutralized for the players of Deadeyes Guys. On the other hand, even Shifu starts damaged quite a bit. He's going to be able to patch himself up, but still it's a 3-on-4 situation. High Voltage, they're in a clear disadvantage, but they're still trying to fight it out. They still want to control. They still want a piece of this compound, but now finally the call's being made to actually eject from this compound. It doesn't make any sense to battle it out because this battle has to be a downhill battle for you.
Well, yeah. It is definitely going to be quite tough, but quite a brilliant move from High Voltage. All of a sudden, as they somehow figured out a way to back off, and Deadeyes Guys decide to not press their advantage. They will just settle for that one elimination point from that fight, and it's quite an interesting turnaround. But hey, we do have the audience prediction in Necro, and as of now, the audience is siding with Train to Kill to walk away with his first chicken dinner. And I agree with them. I mean, they're smack in the center of the circle. They are in a perfect position.
Oh, they indeed are. And that's all you need, right, at this point in time. Yep. All you need is a good spot. And that's what they're able to get so far. And as long as they're able to do it, it's all that matters, too. Talk about this, Johnny. Now we have a lot of fights going in. And finally, Ayat as well getting engaged in one of the fights. It's going to be Ayat just putting the man down and dusted. High Voltage. Waruji as well taking care of what's going on. High Voltage, they're getting picked apart.
Well, but unfortunate fight for the lads of I8, but DUF a little bit of distraction upon them from the other side as High Voltage also moves in, but this is going to be a loss for High Voltage. Extreme also down from being the last player surviving, takes down Crypto, but he's getting pushed upon the second man. He won't be able to deal with him, but oh my goodness, a suicide attack from High Voltage as they get taken out. They make sure I8 goes down as well, and I mean, TUF, they are going to be happy about that push from the side of High Voltage. It just made sure that TUF are able to secure a few extra elimination points for free. Absolutely free.
That's absolutely crazy. One of the biggest names currently in the lobby has already been eliminated next to High Voltage, and that's not something we all expected because the previous 2 days, I'd have been able to kick things off pretty well. But in this one, this time, Ida is not able to do much. But Freestyle, they're trying to make a push out in the open. And it's 52x Rage getting a clear line of sight on the players. And they're able to take out 2 of the players easily. 2 confirmations there as well. Now it's all down to the final 2 players alive. Arham and Mullik. Mullik gets downed as well. That means Freestyle. Now they're going to be on one single foot. The final glimmer of hope alive. And there we go. Mafia Ninja is going to spoil their dreams as well.
Well, it's going to be quite unfortunate for the lads of Freestyle here. But on the other side, Stalwart Esports against the players of Skylightz Gaming with AJ getting taken out. And Nima goes down as well as Cry will succeed in spraying him out. Skylightz Gaming caught in the middle of nowhere. Now Mafia Ninja has been spoiled out as well. But there's a lot of distance for Top to actually just commit an entire spray at that distance. But Cry quite comfortable in his ability to secure that elimination point. Look at Pika, he's just blocking Galzin from closing in.
Nima is still knocked out though. And here we go, great spray from Nissan Rebel. Finds Gunner. Instantly thirsted as well. So now JyanMaara too. A lot of teams are taking early casualties. Some big hits taken. JyanMaara losing some of their key players. Gunner.
Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports quite content on making that push, but Galzin spots out action. This happened yesterday as well, Necro, where the Stalwart Esports just failed to push like this against the players of I8. Look at that. Top, he is in the water and has been spotted out by Deadeyes Chipuse. Once again, a few shots. He's trying his level best to connect and finally does make an impact. Top has been taken out. As long as he's in the water, he can still move around, but as soon as he comes out, he's going to be taken care of. Pika from the other direction, also spotted out. Takes a lot of damage, and now Stalwart Esports, a massive blunder from the team. Galzin, it is all set up for him. One nade on towards Pika, and Stalwart Esports, they're going to be out of it. But on the other side, the grounders against the players of Regicide. Utility exchange between the 2 squads. And well, the nade is quite close. Extra, he needs to be careful.
And oh, look at that. IC finds an ice opening. Another one's going to be tossed in. That's going to be quite close. The Grounders, they're down to a 3-man squad, and this is something that the Grounders did not really expect. That separation not working out. Sensei's trying to fight a way out. But is that going to be easy task or not? The trifecta of death right here. IHC getting involved as well. They find a nice opening against the players of Regicide. And they're going to be able to deliver on all sides. As IHC now is going to try to close on in. He wants to go for the confirmation. The thirst is going to be there too. IHC, indeed, the confidence is looking another level. Because IHC knows there's some of those teams that has the best fragging powers in the entire game. And they might as well would want to abuse that. And that's what they're trying to do here. Turulov on top of the edge lines of the water. You will need to try and figure out a way to play things. Underneath the bridge lines too, Stalwart Esports still not spotted. Scry exactly knows what's going on. Turulov as well has a little sense of what's going on around him. And Skylightz Gaming, look at Gels and he realizes the wall of death is closing in and he will need to try and patch himself up as quick as possible. And that's why he just sits inside the vehicle. We'll try to bandage on up. But Gelson is still the lonesome survivor in that vicinity.
Let's see how long he will manage to stay alive. It's going to be quite important for him and his team that they do end up securing a few extra points. But hey, Deadeyes Guys against the players of Stalwart Esports. Oh, Turulov! A few missteps. He goes in the water, but the players of Stalwart Esports are, in fact, already extremely low. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually survive. And
that's our prediction.
Few shots from the Tommy gun, the Thompson, and Stalwart Esports is out.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna lie. Before predicting Stalwart Esports, I had IHC in my head. So maybe IHC will be able to do it too. Like, I literally had IHC, but I still said Stalwart Esports just to be on the safer side. So IHC currently is alive in the full force. But on the other hand, the grounders are getting picked off again. IHC, they're just not letting this trail go.
Yeah, I mean, the grounders were caught completely off guard by the players of IHC as the grounders were distracted by Regicides a few moments ago. And look at that, what is going on with Deadeyes Guys? One squad after the other. They have 7 eliminations already on board, quite close to the number IHC have. In fact, IHC sitting on 6 eliminations inside of this lobby right now. But DRS, look at them taking on the players of Seal Esports. Wally is out of it. Now it's up to Demo in the distance, out in the open. Gets in the vehicle, just tries to drive away to safety, but Ruse is going to try and spray him down. Hits the shots on the vehicle, but none on Demo. And Demo is just going to try and park it behind the rock, but the vehicle, it's about to blow up. And if it does, Demo is going to be in a world of hurt. And it is going to be quite difficult for him to try and save his teammates as well. In fact, as Killer is already going to be there, just racking up those elimination numbers for his team, one after the other.
Exactly, IHC 2 on either side. Only 2 players left alive. Blink of an eye, and already IHC, they're getting dismantled. This is not a good news for IHC. Seal 2, they're currently on the receiving end. What's going on? Some of the Mongolian teams are getting picked off quite early. DRS as well, they're down to a 3-man squad. As I said, a lot of teams did take quite early hits and early of the game. That's why we're not really seeing, we're seeing a lot of chaos already. As TUF as well, they're just falling down. 2 players knocked out. Legend as well is being traded, but that's not going to matter quite a lot. TDK, they're still pretty strong.
Well, T2K are looking very strong indeed, and I believe since Stalwart Esports, they have been taken care of already. The doors are open for T2K to move up in this game, but all they have to do in order to make it happen is win the chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. Now look at that, the players from the side of Train to Kill are down, so they will need revives, but the circle is not too far away, and IHC find themselves in a wonderful position in the western edge, at the western edge of this zone. Since it's out in the open as well, the team's approach will be a little bit complex, and IHC can definitely capitalize on that and secure a few extra eliminations in these late stages of the game.
Talk about taking calculated risk, and TDK is able to just flourish in that aspect all the time. Sandesh gets knocked out again. TDK, another casualty on their side. Legend was knocked out first, but now this time it's Sandesh. And he's also being thirsted, so TDK, you guys will need to give a little attention to Sandesh. If you guys are not going to be able to do so, then Sandesh might as well just be completely taken away easily. The nade crawls in quite close, but not close enough. Off the mark a bit. But it's okay. I'd see 2 players up still. Some of the strongest teams currently in the lobby is Deadeyes Guys. They've all players up, but they still need to make their presence inside the next zone.
Let's see, top 6 teams, 18 players still alive. Train to Kill, 4-man strong. JyanMaara with 3 players. IHC with 2. Deadeyes Guys, well, one of the lads is knocked out, and JyanMaara, they are quite too close to actually just lob a few nades and rack up their points one after the other. Look at that. True Love is going to be taken care of. No Fear, he's quite close. Lobs a Molotov over there right behind the tree. And True Love is in fact going to burn alive. But Chibuse, he takes him a little bit to the right just to avoid the burn damage or for extended periods of time. One nade in the same spot and it's a job well done. But True Love, he's back in action. Has been revived. Shifu is going to get knocked out right after a big mistake stepping out from behind the smoke.
Oh, that's a huge find as well. That means No Fear is going to be able to inflict a lot of fear in the players at Deadeyes Guys. Position compromised. No Fear taking a lot of shots, but he still finds another one. Turula falls down too. No Fear. What is this man doing? He's single-handedly just flipping the tables. He's flipping the odds, but still Deadeyes Guys, they're crumbling down, and Deadeyes Guys will eventually be taking out the game as well.
And now there are just 5 teams remaining, 14 players alive. Train to Kill looking very strong, especially look at Jane. 6 eliminations secured all by himself. But now Rebel from side of their DRS, he's going to spot out the lads from IHC out in the open. Godless, he's going to be taken care of. Alex is going to be the last player surviving for his team. And DRS, it looks like they know exactly where he is, but the blue zone is closing in on their position. It's not going to be easy with Phantom Esports right next to them. Smokes have been laid out carefully to avoid any sort of vision to the lads of Phantom Esports so that DRS can freely move inside the circle. But the blue zone is here and the next circle is just going to be smack in the middle of all of these teams. Everyone will be forced to move out of their comfort zones and step out in the open. It's going to be quite interesting to see which team will be able to walk away with this match's winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, but look at that. It's tossed quite close in there, Vico.
Oh, that's
there
overkill.
We go. What's going on? Just straight up flips the Vico on top of his dead body, but still, DRS. 3 players up for that team. On the other hand, TDK as well is alive with 3 players. Or actually scratched that 4 players. IHC were able to get one of the knockouts. So it's at least something that's going to cover up the distance, or that's going to equalize things up a bit. IHC might just be sandwiched here because they're just trapped between 2 teams. They don't really have a lot of breathing space here.
Well, let's see though. Godless, a few moments ago, I would have thought IHC were done for, but oh! Big mistake by Seog. Taking the buggy out in the open, gets knocked out for free by Rebel, and this is just going to be a free pickup for the lads of DRS. Delta.
Yeah.
He's in a perfect position to secure that elimination. Train to Kill, losing out on their advantage. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2 now. And it is going to come down to between DRS and Train to Kill. But let's see. I see they're keeping their heads down as well right now.
Yeah. I like the way IHC is thinking here. Let these 2 duke it out and try to stay as solid as possible. How did he just see him like that? Rebel! Having some nice vision on the players of IHC. Some eagle eyes indeed. Spots him out instantly, cuts his lifeline off. And now trying to kill and DRS duking it out against each other. Rebel takes down another man. Rebel, it's just an absolute assassinator. Takes down another man at TDK. Legend is trying to fight back in this situation. Rebel's quite low. Rebel's not going to have a lot of time in his hands.
Yeah, definitely, but he gets up, tries to take a few more shots. This one is not going to connect. It was an important pickup for Rebel, just taking down Jane. He has been a big threat for everyone up until now, but let's see Legend. He knows exactly where Rebel is. He sees him, but will he be able to take him out? The answer is no. Legend has been taken care of. Now Train to Kill, just one last player remaining, Sandesh, but he does take down the Danger Man from the side of DRS. It's Killer Whitey, Sandesh, and Godless. 3 players, 1 from each team. Who will be the reason that their team gets those 15 points from this matchup? Sandesh, his teammates are moving forward to try and scout out the position of the opposition, but it's not going to work as Jane's elimination has been picked up. Legends, he's closing in on Rebel's position to allow Sandesh to just see, or in fact, just try and achieve that that extra step of knowing where Killer Whitey is going to be. But now it's a complete 1v1. Everyone else is gone from this lobby, Necro. Between IHC, DRS, Train to Kill, so desperate for this win.
This is going absolutely crazy. Godless as ball is still alive from IHC. As I said, I like the thought process of IHC in this entire situation. Unfortunately, one of the players got picked off by Rebel. DRS They're out for blood. The soldiers want it in their hands, but on the other hand, they're trying to kill. They're not going to let that happen that easily. I'd see too, they're having that bush to play around with. Godless. A lot of hopes from this bush indeed, and Killer YT wants to move in from the right side. If Killer YT gets spotted out here, Godless is going to get a free elimination on his pants because he's right next to each other. Look at this. Godless, somewhere down line, does sense a fear on this direction, so he's just looking at that direction. Trying to scout the areas out. Doesn't exactly know where Killer YT is going to be shifting towards. Sundash gives away a bit of sound cues, and that's going to be it. Sundash's position compromised. Godless stands on up. Godless trying to flip things around, but no! He's trying to kill. Kicking things off with a great no. Sundash clutches it out.
And once again, another chicken dinner being taken away from the hands of IHC. Godless, the patience shown in that final few moments was very impressive. But Sandesh just being an absolute monster in that last moment. So incredible. He started shooting second, but was very quick in correcting his aim and taking down the opposition, and also dealing with the last player from the side of DRS. Impressive win from Train to Kill. Also, I believe with 13 elimination points. So that's 28 points right there for Train to Kill from this game. And Stalwart Esports, I want to see what their total tally is going to be like. The standings are going to be very intense. The rankings are going to be very intense after this one, Necro. It's going to be very fun. But before we move to the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
To PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, and with that, dude, what a phenomenal play that was, Necro. That was just incredible turn of events where indeed, I mean, the viewers spoke about it, and here it is. All the fan love is definitely in support for this team.
Exactly. I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, right? TDK, the way they've been playing. At this point, it's not even that their region itself. At this point, they're probably catching some eyes of other region fan base as well. And they're like, all right, this team is actually absolutely nuts. We might as well just would want to support them. And that usually happens quite a lot of times. For example, teams like Stalwart Esports, them themselves, they don't really have a huge fan base in their own country. But then you have some other country people coming in. They support IHC, they support Stalwart Esports. And then that's how they gain their fan base. And now Train to Kill is on the same role.
They definitely are, dude, and there's nothing stopping the side of this team because, again, I mean, the synergistic play or whatever you want to call it, individual performances, overall for the side of TDK, their level of gameplay has increased tenfold, especially in this PMPL, is something that is clearly evident with the way their journey has been. And again, I mean, starting things off on to this sort of a play style on the final day, it is looking like this team is eyeing out and keeping a keen eye out towards the team sitting on the top of the position and the storyboard itself. But boy oh boy, again, that is just the start of the day. We've got 5 games still remaining before we'll jump in and have a look at what team will be the one that will reign in supreme. But right now the competition is getting tougher, and that's what we love as well. I mean, when it comes to, you know, these tournaments, we want the teams to be able to compete against each other head on and have some really close gameplay, and that is exactly what the teams are delivering.
Exactly, and this is what we want. As you mentioned, this is what we exactly searching for. Considering this is the final day blotter, and the game one already was just filled with absolute chaos. And this is what I talked with Johnny too. On the final day, all the teams tend to amp up their aggression. That's why we saw a lot of early hits in the lobby. A lot of teams took big hits, and that's why they weren't really able to stay inside full force in the final moments. But it's okay. TDK, they had their 4 players up till quite late, and that's why they were mostly able to come out on top. But in the end, still, TDK kind of messed a lot of things up, but it's okay. Sandesh was the man who was able to clutch things out.
Exactly, and this is something that I've spoken about yesterday and day before as well. From the side of TDK, Sandesh, man, this dude has come a long, phenomenal way, and the experience, it clearly is being showcased right here. with the chicken dinner working in this team's favor, along with the 13 eliminations. 28 total points is what this team walks out with. Alongside that, as we move on to the second position, we've got DRS. But hey, IHC. Now, you and I were talking about this in the green room, where you were pretty confident and certain that IHC are going to have a really good start to the day. And I would consider this to be a really good start, right?
Oh, that is exactly what they're looking for.
Absolutely. I mean, your prediction, your call has been on point yet again, and all of that brought down to another team that we have been looking at playing sensational plays yesterday, and today they are still trying their level best to push themselves. Their envelope fourth is going to be the side of the team sitting on the 5th spot right there with the name of Phantom Esports with 3 eliminations, but 8 placement points definitely does help to the cause.
Exactly, as you said, 8 placement points definitely does help the cause. And talk about the cause, I mean, Blotter, there's quite a lot of teams that will need to cause some chaos, considering the fact that 52X Rage, I've been pressuring on this point throughout this entire final day, since the day started, saying that 52X Rage, they've had quite a huge downfall. They'll need to try and figure some stuff out, because you cannot just keep on downing even more and more, because I'm not gonna lie, this was one of those few teams that actually created some space in my heart for themselves with the way they played on day one, and now things have just been falling out, right?
That is true. That is true, of course. But hey, it all boils down to this final day, the final games that are being played right here. And it is all going to lead us down to the MVP, to the team winning all of that money, to the team walking away with that trophy. But yeah, the competition definitely is going to get a little bit edged out and stretched out, perhaps, with the way teams are playing right now, with the comeback story being pretty real for the side of IHC and the others as well. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to that being played out throughout the entirety of the day, and not just one team creating a completely different sort of a lead for themselves. But before we'll move on to that storyboard, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments right now, as there were so many, as you pointed out, Nick Robin, right off the bat on the first game, in the first 2 minutes itself, there were so many teams that were keeping a keen eye out towards their opponents.
Exactly, and this is what we were able to kick things off with. Phantom Esports separating it out, and unfortunately that separation not working out in their favor, and Regicide just got gifted two free elimination points. And Phantom Esports, something will need to be brought back in the track, because Phantom Esports, they seem pretty lost in the entire lobby.
Well, again, I mean, nothing taken away from that bunch and lot, because after all, when it comes down to the way that they are playing, they are doing certain things that are absolutely working for their side. On the other front, as we move on through to the play being created from IHC Esports as well in this first game. This was a rocking start for their side, and this was very, very crucial for them to be able to do so. But now it all boils down to them being able to just keep pushing on that envelope further and furthermore to be able to bring in that sort of a consistent play. But right now, right here, we do have, of course, Seal as well as TUF taking on some shots of their own.
Exactly, and then DRS right here. Oh, Deadeyes Guys, all the just water splashed on their dreams. That's all I'm going to say. Dreams being shattered by these players, and Deadeyes Guys, unfortunately, they were in way too many eyes, too many bullets to dodge, and they just crumbled down under the pressure. TDK in the final moments, as I said, they had all their players up, and unfortunately one of the players got a little too overeager, pushed it up even a bit more to try and scout some areas out, or at least try to gain as much as further area control as possible. But DRS were just waiting for him to walk into their traps, and they were able to shut him down. As we do see the damage graph in front of us, and DRS, they're going to be leading the charts this time.
Absolutely, with 2,031 damage that they were able to bring into the fold for the entirety of their opponents. But moving on through to the overall storyboard, we've got a 9-point difference between Train to Kill and the team sitting on top, which is, of course, Stalwart Esports with 249 points. 9 points shy. 4 chicken dinners in the bag. Train to Kill, they are on a sensational roller coaster this time around. But hey, look at that team sitting on that 4th position. The real soldiers. I mean, just 1 chicken dinner, but dude, you have to bring their name up, because just 1 chicken dinner, but all of that combined, they do have the 4th position for themselves with 196 points.
Exactly, and this is what consistency brings to you. Consistency in elimination points, and not just that, consistency even in placement points. And DRS, they're doing a phenomenal job in that. On the other hand, though, Train to Kill, the way this team thinks, the thought process behind each and every single move they make is just so perfect. As I was being saying since the start, Train to Kill is one of those teams that likes to go for calculated aggressions, Blotter, and they are just doing such a great job in that calculated aggression. But Blotter, moving inside the second game, but before that, we'll need to get our predictions on the board as well. What team you're going to be going for?
That is true, dude. That is so very true. And you of offer such an incredible insight to how these teams are going to be playing and what exactly should we anticipate. And so, of course, the baton is going to be over to your fort, mate, and I would ask you to start the prediction realm right here on the desk as, a lot of eyes are going to be set up as to what you're going to be predicting and what you think as to what team will be taking this chicken on the map of Miramar.
I'm going to go with I8. What about you?
I8. All right, I'm going to be sticking with IHC. IHC is the team that I do want to be able to see bring in that consistent play as we were talking about it. In the first game, they've had a decent run. I just want them to be able to keep that envelope forth. But one thing to point out for the side of IHC, and this is something that they did yesterday as well, right, in the final game that we saw from their side, which was they over-aggressing. And that over-aggression that is being showcased from the side of IHC is somewhere along the line kind of hurting their cause to the entire realm of the saga that we are part of. But hey, indeed, I mean, talking about just predictions, that's where I'm going to be sticking my guns towards.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm just waiting for the prediction because I'm quite terrified of them. And I got a little warning. I got a little like he threatened me saying that whichever team you pick, I'm going to be cursing that team, and I'm going to pick the same team as well. So please don't do it again because I'm going with. Okay, there we go. Good choice, production. But we have also got the call from the Puppet Master that the match is about to start. Yesterday, I was waiting for one of the urban circles, but we didn't really get it. Maybe this time in the map of Miramar, we'll see a Los Leones ending.
It is possible definitely out there, but before we look on to all of those opportunities and moments, first things first, we'll have to see where the flight path is going to be leading these players towards. And nothing to bring up when it comes down to the prediction being showcased from the production side. I think that production is almost 80 to 90% certain, dude, because from Stalwart Esports, what we've seen in the past 3 days is they will allow the other teams to try and climb up to their caliber, and then as soon as another team does so, they will just graciously make their presence felt in the lobby and just completely annihilate whatever team that is going to be trying to get up close. So right now it's going to be T2K getting up close to Stalwart Esports, but the prediction coming in from production, it seems could very well be leading, not a curse, but a boom to the side of Stalwart Esports as they, I believe, will have a good game. But hey, that's all based on the stats that we've noticed in the past 3 days. Today being the final day, a lot of hurt can be brought on from these teams as a few of them that are going to be sitting on the second page of the leaderboard have all of these opportunities to be able to gun and run down their opponents and bring in a little bit of that YOLO strat as well.
Talk about the YOLO strat and YOLO approach in the game, Blotter. I mean, you talked about Stalwart Esports, and yeah, only 9 points differentiating TDK from that first spot in Stalwart Esports. They're going to be quite jealous of that, so they're not going to let that happen. And again, Regicide in a drop clash against Skylightz Gaming. I mean, in the previous game, they were against the players of Phantom, and now this time they're against the players of Skylightz Gaming. The level has been amped up a bit, so Regicide, you guys will need to watch out because Skylightz Gaming is not going to be an easy contender.
That is true, but hey, this time around what I do notice is the side of Stalwart Gaming have decided to make a little bit of a change in terms of the way that they have dropped down. But apart from all of that, the zone is going to be sticking towards the southern side of the map where Los Leones is pretty much the center of the zone as of now, the first zone itself. But again, we do know the curveball that is thrown from the side of the zone time and time again, and that is what we shall go back to as to where will this be shifting. But for now, again, so many of these teams do find themselves in the comfort of the zone. And looking at the way JyanMaara is spread out.
Wait, I called the urban ending, Blotter, and Los Leones is right in the center. Okay.
It is.
Hold on. Okay, I'm getting a little too excited early off. Okay, I'm not going to curse.
Exactly, don't jinx it.
Yeah, don't
jinx it, Necro, because I believe we've actually spoken about this on day number 2 on Miramar maps, and we did have that sort of an anticipation that, hey, Los Leones, we've got it right there. IHC Esports looking pretty comfortable. That's maybe where this fight could be leading down towards, but then the zone moved all the way towards the northern side, I believe is what it was. Dude. But let's see, dude.
This is perfect. It has the perfect zone currently inside the entire lobby.
True.
They're right in Los Leones, smack center. They don't even need to move for any time in the future. So I went with That's a good prediction, I would say. But still, I might just jinx it, so I'm gonna let it slide away. But again, TDK and Freestyle. Now, we've been witnessing the drop clash in the map of Miramar, but recently Freestyle has decided to disengage and actually go for another drop spot somewhere else. So Freestyle, the improvement, the improvisation coming in on the fly, but on the other hand, the Grounders, they're quite spread out well. They're right next to the players of Deadeyes Guys as well, and Deadeyes Guys, they will try to eye them out. I mean, the Grounders, for now, they're quite safe, but as soon as the teams do decide to move on over, when they're satisfied with their loot, they'll try to decide to move on over, and that's when the Grounders might just be in a little bit of uncomfortable spot.
That could be a possibility, but for now, as we do have the team that is definitely trained to be the one bringing the onslaught to the lobby, or in this lobby, it is T2K with 240 points. A massive, massive churn of number coming in from the side of this team, starting off from day number 2 as they did so. But again, this is just the first few minutes of the game, so as we move away from the side of T2K towards Seal Esports, a team that does love to go down towards the Los Leones, northern side of Los Leones, in fact, is where we do most of the times do see them jump on the map of Miramar, right next to the vicinity of I-8. But again, till now we haven't really seen them clash like on the map of Miramar, at least. On Erangel, that is a very different story, where I-8 have been asked to leave the drop-off military base, but that again is a different map, so we'll move towards that conversation in the next map, but for now, in the next match. But for now, as we have the look on our screens, IHC Zeol looking comfortable again with his team wanting to utilize those opportunities for themselves. Every single time we look on towards I-8, they are making moves, but I just hope they're a little bit too late. But right here, Nima, he is stuck out in the open, and just like that, first blood is going to be caused, and it is not looking good for Nima as he's out in the open, and we do have the side of Regicide pushing on against him. But hey, far in the back in the distance in the main map, we can see that the teammates of Nima are trying to give him the cover fire, but will it be enough?
Will it be enough? Nima does smell the blood. He's able to hit a little shots, and now that's going to just increase the thirst of blood. Nima really wants to take him down, but the problem is Nocto is getting shot from somewhere else. Great angles being capitalized from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming, they're not going to let the players of Regicide feel way too comfortable. The spread that is coming in from their side, it's absolutely perfect. All the way on the high grounds as well. They're not going to let the players of Regicide just settle up.
Absolutely. Asia and Galton from the side of Stalwart Gaming, they definitely have themselves set up in a very beautiful death triangle that is inviting the players of Regicide to just try and get your crosshairs towards our teammates, and you shall get the wrath definitely delivered to you. But as of now, of course, Regicide have gotten the information retained to themselves, as well as we can clearly see, are backing out of this fight, which is a good thing, and that will definitely allow the side of Nima from Stalwart Gaming to be able to get his health all set up right with 100% all across the board, and maybe even go back to the comfort of his teammates. But for now, Regicide, they've made a really good decision to, like I said, just fall back from this fight, and they will live to fight another day.
Talk about fighting for another day. I mean, Nima is quite low, and he does not have any sort of first aids as well to patch himself up. And Regicide being forced out of their comfort spot, and they're also catching a lot of bullets. AJ almost could have slipped one knockout there, but unfortunately missed a bit of shots. So now AJ will need to try and back off from this one, because that's quite a risky spot as well. AJ's catching a lot of return fire. But for now, he's going to be safe. Nothing much to be worried about. I-8, on the other hand, they spot out the players of Seal. Wally is going to be quite safe. This fight between the players of Skylightz Gaming is wasting a lot of time in the initial phases of the zone, and they don't really have a lot of loot. On the other hand, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, some of the players are absolutely no on the loot. Some of the players have some good loot, but on the other hand, Regicide, they're looking pretty terrible.
Well, they are definitely stuck in a bit of a tricky situation, as they did try and take on that early aggressive fight against the players of Stalwart Gaming, but Stalwart Gaming got the better half of that situation, working for their side, as they got that one knock. But that knock has been converted into a revival for the side of Regicide. But in all of this, as so perfectly mentioned by you, Necro, the team, both of these teams, they are 2,000 meters away from the comfort of the zone, and that distance is only going to keep on increasing if they're not careful. And there you go.
And look at AJ, what he's trying to do, moving all the way from the back. He's trying to create an off angle. That means Regicide are now being engulfed. The rest of the players were able to make a free rotation out, but now these two players are just being trapped here. Nothing much can be done. Boz is trying his best to fight back, but too many players to deal with, and Boz will fall down as well. Skylightz Gaming, 2 free elimination points, and they will also get a decent amount of loot to work off of with the Skylightz Gaming. A free rotation out of this one. But they've already tanked a lot of damage for the blue zone.
They definitely have, and again, I mean, Red Side were the ones who took on that early aggression against the players of Skylight, but it seems like that definitely has backfired against them, as the synergistic play being showcased from the side of Skylight Gaming has helped them get the 2 eliminations for themselves as of now. As we move on back to the city of Los Leones, we've got i8 and Seal Esports very close in the proximity and vicinity of each other, but JyanMaara, we did see them down south of Los Leones have made an entry, but will they be jumping in for a third-party fight against i8? As i8, even though they do have the information against Seal Esports, I doubt they have any idea about JyanMaara, and the third party could very well be the downfall of i8 if they're not careful. But you know what? Again, we're talking about the city of Los Leones. There are so many individual angles that you want to be able to keep a keen eye out towards, so not going to be an easy task for JyanMaara to be able to spot and then start getting those knocks and elimination points against the players of i8, even if they would want to. But for now, I guess they do not really seem to be looking forward to that sort of an opportunity or fight from the side of JyanMaara, as they're sticking further out away from the Los Leones city, as we do have them sitting on top of that hill. Right next to them is also T2K.
And every single team is now straight up ramming their vehicles in Los Leones. The next circle too is going to center on up even more, so that means Los Leones is going to be under contention heavily, without a doubt. There's still quite a lot of teams thinking that maybe the circle is going to be taking a hard shift away from Los Leones, and that it might just be a possibility. But for now, I feel like the mature choice has to be staying inside Los Leones. That's going to provide you ample amount of cover, and also at the same time, it's a bit of security from all the different teams that will try to eye you out. But oh, TUF Thor, in one of the positions that you would not want to be in, steps out of the cover as well. This is not a place you want to be in, Thor. Thor is being a little too over-aggressive, but Assassin being pushed back as well. Assassin, don't personally like the way Assassin is trying to play here. He's giving away the high ground. He wants to fight an uphill battle. The defensive stance from the side of High Voltage might just pan out against them.
Well, again, this is something that we've seen from the side of High Voltage earlier as well, as they took on the fight on the map of Erangel against the players of Stalwart Esports and gave them the opening this time around. It is going to be against the TUF side, but TUF, they have no idea what High Voltage is up to, as we did see Wadu come in and out of that position, and we have Assassin utilizing the opportunity to be able to get some knocks for the side of TUF as 2 players go down. Assassin is on a rampage right now, and just like that, this team of High Voltage has stopped the push coming in from the side of TUF, as Edgar is all by himself, the old lonesome dude, but he has the flank angle working for him.
Almost took out Assassin too in that one. As you said, the final glimmer of hope alive, though, Edgar! You do not want to do like that! Especially when you don't know that the enemy is out for blood. You don't want to sit inside the vehicle, especially that is exposed a bit. And Edgar almost got taken out. That could have been the lifeline, just stolen away of TUF. And again, Edgar is just exposing his arm a little bit there. Caught a lot of bullets on that arm now. Might as well would be a useful arm, but oh, there you go. High Voltage just rubbing the salt on their wounds. They chase the final man down, and TUF, they're going to be down and dusted.
They definitely are not going to have a good start on this map of Miramar. 12 minutes in, TUF being the first team to get eliminated. But looking at those points, even though TUF are sitting on that 16th position, they are, or rather were 1 point shy of High Voltage. So that fight was very, very crucial for them to be able to capitalize upon. But it seems same was the case, of course, for High Voltage, and they have definitely been able to do so perfectly, with all 4 players still standing true and tall in this lobby. 15 teams remain, as we are seemingly looking like a zone that will be going towards what Necro had already said. It is a Los Leones zone, mate.
Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on with me these days? How am I able to just predict stuff like it's nothing? Damn.
You know, it's all the blacks that you wear, and it's just giving you that power, dude. It's giving you that ultimate, penultimate power over, well, again, information. And that information is all yours for the taking, as you are delivering some incredible predictions for us. But right now, talking about predictions, we do have Seal Esports that I was predicting would take a fight against the players of i8, but it seems like Deadeyes Guys have jumped in to take that spray of their own against the players of Seal Esports, as we did see a couple of minutes ago earlier as well, as the Deadeyes Guys did have, and I caught out towards the players of Seal Esports' position in the compound, in towards the window, but now that seems to have resulted in a bit of a
Yeah.
stalemate situation between these two. But definitely not going to be the case for long, as we did see that as guys jump in towards this compound, and right next to them were the side of Grounders, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's crazy that you brought up colors, you know. Before this, I just watched like a random video on YouTube about the color psychology. And I saw the first color that the man talked about was the black color. And he said black color is the color of secret, seriousness, and power. Yeah, power. And I was like, you know what? I like that. I'm going to wear black today. But I'm not going to lie, my favorite colors are black and red.
Well, again, I mean, that combo is definitely working for you, dude, as the predictions are being spot on, with 6 predictions already confirmed from your side. But you know what? We should have actually discussed this on day number 1. I did not know. Had I known, I would have actually put our director and producers on the spot and been like, what do you think should be the gift or should be, you know, on the stake for the casters, as whichever one gets the highest amount of predictions? Well,
I feel like there should be like some extra prize pool money. Just like the MVP, I should be getting $2,000.
Prize pool, dude. Please do not go against the players right now. You cannot be jumping into their bucket and be like, oh, you know, I got those predictions right. Even though you were the ones playing, even though you were the ones giving us all that skill and wonderful prowess of play. I'm going to just sneak in a little bit.
I'm just messing around, guys. I'm just messing around. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just messing around just to let you guys know. I'm not serious what I'm saying. But yeah, I feel like there should be like something, you know, like a fun segment. But as we do have the players of Stalwart Esports in front of our screens, and Stalwart Esports so far, there's just eyeing out the territory in the front. Seal and I8.
Oh, wow.
These two teams are right next to each other. And look at Ghost. He's quite separated out from the pack. I8, they're having a huge separation, but the spray from Jane is going to stop Nocto's Weekle. Regicide again. They escape from one problem, and they get into another one, as Jane is not going to spare Nocto this time. They smell a free point, and they're going to take it, Blotter.
They definitely are, and again, being so very close. Look at Legend, he is coming up from on behind that position, and GG indeed, as Regicide, the second team to get eliminated on the 15th position. Regicide has gone and out of this lobby. 14 teams still remain as we jump in towards this urban finish. We do have a lot of these teams, and exactly, the airdrop is what I was looking at earlier. Jumping in pretty much in the center for these teams, but a lucrative, yeah, not really.
Get it?
It is exactly, right? It's so out in the open, and not going to be an easy one for whichever team is keeping an eye out towards that. And CD Sports are definitely waiting for that prize, but we shall come back to that if they will utilize that or not.
We're actually going to be seeing an urban ending this time. It's confirmed. Look at the next circle shift. It's shifted a bit on the northern right side. So that means we're probably going to be seeing urban ending this time. And DRS, look at this, a little replay coming in. And this is again how Regicide, we're getting picked off a couple of casualties here and there. And a great spray from Slipknot. This is not something that we see often.
That was a really good spray indeed, as they did have their players set up towards the players of JyanMaara, and now JyanMaara are in a lot of trouble as they do find themselves making a rotation, but definitely not looking good for their side, as from one side it was Freestyle, from the other side it was IHC, and now another player goes down, and that's going to be Susan from the side of JyanMaara. Now JyanMaara, they have had an aggressive run, but on day number 4 right here, the final day, things not looking too good, and Siyog out of nowhere from all above on top of that mountain, taking and stealing the kill away from between IHC and Freestyle.
Exactly. IHC over here. Rage is in the front, and oh, night! Things could have been really close, because I always trust the shots that IHC takes, and usually they do find connections, but over there, things were different. But on the other hand now, as we do see the players of DRS as well, quite spread out. They're being gate-kept by Trying to Kill, and even the team right next to him, which is Freestyle. They're kind of like the guardian angels of these zone lines, and they're not going to let anyone surpass. It's going to be quite a tough call to pass through them, because we did see Jane, how he was just mowing those Weekles down. He's not letting anyone pass through inside the Los Leones city. That's 52x Rage on our screens, and Rage is another one of those teams that's currently on the struggling phase, all the way on 10th spot, Blotter.
For now, I'm definitely loving the position that T2K are in. They are on the eastern front of the zone, and on top of that mountain ridge, it is giving them so much of information. As you were just talking about it from the side of Jane and others of T2K, they are going to be absolutely getting so much information before the zone moves away from them. But for now, I'm not saying it has moved away. For now, it is looking like a pretty good placement for them to be stuck at, as we're looking at 13 teams being a part of this lobby. The urban finish is turning into quite a chaotic one, as a few teams find themselves in the compounds, the others find themselves out in the open. It was JyanMaara that got eliminated out in the open, and now we've got 52x Rage spread out thin. But will they be allowed to get into the zone? As they do, they will definitely be giving away the information. And look at that, IHC is right next to the positioning of 52x Rage, whereas Yol, he's just waiting. He's just waiting to get just a little bit of a sneak peek of a pixel of his opponents, and he will be delivering his utilities.
Talk about delivering utilities. I mean, Deadeyes Guys still is outside the zone, including I2. These two teams will need to try and make it as quick as possible. Freestyles on our screen, and there you go. One of the players from Rage is out in the open. Pain's gonna indeed take a lot of pain with those bullets. Moves in pretty closer, whips out the EMP for the closer range duels, but now Pain is catching some bullets from the back. The nade's gonna be tossed in quite close. But nothing much to report just yet from Pain as well. The Pain indeed is there, is trying to patch himself up. Mullik with another nade tossed, and this time HP is gonna be cut off quite a lot. But still, Pain's okay for now. Mullik now spots out Pain. Pain realizes the wall of death is moving in quite close. Mullik is taking a lot of damage from the rest of the team. All 52x Rage is closing up too.
That was a wonderful play coming in from the side of 52x Rage, where Knight and Pain both together synergistically pushed on towards the compound from two individual angles, and of course it was Mullik not being able to capitalize all by his lonesome against the two-man army of 52x Rage. As of now, as we look on closer and closer, we move towards the end of the zone. We are definitely going to have to see what T2K's rotation is going to be doing to them, but right now, Freestyle, they are trying their level best to stop 52x Rage, and the aggression for, of course, dropping down Mullik is going to be revolted, and Tyrant, being the one-man army, stopping 52x Rage, and not only stopping them, but bringing them down to a two-man squad as well.
Exactly. Now we have Seal over here too. They spot out the rotation of I8. I8, oh no, Uzun falls down. As I said, I8 would need to be as quick as possible in making that rotation, and I8 were not really able to do so successfully. Quite late. They wasted a lot of time, and now I8, they're being crumbled down. 2 players left to life for I8. And this is not a situation I8 wanted to be in. But Seal, they're forcing them to be in that situation. Oh, spots out Blade! Blade just walks inside the smoke before it even started to bloom, and then Blade gets taken out easily. Crypto manages to sneak his way in, but that's going to be the only player alive. Leo spots Crypto out. He knows where Crypto is exactly, but the nade's not going to be enough to shut him down.
Well, from one side, of course, is the blue zone. From the other side, it's going to be Seal Esports. And Seal Esports themselves have a lot of trouble brewing around them, because it is the players of high voltage who've gotten the information. And look at that, the zone getting moving away. And it is the urban finish that you had anticipated. Stalwart Esports looking very comfortable. They're going to be holding down the fort against the players of T2K. As T2K, we did see Theo go down a couple of minutes ago thanks to the zone. I believe the revival was given a win, but right now looking at that mini-map, the rotation that they're trying to make will be exactly in the laps of Stalwart Esports, but going away and back to the fight that we were a part of, where indeed it was Seal Esports taking on that glorious positioning for themselves. Seal Esports have dominated against I8, and now as they try and get away from this position, they have Phantom Esports to deal with.
Hey, you know what? I'm not really disappointed that I got taken out. My prediction was wrong. It's okay. My main prediction about the circle is right, so I'm happy. I'm a happy camper. But on the other hand, though, Skylightz Gaming having a huge high ground. Look at Mafia Ninja all the way on top of the building. He's trying to shower down some bullets, but those bullets are not really connecting on those crucial targets. Seal as well, alive with all 3 players up so far. One of the players got cut off early, but it's okay. These 3 players can pull off some insane plays as well. As long as Demo's alive, that's quite a huge threat.
Oh, dude, the third parties that are taking place right now. As I was just talking about, a T2K's rotation was caught thanks to Stalwart Esports, but Stalwart Esports themselves have given away the information to the players of T2K as well. As they do, it seems like Scry has been able to dominate and stop Jane, and there is no way Jane is going to be able to get that revival, because he is, even though behind that wall, he is out in the open, and just a perfectly set up nade could have been the trick, and it seems like this one might just deliver the massive blow that T2K did not anticipate. But Stalwart Esports, they're utilizing and capitalizing on that situation and advantageously using it for themselves. 10 teams remaining. IHC have been eliminated. A little bit of that was thanks to Phantom Esports, but a lot of it was thanks to the blue zone as well. With 9 teams left, this is anybody's game.
This is indeed anybody's game, and look at that. 3 elimination on the side of Leo. DRS2 now chiming along inside. DRS were able to make it inside the next zone. Fortunately, they were not being H-kept by T2K anymore, so they had a freeway inside. And as long as they're inside the next zone, that's all that's going to matter. Look at Slipknot, barely alive on Sliver of Hell. Seal, they're charging him down. Slipknot, it's going to be quite tough to fight it out. And there you go. Slipknot will eventually slip down. And Slipknot taken out the game. Phantom Esports eliminated. And now we have Stalwart Esports against the players of T2K. A lot of nades parade coming in. Nades tossed in. Legend taken down quite low. But those nades are not going to be close enough.
They're not going to be dropping down the players of T2K, but the information that they have been able to give away to the players of Stalwart Esports have put them in a very dicey corner as of now. From one side, we can see it's the blue zone, and from the other, it's all out open, aggressive, battleground rawness that T2K are going to have to face as soon as they leave that compound. But right now, one thing I do want to commend is the approach coming in from Phantom Esports as they walk away with 6 eliminations of their own before they were slumbered down. And that was, of course, a few minutes ago, thanks to CD Sports' positioning. And for now, again, you look on to the positioning, we've got the Grounders pretty much in the center. They have a pretty wide spread, but Skylightz Gaming coming in from the other trajectory is bringing in a very spread out approach, and that spread out approach could be capitalized from them. But if at all one of those players goes down or gives away the information, then this entire Russian push from the side of Skylightz Gaming could backfire.
Talk about things backfiring. I mean, urban endings, man. I'm telling you, these are one of the most crazy circles, and there you go. Sometimes you're just not left with any more option than to just cross out in the open, and well, you just get taken out easily because there's just every single player sitting inside the building waiting for that free opportunity to strike, and as soon as they do find it, you're just going to get absolutely shredded with bullets. A lot of holes will be in your body indeed. And now Sandesh falls down from the side of T2K, and now it's all down to the final man alive. He's still knocked out, though. There is a bit of glimmer of hope that maybe he will be able to get back up on his feet. But look at Legend, the amount of damage he's taken from the Wall of Death, and that's something that cannot be taken anymore. Ooh. And there you go. Legend falls down, too. The Grounders put the final nail in the coffin for T2K.
They definitely do. As this team of T2K get eliminated, we have 5 teams remaining in the lobby. The Grounders are going to have to do a lot more if they want to be able to retain that position, because from the other side, it's going to be Skylightz Gaming also chiming in along. The Grounders did have an information against the players of Stalwart Esports, but will that be enough for them to hold that fort and still be able to maintain the position? It is going to be a tough and tricky position, but for now, again, Skylightz Gaming is the only team that has numbers advantage working for their side, but being out in the open without the safety net of the compound like the Grounders do, it is not an easy cause for the side of this team of Skylightz.
Yeah, they're not really looking that safe. Talk about another team that's not safe for now. It's the Grounders, but it's at least they're able to fight back against the players of Stalwart Esports. They're getting charged on, and that nade this time from Delta is going to seal the deal on a lot of players of Stalwart. Scry is still alive, though. The final glimmer of hope, and Pika is trying to crawl back to Scry. The signature M416 in the hands of Scry to clutch it out. But again, is he going to be able to do it or not? Only time will answer such question. DRS right next to the players to Stalwart Esports. Pika is back up on his feet. A lot of pressure can be felt, Plotter.
Definitely a lot of audio cues also being given away to the players of DRS, as Rules OG is being so very quiet in that position. But look at this cheeky play coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. They've got the smoke working for them. They've got a small little area right there between, of course, the blue zone and the safety net of the zone itself that they are using to their advantage with the smoke working for them. But DRS Rules OG, as I was talking about it, he's got the auditory cues. He knows exactly that there are a few players around in that area, but he himself does not really have a lot lot to work with. He is also going to be stuck. Now, this is what these urban finishes bring it down to. You know, the TPP giving you that perspective helped you out before you give away your information and where you're at. But right now, it seems like DRS Delta and Rules will be stopping Stalwart in their tracks.
Exactly, they're just picking these players apart. Rules is taking a lot of damage now, only to try and back out. But again, Rules might just be knocked out because of the play zone. Rules will need to heal on up as quick as possible. The DPS in the hands of Pika. And this is something that cannot be challenged in close ranges. Rules just waltz outside the building. And is also able to patch himself up. Pika heard the footsteps. And Pika knows the player is right outside. But Nima, what a great nade. That's a Kobe. Knocks out Jigsaw. And Zigsaw knocked out. The Grounders down to one last man alive too. Another nade will seal the deal. And Skylightz Gaming, they're looking pretty strong for now.
Well, definitely, we've got 4 teams remaining. One player from the side of the Grounders is going to be Shaptar. We've got Pika trying to make a deliverable blow, but not going to be allowed to do so, as the 2 players advantage from DRS is going to be eliminating Stalwart in their tracks. 3 teams remaining. One final player from the side of the Grounders, but Skylightz Gaming have it all that they needed for this game to be theirs. And this is the moment that Gelson and the likes were waiting for, as it has turned down to a 2v1 situation, and Skylightz Gaming's together, these 2 players can be the end for Shaptar.
Oh, the nade's going to be tossed in, but that's not going to be enough. Shapatar moves away in the nick of time, but he's also taken a lot of damage from the Wall of Death. And there you go. Shapatar will crumble down on his knees. He will be cracked open. And Skylightz Gaming finally getting a chicken dinner on the final day of Game 2. And this is something Skylightz Gaming desperately needed. We had a conversation about this. I had a conversation about this with Johnny, saying what is going wrong with Skylightz Gaming, but it seems like they've made their presence felt again.
They definitely have. They had the numbers advantage as they jumped into those final moments of the game and the zones, but slowly but surely their numbers would dwindle down. But hey, they did not let that shatter their approach in this game and just kept on retaining the information, and finally were able to bring in a lot of damage and take that chicken dinner for themselves. Incredible turn of events for Skylightz Gaming indeed. But with that done and dusted, we are going to go on a short little break, after which of course are going to be the stats for this upcoming game and what we can expect. But yeah, stick around, we're going to be right back. Hello and welcome to the final day right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Day number 4, second game done and dusted, 4 games remaining. But Johnny, Skylightz Gaming definitely jumping into action this game on the map of Miramar, taking that chicken dinner with a stormy play. What are you going to say about that?
I mean, who would have thought this is how the last day is going to go? Skylightz Gaming definitely a brilliant job in the previous match, but now it makes us wonder, is this a little too late? I mean, they were not looking quite solid in the early days of the tournament, but in the last day, they definitely deliver on the expectations that the fans have been holding on to since day number 1, since match number 1. But we do also have the MVP of the game in front of us, and it is DRS's Delta sitting there on the top as far as individual performances in the games are considered.
And this is rightfully given to Delta as well, because of the way he was able to stop and utilize his information and position as well against the players of Stalwart, and definitely just getting all of those informations converted into knocks and points for himself and his team. 3 knocks, 4 eliminations in total, along with, of course, 3 assists is a massive play coming in from the dude. But alongside that, his teammate Rules is not that far behind, sitting on the second in the top players list. We do have him with 3 eliminations and 833 damage. But after that, Esports is Leo, the Grounders Zigsaw, as well as Nima coming in from Skylightz Gaming. I mean, yeah, each and every single player right here in the top players list had an incredible play, and each and every single one has a clip that clearly showcases why they're here.
I mean, definitely. All these individuals were definitely quite incredible and quite important for their teams as well, with the performance that they've had in this particular match. And also, this Miramar was very dragged out till the very end, till the last minute. It was quite intense, especially, I mean, with these urban area finishes. It does happen quite a lot of the times where in the mid-game stages, you see teams fall down, teams make mistakes and get taken out so early. But this time, that wasn't the case.
It definitely wasn't the case indeed, and that is something that I wasn't able to discuss much of in detail with Necro, but hopefully we will during the next game, because when it comes down to these urban finishes, one thing that is always going to be key factor is, you know, the TPP angle gives you that third perspective, right? And that third eye always gives you an advantage without you letting your body be or pixel be known to the other opponent. You already have the information, and that just slows down the pace of those fights, I think.
Well, definitely. But looking at the standings of this game, we do have Skylightz Gaming sitting on top with 25 points to their name. And along with that, Stalwart Esports right there on the 4th position. I think just trying their level best to make up for the points that they lost in the previous matchup. But in this particular game, it was a little bit interesting to see T2K sort of just stumble down ever so slightly. And I think Stalwart Esports would have utilized that opportunity to grab a few extra points. In fact, they did that quite nicely.
They did, dude. That is so true. But if only the zone would have gone towards the side of the eastern front, towards T2K, they were sitting on top of that ridge. But before we talk about all of those, we shall have to skim through the Oppo F21 Pro moments right here, as this is where the onslaught was brought to the face of Skylightz Gaming from Regicide, but Skylightz Gaming recuperated very quickly and swiftly, and then completely stopped Regicide one by one.
I mean, yeah, it was quite incredible, and it was something that they had to react to very, very quickly. But also, Regicide, a little bit of a blunder by the players of just being too far away from each other. No backup, no cover fire for any of the lads, and DRS were doing pretty incredible in just isolating everything and just making sure that in those early fights, they did have a comfortable position of getting those points.
They did so perfectly as well, so mentioned by you, and this also was a point where we did see Stalwart Esports just stop T2K as that rotation was being made from them, but Skylightz Gaming, now this is the moment where again we had this perfect opportunity from the side of this team, as the numbers advantage was working for them. The area that they were jumping in through from the eastern side of the zone was absolutely non-contested, and they utilized it so perfectly for their side, but not before, of course, we saw some limelight action coming in from the side of course, DRS and the other teams.
Well, definitely. And DRS, again, a very well thought out game for them as well. But in the end, it was Skylightz Gaming who did a pretty brilliant job of pacing themselves, of being patient. And when their moment came, they did not miss to hit the marker. We do have the damage histogram on our screens. And as you guys can clearly see, Skylightz Gaming, phenomenal. DRS, a brilliant run by them. But again, as it is always the scenario with these urban circles, everyone, and especially on Miramar, everyone gets an opportunity to fight, everyone gets an opportunity to make that their presence felt, but only some of the teams will rise up to the occasion. For someone to win, someone has to take a loss, and this time, unfortunately, it was, again, a few of the names that we were looking for them to be a little bit more consistent. T2K, just 3 eliminations coming in with 501 damage. Then there's I8 with just 1 elimination. JyanMaara also just walking away empty-handed from this particular match.
Hey, but you know what? One team that I really want to bring up in terms of having a wonderful, wonderful day, or rather start to the day, is going to be the side of Phantom Esports, as they were able to walk away with 6 eliminations of their own. And as so perfectly mentioned by you, I mean, you got to take those fights to the face of your opponents, and that is exactly what we saw Phantom Esports do again and again. But right now, they've got the overall rank as this storyboard on our screens, and as was predicted, Stalwart Esports, they gave a little bit of a hope, but then just completely boosted their points up again, and the lead has been created once more in favor of that team.
I mean, it was 9 points before this, now it's 15. Exactly. They've added additional points to that advantage, and Train to Kill, I mean, they're going to be biting their nails, trying to figure out how do we take the first position away. I definitely thought in this particular game, Train to Kill had the perfect opportunity to just topple over Stalwart Esports and be on the first position from here on out. But hey, they still have more options, they still have more opportunities in a few short moments. But looking at the second page of the rankings, Phantom Esports are moving up slowly and steadily, and that's going to make us celebrity who are going to join us, who will be joining us at the end of the day, very, very happy with that fact.
So true indeed, because after all, I mean, she did predict and wanted to see the side of JyanMaara Esports. And again, the viewers have been on top of this bandwagon since the start of the day, or rather start of not only today, but the entire league itself. And that, of course, is being done wonderfully and graciously from the side of JyanMaara Esports. And that, again, is all that I'm going to talk about, because I do not want to bring in those curses being brought on. That is what we do end up going down towards. But hey, before we get on to that, it is time for us to start predicting, dude. It is time for you to predict what team do you want to see get a chicken dinner, or believe or think could maybe stand a fighting chance to get a chicken dinner in this Erangel.
So Train to Kill are definitely putting up a wonderful fight, and they are doing their level best, but at this moment I think DRS are also looking very deadly. So it's going to be quite hard to sort of... I'm split between the two teams. I mean, no matter who wins one of these two, I mean, I'll go for Train to Kill since they won the first Erangel, so I'll go for them again, hoping this time also they convert. But either of the two, DRS or Train to Kill, whoever wins, they're going to make the top three a lot more intense.
DRS definitely have been doing it perfectly, in fact, in this day. The way that they've played the games, the damage graph certainly quite high compared to all the other teams, and being very close in that proximity as well. But alongside that, when it comes to my prediction, I want to be going with the I8, and I want to see what sort of a player they bring in, because they haven't had the kind of rush play that we've seen from their side. And that's kind of a little missing as well. So perhaps this Erangel, maybe we can see a little bit of a resurgence from the side of I8. So that's going to be my pick. But now, producer, what do you think, mate? I mean, you were talking about Stalwart the last time around, and they did have a really good game. So, you know, it seems like the curses have turned into a boon blank.
I mean, yeah, predictions have turned into a boom. The teams are having a decent performance, and hey, they're going for Train to Kill, so just helping me out. Thank you so much for that, Blank. I was like, it was tough for me to decide Train to Kill or DRS. Now both of them are here. So, and I8 as well, Bulter. I have to say, I8 have been looking very deadly. They have been very consistent from the second day onwards, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what this game is going to turn out for them. Again, if it's a central circle, then I8, it is guaranteed they're going to do very well for themselves and walk away with a decent number of points.
Absolutely, and with that, viewers joining in, do not forget that, well, first things first, you need to be very careful of where you're joining in from when it comes to that YouTube page. Johnny, go ahead, just explain a little bit about that.
Alrighty, so you have to make sure that you're tuned into PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official broadcasting channel, because if you want to support your teams, if you want to be a part of all that voting thing that's happening during the live broadcast, it is happening today as well. If you want to participate in that, you have to tune into PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's broadcasting channel, their YouTube channel, and then in the chat, go type space, vote space your favorite team's tag, and the votes are counted live during the matches. Whichever team you're voting for, we're going to have a graphic on the screens, and we're going to talk about that. Also, there's the feedback form pinned on the chat to make PUBG Mobile Esports better, where you guys can go, just fill the form out, give your suggestions. What do you feel are the changes that are needed to the esports ecosystem? And, well, we're going to see what we can make happen. But, ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin. Once again, the players on our screens, and that means the plane is going to be up next soon.
It definitely will be, as we go back to the OG map of Erangel this time around. These teams, again, those numbers, mates, those numbers are going down. We've got 2 matches done. This is going to be the 3rd game of the day. 6 matches in total to be played. And the team sitting on the bottom half of that leaderboard are trying their level best, are bringing in a very dominating play. We did see the side of TUF High Voltage take on that aggressive stance in the previous game as well. But this time around, what side will we be looking at dominating for the side of our flight path? We are looking at a comfortable dissection of the map coming in from the northwestern front, from Georgia Pole. It goes all the way down towards the east, southeast. That's going to be nowhere up north. So a lot of these teams that are going to be able to actually go down to their comfortable drop locations and positions. But again, I mean, for the side of 52x Rage, they're going to maybe change, maybe not. I don't know, because from day 1 all the way down to day 4, 52x Rage has been missing from that high octane playstyle that they started the entire league with, as we compare them to right now today on day 4, game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 52x rage, we were expecting something else, but unfortunate for them, they're not having too great of time in the lobby right now. But looking at the plane's trajectory, as you were talking about a few of the teams being happy, Blotter, I think we all know which team is going to be happiest of the bunch. Stalwart Esports, since the trajectory of the plane is right over Nova Repnoy. But look at that, I8 once again starting off from Pachinki. Now, there's just one thing that they will be waiting for, and that is to see where the circle will be. It is going to make or break their game plan, and the central part of the map. It is going to be there, but for how long, since quite a decent amount of the military island is also inside the zone right now. So it can, if the circle moves towards the south, then it can change everything for I8 and the teams that are going to prioritize the central positions inside of the game.
Steel Esports is what I was looking at, but before we do, we've got Freestyles at home bringing in that aggressive play and stance, of course, against the dropping player of the Grounders. That's going to be Mr. Black. Trying his level best, of course, but sadly not being able to get even a single bullet onto the opponent. But yeah, going back to what I was looking at when it comes down to the drop locations as well, we've got Steel Esports' Demo, the only man, the only player who has gone down to the military base, whereas all the rest of the teammates have actually stuck to the main island. So we might be looking at a bridge setup coming in from the side of Steel Esports, but again, this is a bit too early to predict any of that. For now, what we know for a fact, the way the game has started off, it is going to be an aggressive play from the side of these teams. But hey, Johnny did mention, when you talk about that map, rather the zone on the map itself is set up in such a way that it could maybe go north, it could probably go south, or just completely falter down into the center towards those fjords as well. So a lot of opportunity and possibility for the zone to make a curveball shift, but in all of those above mentioned scenarios, I8 is definitely looking confident.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite comfortable for a long time in this matchup. They are completely isolated in Pachinki. There are massive cluster of teams towards their north, towards their west, and there's a lot of distance between the cluster towards their east. So they are going to be very comfortable. And as you were talking about Steel Esports towards that military bridge, it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly which team they will be interacting with first. It is going to be very fun to see how that fight is going to happen. And also along with Stalwart Esports, I want to bring them into the conversation as well, because usually we do see Regicide move a little bit towards farm, but this time they have completely gone ahead and displaced the players of DRS from Milta City. This changes the way DRS is going to approach the game, and this might just change how Stalwart will have to approach the Nova Repnoy Bridge situation.
That is so true, so very eagerly pointed out as well. And Stalwart Esports we've seen time and time again go down to that Nova Repnoy, all right, no problem at all. But it's then the rotation that they end up choosing, which is majority of the times the Nova Repnoy Bridge. But this time around, they have an option. They have an option to either go down from that route or take the bridge action against Steel Esports. So a tough luck situation for the side of Stalwart, but we shall have a keen eye set up for the later half of the game as to what rotation will they be taken. As of now, when it comes down to the early drops and contestations, we don't really have a lot of those taking place as of now. No first blood situations, at least around the horizon. We're already 5 minutes in, wherein, if at all there are early contestations, I mean, in the first 2 minutes itself, we've actually seen the lobby be so aggressive that the first 3 minutes and a team's already gotten eliminated. So day number for the final day, it seems like the teams are going to be playing it a bit more safe, at least on the OG map of Erangel.
Let's see. A lot of peace and calm on the map right now. No action anywhere. Quite comfortable drops for all the 16 teams involved in this lobby, and the circle hasn't gone to any extremes. So I believe this is going to continue for the next 5 minutes until we will be forced, the teams will be forced to move a little bit closer to each other, and I want to see what the next few shifts of the zone are going to be like. The Phantom Esports, look at them. They are the first ones to try and see if they can take control of the center of the zone, but it's not going to be easy. Right now in the middle of Pachinki and, well, the military bridge, kind of in the farm, the pancake drop location, but to play from there, it's going to be very intense to see if anyone will try and challenge them in a position like that. is smack in the center of the circle. Since they are early, they will be able to find a lot of good cover, just completely isolated and completely empty. So it's going to be quite easy for them to take control of that. From there on out, how are they going to approach the later stages? That becomes an interesting question.
That becomes the critical one indeed for the side of this team. But again, as so perfectly said, it is going to have to wait another few more minutes before we can have a look at that. On our screens, of course, is going to be the side of Skylightz Gaming at JyanMaara, and they are almost about 500 meters away from the zone, so pretty A-okay as of now. But right south of that location of JyanMaara is going to be the spread out team of JyanMaara. Now, JyanMaara, they have had a phenomenal run. Nothing taken away from the play because they're sitting on that 4th spot with 195 points. Now, this game maybe could be the one that could bring in a different play and an aggressive stance from the side of JyanMaara as well. But hey, I mean, whatever team that we move on down towards, that's exactly what I'm going to be saying for every single team, because each and every single one of them have had that sort of a play. I mean, all the way from freestyle, you talk about the grounders, 52x Rage, I mean, Phantom Esports for that matter, as well as, of course, IHC. They've all had some phenomenal plays, but it's not just those phenomenal plays that you have to keep an eye out towards. It's more about the consistent plays that's going to make you stand out in the lobby, and that is where Stalwart have made a mark. T2K are on a climb to something higher than Mount Everest from the way that they've been playing. And the real soldiers, I mean, they're making it large as well now.
Yeah, I mean, they are living at large right now, but let's see for how long will they be able to survive. Stalwart Esports finally have decided to cross over to the main island, and in fact are just going to move in quite close to the players of the Regicide. So, Scry, will he be able to spot these lads out in the open, just moving around, and relay that information to the rest of his teammates that are going to be moving in on the same position in a few short moments? Well, Pika is going to be the first one to join Scry action and top on their way as well. Teams from the north, 3-2K, are going to be moving in. Well, right now they are headed towards that Georgiapol Hill Bridge, and from there, if they manage to cross safely and move inside of the zone, then it's going to be very, very crucial for them to decide what their edge-to-edge rotations are going to be like from there on out.
Looking at the positioning of Seal Esports, they are keeping a keen eye towards that bridge. And that Ferry Pier Bridge is going to be theirs for the taking. Along with that, when it comes to the zone itself, they are in a very wonderful position, because if at all the zone does not throw a curveball and has a generic shift on itself, Seal Esports are still looking like a very confident bunch in that spot. But alongside that, now we've got JyanMaara, who have also jumped into that exact same position, where we did see a couple of minutes ago the side of Phantom Esports make a rotation. The team that is in the center with the dark yellow is the team of Phantom Esports. So they are in a compound. They are pretty safe for now, but as you look at all these colors making a shift in towards the center, things are getting a little too chaotic, a little too hodgepodge of a mess. That will be the center of the zone for now.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy to hold on to that spot. But oh, look at this. So Stalwart Esports moving from quite close to where Insane is right now. Pika just trying to provide some suppressing fire for his teammate to allow them safe rotation and just force Insane to take a step back. But on the other side, Deadeyes Guys trying to move towards the church right next to Pachinki, have been spotted out by the players of TUF. Few shot fired, few connect, but no knock secured.
Well. Teams have gotten the information, as so many of those colors we did see moving around and towards the center of the zone. They have given away some information as well. Pika trying his level best to bring in the bolt to the head of his opponents. Not able to deliver that sort of a marker right now against the players of Regicide. But hey, going back to the team that we were talking about as the game started off, it was Phantom Esports, a team that has gotten a decent placement in the zone, pretty much in the center, safety net of the compound. The spread coming in from the side of the lot is also looking wonderful, because they've got a lot of information, actually 360 around that compound. That is going to be just the perfect roll. That is only till the time the zone does not give them a hard shift and a curveball against their position.
Let's see what is going to happen in a few short moments, as Aram from the side of Freestyle does manage to secure a knock against the players of 52x Rage, but it's going to be very difficult for them to make this push work. If they do actually decide to go for it, there's a little bit of a distance between where the players of Freestyle are and where the players of 52 X-Rays are holding on to their position. So by the time they close in, the revive would have happened, plus the players of 52 X-Rays will have lined up on those angles from where it's going to be quite easy for them to stop the opposition. On the other side, though, we did see DRS go for an attempt to try and dish out a little bit of damage on the players of Skylightz Gaming, but hey, it backfired. DRS got one of their own knocked out. Now they will have to reset, go for a revive, and then reassess the situation with exactly trying to figure out how they can approach this fight. AJ is out in the open. I think he's going to be the best chance, the best man they can take down. And AJ has, in fact, been quite a key player for Skylightz Gaming. So if he goes down in a position like that, then maybe DRS will have an advantage once they actually are forced to push, because they are going to be in the blue from now on.
Absolutely, that is indeed true. For now, of course, we do see the players of DRS from the northern side of the zone, slowly but surely in the color of light blue, making their entry into the zone itself. But Skylightz Gaming, as was mentioned by Varun right now, has also gotten the information against the positioning of DRS, so a tough luck situation for both of those teams. But on the other front, I have not yet seen, I mean, they've been pretty much in the center of that zone since a very, very long time, but they haven't really come across in any of these fights, so I guess they're playing it safe as well. But not for long, mate, because we've got the zone closing in another 5 seconds, and this is the shift that will dictate where the fights and where the teams are going to be pushing towards. For now, 52 X-Rage on our screen, of course, have gotten the information that there is a team right in front of them in the compound. That's going to be the Grounders, but again, for now, none of those shots connecting apart from just those vehicles and the tires getting bursted. So that also, again, can throw a little bit of an ink against the players of the Grounders, because their vehicle being damaged will mean they will not be able to have a clean sheet, clean move away and into the safety of the zone. For now, as the zone was getting shifted, the zone has moved away from the place that the Grounders find themselves. And same is the case for 52 X-Rage as well.
Well, but let's see, as you mentioned, the Grounders and 52 X-Rage, I think the situation is still under control of both the teams. But again, transitioning to the mid-game stages from here on out, it's just going to make the situations more and more intense for all of these lads inside of the lobby. 13 minutes in, and just one of the players has been picked up. It was just TUF losing out on one of their teammates. Everyone else, all 63 lads, are still alive and doing really well for themselves inside of the game. Oh, I spoke too soon. 2 trades, 1 lad demo from the side of Stalwart Esports getting knocked and finished. And the elimination has been picked out by the players from Freestyle. On the other side, the Grounders also lose out on Zigsaw, but they are in a position from where a revive should not be too difficult for them to pull off.
Definitely not. It is not going to be any problem or any hiccups at all for the side of the Grounders to be able to get that revival. And along with that, when it comes down to the rotation that they were making, it seems to have successfully worked out for their side. But as we moved on back to this angle of Pachinki, I was thinking to myself, where is I8? I8 were there all by their lonesome, but now they're gone. They are pretty much scattered. Not entirely sure what's going on with their approach to the game. But hey, talking about other teams that know exactly what they want from this game, that is destruction, mayhem, chaos, and that's all being brought on from the side of TDK as well as the side of 52 X-Rage. But both these teams are in the open, and seems like the question I was asking has been answered, as both these teams' rotations are going to be going exactly towards the placement of I8.
Well, but let's see. I8, they did in fact abandon this position, this city, quite a while ago, so nothing for them to fear. But on the other side, it seems like 52 X-Rage have turned their crosshairs towards I8 and are looking to challenge this hill that is currently under their control. Blade and Uzum, they were trying to block Daku and finally have decided to back off Daku as well, since his teammates are outside the edge of the circle and are trying to line up shots on the lads of I8. He needs to pace himself, so he was also not proactively over-aggressing in that situation.
Dude, look at JyanMaara. JyanMaara are in the center of the zone with the compounds, with the two-man split. JyanMaara have everything working for their side. Of course, that means they are going to have to rely on where the zone is going to be shifting. But looking on to I8 and the way that they were able to hold down that hill for themselves, now it's time for conversions, mates. Now it's time for Crypto Blade to bring up that onslaught against the players of 52X Rage and take on some key points right here, right now. And it seems like Ghost coming in to help the entire cause is going to give the numbers advantage towards the players of I8, but will that be enough? On the other front, we did just see Shopthar go down from the side of the grounders thanks to the blue zone as they tried to make that rotation. Now here, 52X Rage against the players of I8, the numbers advantage are definitely working in this team's favor. They just need to get those utilities on point, but behind, of course, the grounders is still around in the vicinity.
Well, let's see. 52X Rays, they've closed in quite a lot of distance against I8, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how that fight goes. But what? DUF, what just happened? Deadeyes Guys just destroy them in seconds. DUF just getting blown to bits and pieces, the entire team out of the lobby in a matter of seconds, but I8 might be next as Uzun has been taken down. Daku, an easy finish in his hands. The remaining 3 players from the side of I8, they're trying their level best to back off, but 52X Rage, will they allow this to happen? Crypto has gone for a flank. Blade, along with his teammate Ghost, they are trying to hold this this mountain, this hill from the high ground, but it's not going to be easy. And 52X Rage, look at that. They use the initial fight as a distraction and have, in fact, out-rotated I8 for an advantage towards the edge of the circle.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I do want to say I8 have gotten too much very into their head and their thoughts, and that is where that fight was taken away from them. But hey, 52X Rage did make that rotation away from that position, but I guess not for long as they got in the open and they have been caught out thanks to JyanMaara, and JyanMaara is still not yet done as they take on the onslaught. But moving away from all of that, 52X Rage get eliminated. We've got the side of Phantom Esports, Slipknot right now, taking a few shots against the players and rotation being made from the side of I8 as well, as now we are jumping into the chaotic mess of the battleground. 14 teams remaining. High Voltage Assassin takes down T2K.
Well, Train to Kill. They're going to be quite upset about that. It's going to be quite important for them to secure a lot of points in this game and just move closer to Stalwart Esports. Not a lot of difference again. It was 15 points at the start of the game. Now it's 14 points. But look at this. High Voltage is running towards Train to Kill. Assassin is going to be quite close to Syogen. Oh my goodness. What just happened? Sandesh all of a sudden finds himself as his last solo survivor for his team in a very, very tough spot. All right, there are 2 players surviving from the side of Train to Kill, but not anymore. And Sandesh, a lot of pressure on him, barely left with any HP. A massive push coming in from the side of High Voltage, and Train to Kill had to pay a price for that. High Voltage, they did not really care what was going to happen to them.
And then comes in JyanMaara, just easily skimming through the entire lobby, one team after the next. They bring down Sandesh, they bring down the players of FS, and JyanMaara are definitely utilizing the position that they're in right now. We do have Phantom Esports, all 4 players, and they are definitely looking like they've got a lot of hurt in their minds against the players of I8, as I8 made that rotation known. The team of Phantom Esports just came on live and into the action, but right now it is I8 that I'm a little worried about, because they are, well, the only smoke walls and the vehicles, that's all that they've got to cover. And right next to their position is going to be the players of Deadeyes as well. So a tough position for the side of I8 to be in. But hey, that's not the only team, because in these moments of the game, every other team that you fall back on towards have a third-party situation going against them.
Well, let's see what the end result is going to look like. 12 teams, 44 players still surviving. IHC stuck in a dip. One nade after another from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And IC is going to be back on his knees. Now he's trying to crawl towards Alex to get a revive going. Godless has lost a little bit of HP on him as well. But he climbs that ridge without any fear in his eyes and is looking to see if he can pull his team out of this tough situation. Phantom Esports taking a massive beating from the players of I8. Crypto was able to secure a knock and a finish, and Slipknot is going to be taken care of as well. I8 go on and eliminate the entirety of Phantom Esports, securing a few extra points for themselves from that very impressive, very quick team fight.
Very wonderfully played indeed from the side of I8, but now they have to be careful because there was the side of Freestyle also jumping into that position. But hey, seems like I8 know exactly what they're up against and what they are going to be able to do to stop the opponent team. And in doing so, I8 will be eliminating the side of Phantom Esports, where a couple of seconds ago I would have said Phantom Esports should and definitely will get those killing points against the players of I8. But I8 were just a little too quick, a little too resilient to give that away. But JyanMaara, this is the team that's been the most cheekiest of them all, because they have been running for the center of the zones in the past 2 shifts and they have found it very comfortably, and right now they're definitely bringing in a lot of hurt with the 5 eliminations converted and working towards the 6th. But I8, again, I mean, just a 3-man squad, they are not that far behind.
Yeah, they're not too far behind, not too shabby of a run in this particular game. Let's see what is going to happen. For now, the Seal Esports' Leo is on our screen, just struggling to survive the assault from the players of Freestyle. Now, this one is not going to be easy. He's been surrounded from every direction, but Skylightz Gaming on the other side go ahead and are successfully able to eliminate the Grounders from this matchup. Galton was knocked out along with one of his other teammates, but AJ is quite close to them, and a revive is going to be a very real possibility. But hey, revives, they are going to have to wait, but because as of now, it just seems like it's just the point of securing extra points that is the main priority for the players of Skylightz Gaming now. Stalwart Esports, this is their moment to shine, this is their moment to secure extra points and gain an advantage against the rest of the competition, and they are doing a pretty brilliant job. But the last 2 players surviving with just 2 eliminations in their hands, they will have to make sure that they at least at minimum end up finishing within the top 5 for an actual real advantage at the end of this match and on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely. Not looking like an easy fight for both of these teams, actually, because you look on towards the side of Skylightz Gaming, we've got AJ already knocked down. We've got 2 players surviving. That is going to be Nima as well as, of course, Mafia Ninja. But now these 2 players, as they take on the fights, look on to the mini-map. We've got the Edge that is taken in charge and control from the side of JyanMaara, and those players are also looking on to the fights that are taking place right here. And it's going to be Stalwart Stop along with Action, who are going to be able to deliver some punches to the place where Skylightz Gaming were looking good in terms of the numbers advantage, but it has been taken away, stolen away from their side. And not only that, it is also going to be bye-bye and elimination to the side of Skylightz Gaming, with 6 teams remaining. Top and Action still standing tall in this fight, but now they've got a humongous task of getting away from that position into the zone. And now we have it, the dormant lads of JyanMaara, who were keeping a keen eye towards, or ear towards, the player positioning of Stalwart, have actually resilient, but it seems like that is not going to be enough. That is definitely not going to be enough, because Stalwart will be able to make a rotation, and I8 are the ones who are helping in all of this.
Well, let's see. It's an absolute bloodbath in this battlefield on Erangel right now. And with that, I8 Esports are going to be eliminated from this match as well. Now it's going to be all in the hands of JyanMaara, but they lose out on Gunner. Deadeyes Guys in a perfect position to secure this win, but they are losing out on their players as well, as IC from the side of IHC is going to step in and take down one of the players from the side of the Deadeyes Guys, smack in the center in that watchtower. Quite an interesting scenario building in front of us right now. JyanMaara, they have a decent position inside the zone, but they will also have to deal with the pressure of the team in front of them. If the zone moves away from their position, and it's not going to be easy for them to pull it off. Seal Baron in the back lines can definitely prove to be an important game changer, wild card of sorts, but he has been spotted out by Susan, and Snipe Whitey, in fact, is actually going to be the man that ends up securing that finish.
Well, again, this watchtower definitely being the last true cause for Deadeyes to be able to hold on for a few minutes longer, because they are a 2-man squad against the 4-man army off the side of JyanMaara. But along with all of that, as we can see, we've got 3 teams standing. That means that there is that one other team, and that is going to be none other than IHC. Just a 1-man squad from IHC. And look at that zone shift. Look at that curveball. Look at where it has been gone. Well, JyanMaara, they are going to be very, very happy with the way the zone has just landed in their laps, and now it is Deadeyes and IHC who are going to have to try and capitalize on this fight out in the open.
Well, but let's see, as you mentioned, JyanMaara, they're going to be the happiest bunch in this matchup right now. Top 3 teams, 2 players remaining from the side of Deadeyes Guys, 1 from the side of IHC, and then there are the four Titans from the side of JyanMaara. I see all he's thinking about is just surviving. He's just hoping that he doesn't end up giving away his points to either of these teams, and hoping that JyanMaara, well, they deal with Deadeyes Guys a little bit soon, a little bit quicker, and he gets those additional 2 points for being inside of the top 2. Utility being lobbed towards him. I wonder how many heals does he have?
Indeed, mate. I mean, he's just waiting. He's just hoping that the side of JyanMaara just pushes on along and takes on the players of Deadeyes Guys. For now, 4 is the number to the question that you raised for Icy. But again, will that number be enough? Looking at the utilities that he's got, looking pretty comfortable, dude. I mean, with level 3 kit all to himself, looking very confident, but seems like this opening is going to come in a bit too late, as the number of fields is just not enough. But JyanMaara's gunner has pushed on along with his DP, and just one player surviving from the side of Deadeyes Guys. True Love Sir is out in the Molotov, and this is actually going to allow IHC's Icy to jump on to the 2nd position. But hey, nothing taken away from the fight that JyanMaara did participate in from the middle of this entire match itself, because the numbers, the rotation, all of that working in the favor of JyanMaara, resulting in them getting a chicken dinner with 13 eliminations, 28 points in total overall on the 3rd spot.
Well, it was an impressive finish from the players of JyanMaara, but they will have to keep this going if they want to regain their spot within the top 2, and well, not a whole lot of opportunities left for them to make it happen. Just 3 more matches to go after this, and after those 3 games, the final results will be on our screens. But again, as you mentioned, Blotter, this was in fact a very, very brilliant game from the players of JyanMaara. They did a phenomenal job.
They definitely did. He utilized all of the perfect key moments, and of course, as soon as, I mean, I saw them on the map feed as well. As soon as the zone shifts, they're like, all right, you know what, disengage, disengage, disengage. We got to run for the center of the zone, and they do so, and then again, they start dominating. But yeah, a lot more conversation on the other side of this short little break. Stick around.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in Pakistan as well now. So winner, grab yourselves the chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an intense day we are having. Necro, what are your thoughts on the previous game and JyanMaara's run in it?
I mean, let me tell you what, intense day indeed, and JyanMaara's run, I mean, they are currently in the top 3, right? And JyanMaara will need to put on some consistent performance, just like how they did in the previous game. Now, JyanMaara somewhere down the line in the past couple of days, or I would say after the day 1, JyanMaara seemed kind of like, I mean, they had those consistent points, but we did not really see them in the chicken dinner aspect. But now, finally, as JyanMaara is back in just a dominating fashion, I want to see this keep on moving on onwards.
Well, yeah, we would love to see them continue this form. I was hoping this is the form that the team would actually retain, because their day 1 run was very, very incredible. JyanMaara were doing a phenomenal job, and then there was a drop on day 2 and day 3. That is when I8 and DRS were able to catch up to them, and Stalwart Esports was able to move further ahead. But JyanMaara, it looks like they're back in their old way, in their winning ways, and it is going to be important to keep this going. Maybe they can break it into the top 2, and if Stalwart Esports keep on slipping up in the next 3 games, JyanMaara will have an opportunity to actually take the first position away, depending on how consistent they can be in the next 3 matches. But looking at the match summary right now, Snipe, Whitey, and Susan ruling the charts as far as the eliminations, damage, and the assists are considered inside of this lobby.
Exactly, and now you can see Snipe YT is just all over the place. I mean, I still remember this, man. One of the most OG players out there, and JyanMaara has done a phenomenal decision picking this lad up in their roster. On the other hand, we have Susan as well coming up with highest assist, and then IT as well. Somewhere down the line on day 3, IT have realized that the void is quite deep to fill, and IT are doing a great job so far. As I said, IT were in top 8 at the start of the day, and IT are slowly and steadily climbing up.
Well, slowly and steadily they have started to move forward, but again, the difference between them and where they would like to be, it is pretty massive. So it's going to be very tough to predict or tell exactly where will IHC end up at the end of the day. But I mean, it is definitely a wonderful, wonderful performance, a wonderful run that IHC have finally started to showcase. And I just hope that situation was like this from the beginning, because it would have been very interesting to see if IHC would have contended for the trophy since the get-go. But again, it's glad to see the lads have returned to their old form and are just being absolutely fearless inside of the match now. And moving forward into the next map, what are your thoughts on which teams are going to be looking to try and walk away with the chicken dinner in the next map?
Oh, this is going to be... I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
This will be a bit difficult to make the prediction because, again, we're going to be moving on over inside Sanhok. And, Johnny, I'm not going to lie. Sanhok is something that sometimes brings in a lot of randomness, especially those circle. Whichever team is being favored by the zone, that team's going to be taking it. And you know what? Just to add on a little bit of more fun, I'm going to go with Deadeyes Guys.
Alrighty, Deadeyes Guys is going to be Necro's pick as far as prediction are considered. We're going to let production know about that a little bit later when the predictions are actually... A prediction is going to be put on the screen by production in a short while. But for now, it's time for us to look at team path to zone for JyanMaara. And again, they always, again, are one of those teams that do like to have their own space, their own widespread area in the early stage of the match. So we do see them dropping towards Prison Mansion and Povka. But that... mid-game rotation was quite critical, and from there on out it just became about where the zone was going to be, and JyanMaara from that third circle onwards were in fact doing a pretty phenomenal job of holding on to their strongholds inside of the zones.
I mean, that's a great capitalization from their side, I'm not going to lie, because JyanMaara, again, is one of those teams, right? We've always been eyeing out for this team, and considering the fact that they realized that the plane flap had to start it all the way from the left side, so there's going to be high chance that none of those teams are going to be going towards Prison, nor Mansion, nor Lipovka, and that's what they capitalized on, and they actually got themselves those spots easily, and then were able to wrap up a lot of loot too. And then the circle as well sort of favored them. The circle moved on the right side of the map, as JyanMaara were already in a great shoes.
Yeah, I mean, they were already in a pretty great position, as you mentioned, and they made sure that they did not lose that for so long. And as soon as the game sort of transitioned to the final few moments, it felt like only Deadeyes Guys stood a chance of taking down the players of JyanMaara, but that additional added pressure from the players of IHC from the back sort of forced Deadeyes Guys to make a few mistakes here and there, lose out on 2 of their players, and then just completely hand the game over to the players of JyanMaara. But hey, we're going to witness all of this once again as we move forward to the Oppo F21 moments of this particular match.
Exactly, as you do take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments and look at that. Turbo Love, what a spray coming out from his side, right? I mean, they were able to kick things off well inside the Pachinki area, and then Seal 2 had quite a decent run, but the Grounders were able to counter that easily. Ian as well as one of those teams, I thought that maybe in the Miramar map they will be able to do something well, but unfortunately, I'm not going to lie, those urban endings, man, sometimes they can catch you off guard.
Yeah, they can sometimes, in fact, catch you off guard, and it is definitely not going to be easy to get yourself out of those positions. And yeah, TUF, again, we did not witness that during the game, but it made me very curious, like, what happened to the squad? And look at this moment as well. Assassin just being a stealthy assassin.
Exactly, I mean, this is what he's known for, right? And sometimes when you do realize things are not going to be in your hands, and if you're able to hold on and trigger discipline, you might as well just go for it. On the other hand, right here, a great spray, and I'm not going to lie, sometimes these spots, man, imagine you're playing on a little mobile device, right, and you're able to get such kind of an eyes, you're able to spot out even a little pixel. That just amazes me.
It's just incredible to see the way these players move around inside of the game, and as you mentioned, do find those angles, do find those positions and advantages for themselves. It is quite difficult, but hey, they make it happen, and that is why they are here playing against each other, the best of the best, competing for that one prestigious crown, the trophy of being the champions of South Asia. This time, JyanMaara were able to convert a chicken dinner, an amazing winner chicken dinner for themselves. But in the next game, can they make it happen again? The damage, histogram, and again, look at that. As I was saying, the priority that JyanMaara had because of the zone being right on top of them again and again, they made sure it counted, they made sure it mattered. The most damage dished out in the lobby, 2,770 damage dished out, 13 eliminations secure. Now that is a dominating performance.
Exactly. And we'll talk about a dominating performance. I mean, 13 elimination points from the side of JyanMaara. And, I mean, that in itself, look at that. They have the highest tower currently. No one is even anywhere close. And they've already, they were almost about to hit 3,000 damage marker, JyanMaara. They had some of the most incredible games. And I'm not going to lie, it did seem like JyanMaara was sleeping a little bit. But that sort of performance is going to wake them up.
Well, let's see. As you said, it might just wake them up, but will it actually happen? I think that is something that we're going to be waiting for. And in fact, how wide awake are they going to be? What is the final result going to look like? Because again, as we talked about it, they are they did fall a little bit further behind in the early stages. But look at that. Stalwart Esports 270 to kill on the second with 249. And JyanMaara with this game do bring themselves up back into the top 3, 223 points secured.
Exactly, 223 points secured. And then you have 20 kill, yeah, already in the second place. And I'm not going to lie, Stalwart Esports, again, gaining that little cushion they had. They just want to maintain that lead they have over the players that's trying to kill. And on the other hand, trying to kill somewhere down the line. Again, the way Stalwart Esports is able to perform in every single game is just absolutely impressive. But on the other hand, the way trying to kill sometimes does phase out in a couple of games. And this is what it is, right? Sometimes, I mean, trying to kill is a type of team that likes to take things as slow as possible in the early phase of the game. And then later on, they start taking that calculated risk. And sometimes, while taking that calculated risk, the calculations might be wrong sometimes, right? So that's when trying to kill just do kind of phase out and they don't really have a lot of points to end up with.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it is not going to be easy in a situation like that as well, to survive in a situation like that.
Yeah.
Just to keep your head calm and just focus on what needs to be done. But moving on the other side, I mean, in the next map, in Sanhok, definitely a map that has been known to be the most unpredictable with the bunch. It becomes an extra sort of variable that you do have to deal with. And that in turn makes it very difficult to perform. Every single time Sanhok rolls around, it becomes very difficult to predict exactly who will be walking away with the match and with the win. So I'm going to see what Necro has to pick and then decide what I want to go with. Necro, what's your decision going to be?
My decisions.
Yeah.
My decision. Oh boy, IHC. I'm going to lock in and load it. IHC. I want to see them dominate with that DBS. Yo, come on, man.
Yeah, I think, all right, so this is going to be different because I'm going to be agreeing with Necro for once, and I think even I would like to see IHC walk away with the chicken dinner. We have seen them miss out on that for a while now, but again, we want to see that consistent run from this team that has, in fact, in the past showcased how good they are.
All right, Johnny, listen, what do you mean agree for once? Listen, if you'd have agreed with me this whole time, you would have gotten 6 predictions right, all right?
Oh,
this is what happened. You should have agreed with me. Okay? The result of not agreeing with me is 2 predictions right.
How was I supposed to know that you've been working around a little bit extra just behind the scenes and just...
Listen,
you're like that kid in class that does his homework on time and then just shows up and be like, yeah, I didn't work much.
No, that's not the truth, man. I've been praying to PUBG gods every single day. Listen, I've got 2 phones, right? The one that I gave you just a while ago. And the other phone, I keep it right next to the gods. Right, and I pray it every single day. I praise it. I've turned on PUBG on that game, and I keep it right next to the gods. And I always just, you know, pray. I'm like, please help me.
Is there
Please let me get the predictions right every single day. You gotta wake up early in the morning, ladies and gentlemen.
That has to be the gamer's equivalent of a temple, like just a space in the house with mouse, keyboard, your favorite esports athletes, posters just linked up. I'm pretty sure I'm like, yeah, Necro has one. I've seen it in his house.
I've got team logos. So like putting on every single player, all these players are just way too good, right? So I cannot just like have my entire room filled with posters. So I just have team logos, and I'm like, all right, just help me, you know.
And that is a good alternative.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like one team has all the players combined, so that's what it is. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the plane fly path in front of us, starting all the way from left side of the map, and then ending all the way towards Kampong. Johnny. I mean, again, this play and fly path is going to be quite perfect, just dividing the map into two halves, and teams are not going to have any trouble in going to their designated drop spots. But again, we yesterday saw a little drop clash between the players of 52X Rage and Train to Kill. Are we going to see that happen again?
Well, but let's see. I mean,
was that Train to Kill or I8? I think so. That was I8, right? Last
yeah,
time?
it was I8.
Yeah, that was I8. So
Yeah.
Train to Kill and I8. Oh, but look at the circle! Oh, we're up for some cruel games this time.
But look at this. Usually, it has been the case that 52X Rage towards Paradise Resort have, well, been forced to deal with JyanMaara, and again, they're going to be forced to do that. Yesterday on Sanhok, they made sure that they weren't going to drop towards Paradise Resort, but a risky play coming in from 52X Rage, and it's a big risk for them. In fact, for JyanMaara as well to try and approach this fight. If they lose out on this play, if they lose out on this very first squad fight, then all the points that they've accumulated from the previous game, they are going to be nullified.
Talk about things being nullified. I mean, JyanMaara quite close right there, man. I'm not going to lie. Things are going to get quite dicey as the time passes by. And JyanMaara is one of those teams that's right next to 52X Rage currently in the Paradise Resort area. And JyanMaara are quite grouped up. Same thing goes with 52X Rage. They're right next to each other. These two teams do not really want to separate on this early in the game, and makes a lot of sense too. 52X Rage currently on a downslope in the overall rankings, and you don't want that downslope hurting you anytime in the future. Again, JyanMaara, after winning such a crucial game, they're definitely going to be feeling all-time high.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, after winning a game like that, they are going to be feeling quite confident, but they also have to be extremely careful. 52X Rage, definitely a wild card of a squad that has what it takes to turn the worst of the situations around. Day one was pretty incredible from their side, but again, the matches after that, day 2, day number 3 not really working out. Maybe day number 4 is going to be a little bit different, especially this particular map. Sanhok has been quite a big pain point of theirs. And JyanMaara has been one of the reasons that Sanhok never seems to work out for 52X Rage.
Talk about 52X Rage. I mean, oh, that nade! What just happened? It seemed like the nade just dropped down from the tree instead of dropping an apple.
Oh! What is going on in this game? Like, another...
I love it.
Bad positioning play, and Regicide, they're going to have to pay. The first blood secured by the players of Deadeyes Guys, and I believe Regicide might just lose out on one more.
They might just... What's going on? Insane's already knocked out. Deadeyes Guys, I'm not going to lie, I mean, that's my pick right there. And they're already out for blood. And this is exactly what we said, Johnny. The final day, all the teams that are going to be in the latter half of the board, they would realize that this time, it's time for us to amp up the aggression. And they would have to go for those elimination points, and that's what these teams are trying to do, including Regicide. But Deadeyes Guys, they've realized, they've smelt the blood. They know it's Regicide in the front, and Regicide so far, they haven't been able to play that well. So Deadeyes Guys, they want to take advantage of that fact.
Well, let's see, will they be able to apply some extra pressure because of that?
Not a good move.
Well, let's see. Insane is back, but it's going to be a while before he is able to participate in this fight. Vaz just backing off right in the nick of time. And oh, the flank has been taken care of. This is going to be the breaking point for Regicide in the squad fight now. True Love and his teammates, they are going to be quite comfortable moving forward and pushing forward. Vaz is going to be taken care of next, and at the end, Insane is going to be finished off as well.
He is going to be finished off, and look at Waz now, just spraying him down in the front. Almost got the second one down as well. Regicide are giving it all they have, but the problem is the utility and the heals they have. They have nothing to work around with. Insane is still down low. He realizes True Love's quite low, but that's not going to matter. He gets shotted from somewhere else, and it's Stalwart Esports top just stealing the final elimination away.
Well, but let's see.
Wow.
The ground. Oh, no! Running into the Molotov, and now Mr. Black is also burning alive. 3 players knocked out. The ground is so close to getting wiped out. This is not looking good, but Mr. Black going for a revive on his teammate. Zigsaw is closing in on their position as well. Now Extreme has given out, has already started to move forward after healing up. and his teammates are regrouping, recuperating in the back lines. One nade and the grounders, they are going to be done for. Just the final two players left inside of the lobby. Make that 3 as the revive is going to be a success. Zixer is going to be back, but all 3 of the players are grouped up in that one little dip on the cliffside. The jump shots coming in. One knock, second, and the third Propane! Just a brilliant, brilliant superhero landing right in their faces, and well, death from above to the grounders. They are going to be kicked out back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was a great ending as well. Praveen realized all of them are quite low, and he went for the shots, and he did get all of them easily. Just some light work, as the airdrop one's going to be on the board this time, and it's going to be the AUG with a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But again, getting back to the conversation that we were having, Johnny, and yeah, I'm not going to lie, this action is absolutely great. And this is what I always like. You know, I'm a man of aggression, and I love every single team that likes to play aggressive. I'm a huge fan of those teams. For example, IT and Stalwart. I mean, these two teams likes to keep up the pace, and even I8. There's quite a lot of teams in the lobby, right, that prefer the aggression. And I'm not going to lie, that's something that has to be the eye candy for a lot of even viewers.
I mean, definitely, I agree. Who doesn't enjoy seeing these teams fight against each other inside of the game? And I mean, that's the best part, seeing all of these players, the best players from their region with mechanical prowess that you can't even think of pulling off, replicating, and seeing all of them in action. It is just amazing. It is just phenomenal. But this time, again, let's see where the circle is going to go. Which team will the zone be favoring as IHC? I mean, that's quite a decent spot for them towards Hathen. They won't have to move for quite a bit of a while, but Freestyle now, I want to see what their intentions are going to be. They are still towards Kampong, playing quite slow in the early stages of the match.
They indeed are taking things quite slow. But again, as I said, the circle is something that's going to try to play some cruel games. Because again, it's just keeping that mysterious aura. Is it going to be shifting on the left side of the island, or is it going to be going on the right side? What do you think, so Johnny? Where is the circle going to end?
Oh, I hope it just moves again and again towards Camp Alpha. I wanted to go towards the west, and that is just going to make this matchup a lot more fun. There is a massive cluster towards the east, so if the circle moves towards the east, and in fact in the later stages stays on that main island, then majority of the teams won't have a lot of incentive to actually get out of their comfort zone, get out of their covers, and try and take a fight against each other.
Talk about taking fights against each other. I mean, I personally feel like this circle is probably going to be ending right next to the bridge. You see the mouth of the bridge on the near hot inside.
Yep.
It's probably going to end in near that bridge, like right next to the water lines. That's what I think.
Well, even that is going to be super fun to watch if that happens.
Oh yeah, because I'm not going to lie, there's such open grounds right there. You don't even have a lot of cover to play around with. Maybe a couple of boulders and maybe a couple of rocks and stuff to play around with, but maybe a little bit of trees. But you don't have a lot of cover to rely on. So every single move has to be calculated. But on the other hand, talk about calculated moves, I8, they're quite oblivious of the fact that they're actually being eyed out by the players of Seal. Seal know exactly where the players of I8 are, and this is a great trap being set up by the players of Seal. This is a nice booby trap.
Well, it was a trap, but let's see. Seal Esports, they have found the opening. I8 are losing a few of their players. Ghost, he's going to have to switch his weapons, but he will be taken down. I8 now sitting at a massive disadvantage, but nowhere left to go. Blade, he's going to take this fight. Takes down 2. He turns things around. Seal Esports, their plan has backfired, and Blade is a man doing a phenomenal job of keeping his team alive in this one, but he barely has any HP left, and now Wally is going for a hunt. He smells blood, and he wants to take this man down. Blade heals up back to 75 HP, but Wally has 100 on him. It's just going to be that slight differences, but hey, Blade, he managed to connect a few shots. Wally is going to be low now. Blade runs around the rock, and that is a wrap. Blade just going ahead and destroying Seal Esports all by himself. An incredible moment for I8 Esports.
An incredible moment indeed, as JyanMaara now 52x Rager looking at just obliterate, and there you go. Well, the man's just gonna straight up walk inside a trap set up inside the house. JyanMaara playing things as safe and as cautious as possible. And I'm pretty sure Payne hears the movement on the right side of the shack, and he knows what's going on around him. Payne now realizes he's in an enemy territory. He's been invading this territory, and Gunnar and JyanMaara, they're quite jealous of that fact. So Pain is now trying to make sure that he's not giving away any type of sound cues. He's trying to be as sneaky as possible. But 52x Rage, there's no way out of this spot. You guys will need to take this compound in your hands, because if you do try to back out, it's Skylightz Gaming from the back, putting on even more pressure.
Well, let's see. I mean, the pressure is being applied upon them, and Skylightz Gaming, they are getting picked off. 52x Rage managed to secure 2 finishes from that little situation, and they are going to be looking to eliminate a few more players. But oh, look at that top. Sees Yetta from Phantom Esports out in the open and has managed to secure an easy point for himself. Slipknot is going to be taken down by Action. Another point going towards Stalwart Esports. 4 eliminations secured up until now in this match.
4 eliminations out there. Pain's being knocked out as well. The pressure situation on the players of 52x Rage might just make the Mac a little bit discomfort, and also the pressure might just be there. But hopefully 52x Rage don't really crumble down or don't really crack under the pressure, because this is one of those teams that has been cracking under a lot of pressure lately. They're not really able to deal with their mentality, and Faster is all the way in the back. He wants to go for the res on the Fallen Man, but if he decides to cross in the open, that's not going to be a possibility anymore. At 52x Rage now, they're down to a 2-man squad.
Well, but let's see, down to a 2-man roster. What will this team be able to pull off in the mid-game stages now? Stalwart Esports doing a phenomenal job. Train to Kill still a part of the action in this matchup. Let's look at the replay. Seal Esports against I8. They start off the fight quite nicely, but then all of a sudden just blundered it up. And I have to say, it wasn't a blunder, but an outplay from Blade from I8. He was actually just a monster, lining up the players one after the other, just jiggling left and right perfectly, running in and out from behind the cover, and then wasting Wally's time enough for Blade to heal up, step back in the fight, and then just finish off what he started.
Talk about finishing off what he started. Look at that nade. Oh, it could have been close a little bit. Another one tossed in, hoping that maybe this one's going to hit the mark, and it does. Takes down Faster quite low. Faster now is definitely quite uncomfortable. He's trying to move back, and he takes even a bit more damage. No Fear spots him out, but a little too late to react, which is going to give Faster another lifeline. He will patch himself up, and there you go. JyanMaara 2, they smell the blood. And now they want a piece of it as well, as they do get one of the men knocked out. Knight's being knocked out. JyanMaara moving out in the open, took a couple of shots, but it's okay. They still have the manpower available. And TDK all the way for the far fray. They're going to shut down the final man. At 52x Rage, they're going to crumble down.
Well, let's see. 52x Rage. They are going to be dealt with now. 12 teams remaining, 41 players still alive. TUF looking to see if he can at least cause some trouble for the players of Stalwart Esports hiding in that shack. TUF will need to cross the ridge if they want to stay safe for a few extra moments, as a circle is again split between Camp Alpha and the main island, and only just barely a smidge of the main island is inside the zone. Camp Alpha, a lot of surface area for the players to work with, so whoever crossed to Camp Alpha Island is definitely going to have an advantage in a few of the fights that are about to break out.
Stalemate situations. JyanMaara 2. They spotted out Nima, but Gunner's knocked out. No Fear indeed's going to have a bit of pressure onto his backs to get the fallen man back up, but how is that going to be a possibility? That's something No Fear will need to try and find out. Train to Kill is just pinning No Fear down, so No Fear as well. He cannot just leave the compound and go for the res, so at this point No Fear has to let go the fallen man. And that's what exactly is going to happen. And Train to Kill realizes he's all by himself. And what a spray connection coming in from the side of No Fear. No Fear is going to take out one of the men. And now it's all down to Legend in nearby vicinity. But No Fear does not have a lot of breathing space. He's being pinned inside the house.
Well, he has been pinned down for now, but let's see. No Fear, nowhere left to go. Legend, he knows where his opposition is. Train to Kill, have him surrounded from every single direction. Not a lot to do in a situation like these. Again and again, he's trying to see if he can secure that finish of the player he knocked out a few moments ago. but he's getting pushed upon at the same time. Jane and Legends jumping in tandem. Perfect sync right there as they go for a hunt on this last remaining player from the side of JyanMaara. And oh, the shots come in from the flank. Skylightz Gaming, they chime in. Jane is going to be out. Now Legend inside that shack. And Nofia is going to look to apply some additional pressure on these lads from the side of Train to Kill. But he needs to be careful with how he positions himself. Running indoors now. Trying his level best to finish these two players off. It's not going to be easy. Legend hasn't fired out. Nofia with the drop shot finds the knock, and oh my goodness, the tables have turned on the players of Train to Kill. They lose out on two of their key players.
Exactly, flipping the odds against the players of Train to Kill and just playing with his death. He's still able to stay alive for now. No fear. Indeed, this man is inflicting a lot of fear in the players of Train to Kill. Those are the only players left alive too. Johnny and Sioga is now going to decide to back out from this. That's the most mature decision because No Fear is currently looking unstoppable, and also with the help of a bit of help of the players of Skylightz Gaming, he's able to stay alive for now. Edgar, nice 2 little taps, but that's not going to be converting into anything. Just a little bit of damage being chipped away.
Very little damage right there, but Stalwart Esports, how much damage can they inflict on the players of Deadeyes Guys? They know exactly where the opposition is. Also aware of TUF's position, but not too worried about that since Stalwart Esports do have quite a comfortable spot still under their control. Those shacks, they're going to keep them protected for a while now. But as I say, that Action taking a massive hit from DE is going to be forced to run to the corner, heal up, and then try and think about how he wants to engage in that fight.
Talk about engaging in the fight. I mean, TUF so far is quite alive. And I was having a little conversation, right? At this point in time, TUF are like Regicide and even High Voltage. Pretty much the bottom 4 teams. We can just count them out, right? It's going to be quite tough. But again, we don't have like a confirmed chart, like how many teams are going to be moving on forward. So, as we do have the players of ITC. And ITC, they're just eyeing out in the front. One of the players still prone down, and Assassin's all the way on top of the hill right there. As look at the shots taken, Action's quite low, wants to still dish out some damage, but Deadeyes Guys too, they're playing some safe games.
Oh yeah, Deadeyes Guys playing it quite safe, trying to get away. Stalwart Esports Action almost finding a knock, but was unable to spray, spray trace comfortably on that vehicle right there. And again, that little bit of a distraction, allowing the opportunity for DE to make a getaway and then repay the favor to Action by knocking him out. Scry is going to move towards his teammate to go for a revive, but all of a sudden, Stalwart Esports, they find themselves right on the edge of the circle. They will have to think about exactly when they want to move inside of the zone. And, well, before they do, they have to deal with DE on the high ground right in front of them and TUF right behind them.
Exactly, Johnny, and the games are running away too. You're not going to have a lot of opportunities anymore. This is the 4th game of the day, and after this, you're only going to have 2 more games in your hands to try and flip things around. So there's going to be a lot of pressure. And look at this shot. Action just shut down Shifu. A great way to close things out right there on Action, but still Action's alive. And as long as Stalwart Esports have Action up, that's all that's going to matter. Action's helmet, though, is being taken care of, so that means any of the crucial damage on the head is going to be more than enough to take that man out. On the other hand, we have Top. Spots out Edgar, a great spray is going to connect. That little pixel is going to be more than enough for a man like Top, and he's not going to miss those shots.
Well, not going to miss. Definitely trying his level best to see if he can just make the advantage even better for his team, but TUF at this point on, they really are in a very tough position to deal with Stalwart Esports. 2 players knocked out, 2 left. ESP in the backlines is going to be taken care of as well. TUF just crumbling to pieces. Stuck outside the zone for so long. Virus, the last player surviving, is going to try his level best, make a run for the circle, but I don't think that's going to be possible. He has been spotted out. Top jump peeking behind the door, sees the target, and well goes for the shots. Done and dusted. Thank you. Bye-bye. TUF back to the lobby. 10 teams remaining. 30 players still alive.
Exactly. And look at Chari. 2 taps. Was not able to find any kind of connection. So now Stalwart Esports will need to move out in the open. And this is something where Stalwart Esports now will definitely be forced out of their comfort spot. And look at this, Johnny. The circle's about to end pretty close on the right side. And as I said, Johnny, I think so the circle's probably going to end there. What's going on? Why are my circle predictions so correct today? Maybe I should be playing in these lobbies.
When you have been saying you have been praying to the PUBG gods for a while now, so this was bound to happen. But again, I mean, quite an impressive matchup of Sanhok in front of us right now. Everyone is just being so cautious about how they move, but finally Stalwart Esports, that delay in movement towards the zone is going to backfire as Deadeyes Guys do manage to secure one pickup from Stalwart Esports. Top has been spotted out as well. Shifu Sir trying to go for a spray. Well, is going to decide to reload. Stalwart Esports do end up moving a little bit of a distance, and Top finally finding the knock on Shifu.
They have an extreme. Look at that. DRS rules getting taken out. Zell's going to toss a nade on in. This time it's going to be quite close. Oh, it takes out a chunk of HP too, but Wasi unfortunately steps out in the opening. The Molotov, and is also going to fall on top of the flames. Assassin gets knocked out by the fall damage as well. On the other hand, there's so many kills just flying away in the kill feed, and Zell is looking to push on up with the DBS, and this is what I exactly said. I'd see they're just so good with this DBS plays, especially Zell, the man who's wielding it currently. He's not going to be stopped anytime soon. Tyrant is going to be feeling the pressure. He does not want to let the DBS close on in, but he has no other choice. The DBS is already close a lot of distance. I see they're taking a lot of damage. Tyrant is trying to hold things off with Bay, but that's not going to be the case. Tyrant makes sure that IC is paying for what they're doing.
Well, but let's see how far can they take this. Alex, last player surviving, just finishes off the job before getting taken out. Freestyle finally able to deal with the last surviving player from IHC. Finally down to 7 teams, 16 players still alive in the match. And Stalwart Esports, look at that, the domination, it continues. 3 players still left alive, 8 eliminations secured so far in this matchup. And they have managed to gain quite a decent position towards the edge of the zone. Freestyle happens spotted out top, going for a spray. Does manage to find the knock. Can he convert it as well? Few more shots, and Wasi is going to be finished off. And there it is. Freestyle are down to their last 2 players.
Oh, I'd see what just happened. The table got flipped against them. And Johnny, our boat's prediction, this is something that IHC cannot really afford. Again, the circle playing cruel games, and now the circle is going to be shifting right on top of the compound of Stalwart Esports. And still, Phantom Esports are quite in it. The man's inside, or no, he's actually outside. He's just holding that little slick angle, and he's trying to play on some slick movement as well, but Vexy's not going to get anything done.
Well, let's see. Deadeyes Guys and Stalwart Esports. This fight has gone on for so long. And I feel like these 2 teams are just now going to go at it with everything that they have. 3v3 situation between them. Uzum right in the middle can actually turn out to be a game changer, but I believe his intentions are just going to be to stay hidden until someone else gets wiped out. Final 3 teams, 7 players remaining. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 1.
And for now, I8, look at that. Uzum wants to make sure that he's not going to be catching any type of eyes. Uzum is only on 1 mission to get the 2nd spot locked in. That'll help him topple it up with a bit more points. And how is he going to do so? That's up to him to find out, because the next circle shifts on the top of the players of Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys in a huge advantage in this one, and Stalwart Esports are able to slip past. And Deadeyes Guys have no clue that Stalwart Esports are already underneath them, and now maybe they hear a little bit of fit kills given away. And Deadeyes Guys, they will need to be as aware as possible, because Uzum all the way in the right lines can decide to ball their game as Pika gets knocked out, but Frack Boy's quite exposed.
Well, he's going to be quite exposed for a while now, but look at that. Uzum in the backlines can in fact change this game for Deadeyes Guys. They have managed to secure the advantage. It's a 2v3 with DE sitting at the top on the high ground, but how quickly can they secure this chicken dinner win as well? Top is going to be spotted out from the cliff top as well. Frag Boy is trying to find his way to this bottom area where the players of Stalwart Esports are holding on to their spot. A nade being lobbed towards Chari. Will this connect? And yes, it does.
Oh my God!
Two nades from Stalwart Esports connecting. Deadeyes Guys are down to the last player. Now it can come down to between Stalwart Esports and the last player from I8, and Uzum is just waiting for his opportunity right behind these two teams. He can in fact just steal the chicken dinner as well, since Cry and Top are going to be extremely low, but Trula with the Molotov lined up perfectly. Will it catch anyone? And the answer is no. It's a 2v1. Uzum steps up, takes one down, the second one, he knows where he is.
Oh my God! What?
Chicken dinner in the hands of I8, and incredible capitalization right in the nick of time. What
Talk about
finish!
Talk about a 200 IQ play, Johnny, and Uzum has just made it happen. Oh, he flipped the odds. Talk about flipping the odds. This man has just brought his team back from the grave.
Oh, wow, I thought they were done, but no. It's not over until the game is over, and I8, another brilliant win. 21 points secured, a chicken dinner heist right in the front of our eyes. Incredible finish to this matchup. He waited and waited and waited. All that trigger discipline, and finally Uzum showcases why he was there and what I8 are capable of. What a way to end the last Sanhok of the South Asia Championship. Wow.
Talk about a 5-head play, man. 5-head play, literally. But Johnny, I'm not going to laugh for that. The way I yelled, I need a little bit of break, so we're going to be pushing to a short break.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Final day right here upon us, Necro. But what a sensational game that was. Unbelievable turn of events where, I mean, nobody would have anticipated that sort of a play coming in with one final player standing and still getting a chicken dinner. That is what IA does to the lobby.
Exactly. I mean, did you even expect that coming through? I mean, it was the final man, Uzum, all by himself. And I was like, all right, at this point, Uzum's main game here has to be to go for the second spot. But then he realized he saw the opportunity and he just took it. Both the players were exposed and they were quite tagged up too. So Uzum, all he needed to do was just deal a decent amount of damage, and that's all he did. And he was able to take both of them out. I would say the way he tactically waited for that fight to end and then striked in, that's going to be a perfect decision, a perfect trigger discipline play. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now because the most valuable player of the previous game is going to be Top with 10 eliminations, Blotter.
Exactly, dude. 10 eliminations, 1 assist in 24.53 seconds of survival time. That is just ludicrous play coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. But again, that is something that we've seen them do time and time again. But this time around, as we move through the top players list, we've got High Voltage, Prabeen jamming in along with 5 eliminations of his own, along with JyanMaara's No Fear. Well, Deadeyes Guys' True Love Sir is here, and so is Stalwart Esports' Cry on the 5th spot. So, yes, definitely Stalwart have had a really good run, and of course, that means that the lead that they are creating, they are just solidifying it that much more as the day slowly but surely inches towards the end. But I8's play definitely is going to be making changes on that storyboard with some phenomenal numbers that they've been able to work towards.
Exactly. I mean, phenomenal numbers indeed. And I'm not going to lie, even though I won that previous game, I'm still sure that in the match ranking, Stalwart Esports are going to be stealing the cake. But still, the way they made that comeback, I mean, all of us, not just us, probably the viewers as well, they thought that at this point, it's just donezo. There's no way are going to be able to make a comeback. But then Uzum strikes in like a venomous snake.
Indeed he does, and takes down not one, but again 2 of those teams individually. to lead his team all by his lonesome for that chicken dinner. But again, as so perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to the play that was made from Stalwart Esports, the eliminations that they were able to rack up, the numbers going to be favoring them with 27 total points. And even though the chicken dinner was I8's, it is going to be, well, 6 points shy of Stalwart Esports' points, as 21 points is what I8 shall be awarded from this game as we move through the list. In fact, we've got High Voltage on that 4th spot. Talk about playing a YOLO, dude. This team, 10 eliminations with only 2 placement points. Wow.
I mean, that's what we've seen, right? This is what they've known for, the elimination points, and that's what they're able to flourish in all the time. And hey, as long as you're able to get those consistent points, right, that's all that matters every single game. But again, talking about the latter half of the board, games are running away, Blotter. 2 more games left in your hands, which probably Erangel is going to be played right now. So not a lot of games left in your hands, man. And you, after this game, you're just going to have Miramar left. So it's go all in. If you don't like any of the teams, make sure to target them. Why not? You know, have some fun in the lobby. But for now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really kicked off.
Absolutely, and talking about how things kicked off, right on the first 3 minutes itself, we had Deadeyes Guys chimed in to take on some shots of their own, and that was not long before we saw the other teams also bring up that aggressive stance. And as so perfectly mentioned by you, I mean, slowly but surely as we inch towards the end of the day, the 2 games that are remaining, this is all that this has been brought down towards, and now these teams really have to try and take the best half of these fights. Whatever they do, they cannot let go of those opportunities, because otherwise it's just going to be a bit too late.
Yeah, indeed, a bit too late without a doubt. And Scry, look at that. This is right here. TUF, unfortunately, they did not really got blessed by the zone. They needed to move out in the open, and Stalwart Esports took full advantage of that fact. On top of the hill, I mean, it was literally High Voltage trying to take out the players here and there, but unfortunately, even they got caught outside the zone. And High Voltage, man, I'm not going to lie, this is not the High Voltage that we've been knowing since the past. High Voltage just seems off sync.
That is true, but hey, I mean, you know what, this is something that we've all spoken about on the desk, where indeed you gotta have to bring in a little bit of that YOLO play at times, and again, what better day than the final one to bring in that sort of a play style, and that indeed, if it works for you, well, again, nothing stopping you from doing so, and that is something that High Voltage have done so perfectly. But look at this play. I mean, Uzun, the dude, just stood up to the occasion, and the team itself is absolutely gobsmacked in terms of the way the final lad was able to get a chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, talk about the chicken dinner. The damage graph is in front of us, and look at that. 15 eliminations. I mean, 10 eliminations was all by Top himself, and then 5 eliminations added by the rest of the 3 players. I mean, Top is just a one-man army without a doubt, but 2,703 damage dealt. None of the teams in here are even closer. And look at I, even though they won the chicken dinner, they still had 6 elimination points only in their hands, and 723 points in total. Deadeyes Guys as well, a decent showing from that game. 1,700 damage with 5 eliminations.
Absolutely, and as we move through the list, we've got the sides of course, TUF not having a good run when it comes down to the Sanhok game. DRS not looking too comfortable or confident in terms of the way that they anticipated to play. 52x Rage. They did walk away with 4 eliminations, but sadly were knocked out a bit too early, and thus the numbers definitely walking away from them as we move through to the overall rank and the storyboard. The storyboard is dictating a clear indication that Stalwart Esports, there is no catching up to them, even if they've only got 3 chicken dinners, whereas the other 3 teams behind them, underneath them, have 4 chicken dinners each. They still are a little too far out to try and stop Stalwart and their play.
300 points, Botter! In a 4-day affair, Stalwart Esports is about to hit the 300-point marker. And look at Troynikill, they're almost like 50 points away from them. Almost 50 points away. That just shows the caliber this team is wielding currently. That just shows how ahead of the competition Stalwart Esports is in. I mean, there's just nowhere near close. I mean, any of the teams currently in the lobby is nowhere near the close to the caliber of Stalwart Esports. They're just playing a whole nother game.
They definitely are, and that, of course, is clearly being showcased in the storyboard itself. But with that, we've got 2 final games, Erangel and Miramar. These are the 2 games that do remain for these teams to just bring out that YOLO strat, bring out whatever that they possibly can think of in terms of the game to be able to convert into a chicken dinner for themselves, especially the teams that are sitting on that latter half of the leaderboard, as is being showcased on the side of High Voltage. Sadly, not the same case for the side of TUF, but hey, enough said, enough banter. It's time to bring in those perfect words, and again, you're gonna have to start things off once again, dude. Prediction time it is, as what team do you believe will be taking a chicken dinner, Necro, in this Erangel upcoming match?
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. My prediction when it comes to the teams today aren't really on point, but my circle predictions are going pretty good. But still, you know what? Just second last game considering that. So I'm going to go with IT. I just want them to have a nice chicken dinner.
All right, okie dokie, and with that we will have IHC set in from the side of Necro. From me, it is going to be T2K. I'm going to stick with the play that was made from them, the wonderful domination that was being showcased from them, and let's see, maybe in this game they could perhaps get themselves a chicken dinner for their front. Along with that, of course, we do have to throw the question to the man up in the clouds, the dude who is taking care of all the production and the behind the scenes is going to be blank. What is going to be his prediction? Let's find out. But along with that, viewers, don't forget that you can also tune in. All you got to do is vote space the team name that you, of course, would want to see get that chicken dinner. Right now, it is time for us to get busy in with the flight path, in with the game, the second last game of the entire saga right here. And of course, that means it is time to have a look at the flight path. It is time to look where exactly are we going to be falling down through to worlds.
Exactly. I mean, here we go. The plane flight path, man. I really want IHC to at least take a chicken dinner. I'm not going to lie. I want IHC to take a chicken dinner. They're doing pretty okay in the overall rankings, sitting in 7th spot, but that's not a spot I want to see IHC in. They're a team that I personally would love to have a top 5. But again, the plane fly path, oh my god, this is screwing up a lot of team spotter all the way on the right side of the map. And imagine if the circle is all the way on the opposite side of the map. Just throwing every single team off guard.
Indeed, that is true. That is very, very true, of course. And, well, for now, it is very, very important for these teams to just make up their minds and just stick to the exact same decision that they had when it came down to before the day even started, because I do believe the teams, you know, when the day starts off, they've already got a basic idea as to what sort of a play are they going to be making, what sort of a strategy are they going to be running with from one map to the next. And of course, as the day progresses on along, so many of the teams do not get to see what they anticipated. So, well, yeah, I just want to see them either stick to what they had already thought of, or maybe bring in a completely different YOLO front from these teams. For now, when it comes to the flight path, it is definitely not going to be throwing any curveballs. And same, interestingly, is the case from, of course, the zone being drawn on our screens as well.
Imagine if the zone actually ends on the 2 islands all the way on the right side. That'll be so interesting, like a huge curveball, and then the zone just shifts all the way on the 2 islands. I mean, that happened in the PMGC, but I want to see that happen in here. That'll be one of the most greatest endings for the final Miramar of the day. But yeah, currently we do have Phantom Esports just raining down bullets, and Nocta gets punched away. No, what's going on? That's not a great news. Nocta gets punched. And look at Regicide. They're also trying to just get the confirmation through. And this was a battle that happened even last time in the map of Erangel, and now it's happening again as 52X Rage have crossed the eyes of Freestyle.
Absolutely, as Phantom Esports and Regicide have fought against each other, it is going to be the side of Mad Max with that crazy spray coming in with the M249. Going to be absolutely easily fencing down, and in doing so, will be able to get a confirmation elimination for himself, for his team. But in doing so, of course, they've also lost one of their players. So an equal trade is what this is between these two teams.
And now, as we do have Regicide in the front, here we do see the players. I mean, Slipknot's right there, all the way in the front, and Regicide, Nocto, and Vaz are right next to each other, and Blotter.
Now, dude.
Miramar going on right now. Second last game. The last game is going to be Erangel. Imagine the chaos that's going to be there in the final game ever. But let's not talk about it right now, because the Uzi in the hands of Faster is going to take him out quite quickly.
Oh, very quickly indeed, and in doing so, it is going to be Freestyle's Eraham who's going to be pushing on against this compound of 52x Rage, and it is not looking good for Faster because he is down lonesome, all by his lonesome. He drops down, he goes down, and dead is what it is, because the elimination point has been secured. From the side of Freestyle will be easily able to get that point for himself. So right off the bat, in the first 4 minutes of the game itself, we're looking at two individual teams taking on those individual matches or rather taking on those individual fights as of now, as we jump back to the first one that we were part of, where indeed Side going up against the players of Phantom Esports are still stuck against each other as of now.
Talking about being stuck against each other, I mean, Noctel. Again, these two teams, and they've already taken a lot of damage against each other, and they know at this point in time might as well just go all guns blazing. Phantom Esports, they're not going to back out without any sort of engagements, and neither Regicide are going to. Uzi in the hands of Nocto might just be quite a shredder in the close range, and that's what exactly is happening. But the cover fire from the rest of the teammates of Phantom Esports is going to be there on the point, and Regicide gets caught off guard. But Vexy and Slipknot are the final two hope and dreams alive for the side of Phantom Esports, and Regicide as well. They only have two players up, and as I said, the Uzi is going to be quite detrimental in the close ranges, and that's what exactly is happening. Vexy is going to seal the deal on both the last two players.
What a play coming in from the side of Regicide and Teed, and in doing so, they will be able to eliminate the first team from this second last game of the day, and that's going to be none other than Phantom Esports getting eliminated. It is Regicide who still do have 3 players standing. They did lose out on 1, but that is a-okay. And far away from that fight, from those compounds, we've got the players of Freestyle right now. Tyrant on our screens with his buggy, getting some information, and then pushing back against that retained information, of course. For now, no team is looking on those early contestations, and the teams that were part of those early contestations have had a tough luck struck to them, because it is going to be Phantom Esports who have been lost to the cause, and FS were also not looking too good. But right now, looking onto the zone, looking on the match and the map itself, we've got a very comfortable zone. No team is too further out or away, and that will certainly be keeping it open for any team to be able to capitalize on these situations. But JyanMaara, they are getting too far out aggressive in terms of the way they've approached this. Look at how dissected and separated they are from each other.
Yeah, exactly. Quite separated out. And that's not going to be a good thing, right? Because as you do take a look at the map currently, DRS is right next to him, Terrain to Kill is right next to him, 52x Rage as well is right next to him. So that means if JyanMaara are going to be staying separated throughout the entire game, then they won't really have full firepower to just frag against them, against a 4-man squad. So you will need to try and reunite, especially in these sort of moments when you do know there's a lot of threat lingering around.
Indeed, that is true, with the Mirado in the hand. Frag Boy from Deadeyes Guys, along with his teammate, slowly but surely making their presence known at La Cabrera. Along with that, as we move on through to the players that we were just talking about, the team that we just brought on, that was the name JyanMaara. No Fear right here on our screens, a little too far out from his team. And in this mini-map, we can see the players of DRS are very close to his vicinity. And the other player is going to be the player that is SnipedYT from JyanMaara, and he is definitely the destructive force from JyanMaara. He all by his lonesome will still push on to take on the fight to the face of TDK, and Yog is the man who's lost his vehicle. Gut will be able to get that revive, of course, but now it is all about the spray, and the spray will be able to pinch it down SnipedYT very easily, and JyanMaara have already lost one of their players, where No Fear is the other person who was out in the open, too far out. And the other two players, they are actually close to each other. They are together. So, yeah, No Fear is going to have to play it out all by himself for a few more minutes before he can be surrounded with his teammates.
Exactly. DRS now against the players of IT, and again, Alex being taken out. What's going on with IT? Why are they so off sync? And this is something that's been happening throughout the tournament. I mean, true. It would be something that I would say, I mean, they're not really off sync in their battles, because the individual fragging powers this team has, the individual gun power this team has. But then when it comes to the placement point, when it comes to the rotation, that's something that IC is always struggling with. And they will need to try and figure it out. I mean, we've been pointing this out over and over again. And again, Alex being caught out in the open, and that's not something that should be done from a team like IC. I mean, what is Alex doing there? All the way in the open, in the middle of nowhere.
Well, again, I mean, this is perhaps the reason the curveball was thrown from the production side when it comes down to the map that is being played on right now, which is Miramar, thus implying that the final map, the OG map, Erangel, will be where all of these fights are going to be brought down towards, with that being the final game of the day as well, with all the teams very happy with their drop locations and contestations already sorted out. That is going to be an all-out war. For now, again, another thing that, of course, IHC did not anticipate is how easy, or not easy, but how comfortable the zone itself is going to be, because we've spoken about this again and again earlier as well. When it comes down to IHC, if they're caught out early in the game, in the early few moments of the game itself, then they are almost always do end up looking a little bit on the faltering side. But if they end up taking those fights, and if they're able to rather sustain themselves in the first 15 minutes of the game, then they jump into fights a little bit more comfortably. You know, they know exactly the pace they want to be controlling those fights with. But early on fights, they just do falter down. But hey, it is still a-okay, as the game is still far from over.
Yeah, the game's still far from over. Still a lot of chances to capitalize. But again, the time's slipping by, and teams that are in the latter half of the board might as well just, especially the teams that are in bottom 5, we'll just count them out at this point. No matter how much or no matter how well they play, it's going to be next to impossible to make a comeback. But on our screens.
I8 was on our screens as they did try and take on a few shots right there, but then we move on through to the Deadeyes Guys players, and very close to their proximity is going to be the players of T2K making a rotation. Now, T2K have had some ups and downs as far as the gameplay is concerned on this final day, but overall, in terms of their play style, things have been looking pretty good, as the aggressive stance and force that that team reigns on with definitely helps them reign in supreme so many times as well. But this time around, the question is going to be asked to them, to the players of T2K. Are they ready? Are they prepared? Because Deadeyes Guys, they are hungry to get those elimination points for themselves. They've got the information. Look at the spread, as on the minimap we can clearly see the 3 players from the side of Deadeyes Guys are on a very interesting spread out against the players of T2K. A flank has also been created, but that distance with which this team of Deadeyes Guys are approaching this fight could very well be the reason for their early demise as well, because it is out in the open, whereas T2K, well, they've got the safety net of this compound.
They indeed have got the safety net, but again, for the viewers that are currently in the chat, if you guys are wondering what the top 5 elimination leaders are looking like, it's pretty much being dominated by Stalwart Esports. For example, the first spot currently in the MVP list is top with 47 eliminations and 9,223 damage. The second place is taken by Pika with 43 eliminations and 6,596. The third one is by Jane, so that's quite nice. Fifth one is SnapYT from JyanMaara, and then sixth one is all the way down in the bottom lines, in the top 5th spot is Action. I mean, I'm not really used to seeing Action in the 5th spot. I'm used to seeing Action and Top right next to each other, but it's okay, you know. Sometimes you have, as everyone mentioned, you don't really need to perform if some of the players in your team aren't doing the job. So you might as well just sit back and relax and let the games happen.
That's a really interesting way of putting it. You don't really have to perform it, even though that's not exactly the case. But hey, talking about performance, it's going to be DRS Killer YT bringing it up as performance in terms of the elimination point that he's working towards, and gets that perfect shot upon Jigsaw, and the Grounders are none the wiser, as Jigsaw is out in the open, is caught out on the blues, and for now it seems like the revival story is nowhere around in the picture for Jigsaw and his side. So the Grounders, they thought they could make this rotation count for themselves, but it is not going to be allowed, as the team is going to be losing out on one of that player, and that's going to be Jigsaw. So the Grounders down to a 3-man squad. Now, looking at the audience prediction, we are still looking and maintaining apparently the T2K approach. All right, T2K, you gotta make this count, you gotta make this happen. But hey, Deadeyes Guys are right there on the 2nd spot with 16.2% of the viewers predicting them.
trying to kill, yeah, the majority of the viewers, it seems like they've won every single one's heart right here. Basile, nice way to fight things back against the player of Deadeyes Guys, and they're able to at least win that initial duel at the start, and that's going to mean quite a lot. SLR in the hands. Oh, that's an interesting weapon. It's been a long time. I haven't really seen that being used, especially after the previous buff. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of teams are usually opting out of play with those DMRs, and I personally love a little bit of variety here and there. This nade from Leo might just be a huge one too, but he's catching a bit too many bullets from the cover fire.
Well, Deadeyes Guys are definitely caught out in a bit of a pinch, but same is the case very well can be said for the side of Skylightz as well, because Skylightz, they are definitely giving away their information with the smoke being created, and the perfect approach from the side of Deadeyes Guys is that they have the cover being given to them as well. So for now, they might just be able to walk out of that situation and keep that team in their tracks. But Skylightz, that is not one team that you can keep bottled up for long. That team will retaliate. They will find an opening and they will capitalize, and that is exactly what this team is going to be doing against this one-man army of Shifu Sir in this compound, where Leo is prepped and equipped with a Molotov, and just like that,
oh my god,
in a breath, Shifu Sir has been eliminated.
What a crosshair placement. Just throws in the Molotov, knows the player's going to be flushed out, and just holds the doorway on the head level, and easily was able to connect those headshots too. Galza nade tossed right next to the shack. Now he knows that the shack is clear. ESP's right around the shack as well. TUF is not one of those teams that has been looking so strong when it comes to the firepower. So this should be an easy taking for them. But IC on the other hand, 3 players up, and they're still causing a lot of ruckus.
Freestyle were the ones who were, of course, at the receiving end of that ISC aggressive play, and that resulted in that team getting the better half and the better point. But that is just that one elimination point towards the side of ISC as of now, as we've got on our screens TUF against the players of Skylightz, where indeed Skylightz are utilizing those utilities to their advantage, but a fight out in the open with so much space available to the players of TUF. Will they be able to capitalize? It seems like that will not be the case, as Mafia Ninja from the other side is going to be able to put his utilities down to perfection, and just like that, 2 of the players, my correction, 3 of the players, the 3 players from the side of TUF, just like that, have been eliminated, and it is going to be looking like a tough luck situation on the final day for TUF.
Indeed, a tough luck situation as the Regicide in front of us, still 3 players up for that team. And look at the next circle. Yep, I knew this. Minas Generalis ending. IHC are still in a decent spot. I feel like they should not move, because the way things have been looking like for IHC, whatever rotation they try to make, they always take a lot of damage doing so. So might as well just keep your foot grounded in a spot, as DRS Gaming in the front lines of JyanMaara. JyanMaara as well, a decent spot they have to play with. Nice high ground to work around with. Same thing goes with DRS as well. But DRS, they're quite spread out. Even if one of the players gets knocked out, it's going to be a next to impossible task, or a mission impossible, to get the fallen man back up. Call Tom Cruise then.
Well, that also seems like a very tough luck situation, because right behind when the corner was T2K jumping into the fray as well. So JyanMaara are maybe going to have to be a bit more careful as to what fight do they choose to prioritize. As of now, we did have High Voltage taking on the players of Regicide, and in doing so, look at Extreme. That dude is on the run, on with a gun to take on Waz, the second player from the side of Regicide, and in doing so, Regicide is down to just one-man army, just the one final player remaining. High Voltage, they have picked up quite a play from the previous game, as well as they push on in this one. They are also trying to capitalize whatever fight that they are part of. Regicide with that one final player. Nocto have already been able to accumulate 5 elimination points for their side, but now Nocto, well, he's in a lot of trouble. From one side was High Voltage, as we did see Extreme making that rotation to try and catch on to that final player, Nocto. And from the other side, it was IHC, who also have the information as to where Nocto exactly is at. So Nocto's game is pretty much done and dusted in that small little... Oh my word. That is it. That is the end for the side of Regicide in this game. Dude, this is turning into an aggressive lobby, minute by minute right here, Necro, in the second last game of the league, because every single moment from one fight to the next that we look at, teams are getting eliminated, and we're only 18 minutes in, wherein in the same league we've seen 15 minutes into the map of Miramar and no fights at all.
I'm telling you right now, we're set up for greatness.
Yes, we are.
This is going to be an absolute chaotic ending Like a type of chaos that you've never seen before at Stalwart Esports. Look at this. Oh, that was a huge nade. Some nice amount of damage inflicted onto Top, and Top is just taking a lot of damage on top of his again. The Grounders, another nade tossed in. This might just seal the deal, but no, Top now. He's getting shot at from somewhere else. The Top realizes repositioning has to be the main priority. He repositions himself, but is that going to be a good position or not? Because Top, again, is quite in a state of discomfort. On the other hand, the Grounders in the front, inside this little dip. Just, if you guys have Molotov, just throw in a Molotov. Just make it an entire tub of lava.
Exactly, but in the minimap we can see the team in the green is going to be T2K, and I believe it was T2K who were taking on some shots against the players of Stalwart right there, but hey, we'll come back to that fight, as right now, right in the open, we've got I8 caught out, where indeed it is Knight from the side of 52 exchange with the UMP, bringing in a lot of trouble to the rotation being made from the side of I8, and I8 have already lost one of their players. The synergistic play being showcased from the side of 52 exchange with a two-man army of Pain and Knight is dictating the fight, but again, a 3v2 situation. What exactly is I8 going to be able to do? Creating some flanks, turning this into a fight that they could maybe capitalize upon with the use of those smoke walls. Will that be enough?
Will that be enough? And look at Ghost! Nice, great jiggle movement. Was able to shut the man down in the front at 52x rage. They're just caught sleeping. And I8, that's some light work. Don't even need to break a sweat to take him out. Calm, cool, and collected. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports will need to breeze through the Grounders' defense to even move on forward.
Well, you have called for this. The Molotov being utilized from side of Stalwart is just a little too short. And of course, now it is Train to Kill Sandesh, who was just waiting on that final player as to what team is it going to be that will try and approach that track, and as soon as he got that opportunity, he completely pushed on. But right now on the other front, we do have Stalwart finally chiming in along to take on the fight to the face of the Grounders, but Shoptar with the UMP will definitely be able to stop that push, and Scry is the only man remaining with this nade that he is cooking. Shoptar, you better be prepared, mate, but it seems like it is a bit too long and will still allow Shoptar to reign in supreme. It's just these three players from the side of the Grounders, but they are holding this fight for quite an extended period of time against the players of Stalwart, and Stalwart being that one final player, Scry will not be able to get away, and that will be the team of Stalwart Esports getting eliminated on the 9th spot. 8 teams remaining, 21 minutes into this map of Miramar.
And here we go. IC again steps out of the comfort zone, and they get casualty on their side. Oh, IC, they should just keep their heads down because things are not really working out, as I said, when it comes to the rotation standpoint. So they'll need to try and play things as safe as possible because Seal was walking up from the back, but DRS here, they're in a prime and a controlling spot without a doubt. If they just keep on playing from this spot, stars will be aligned for them to actually win this game and take it home as well. Skylightz Gaming, a decent showing from their side, but they're getting charged down by Mr. Black. But Mr. Black is getting shot at from all the way in the back.
And just like that, the Grounders will be eliminated. We've got I8 getting eliminated on the 7th spot with 5 eliminations to their name. 5 teams remaining. This is quite an aggressive Miramar. I mean, 21 minutes in, we're down to 5 teams remaining, 17 players in total. IC chiming in to take on the spray against the players of Skylight, where Mafia Ninja has been caught behind his broken vehicle, but will that be his savior, or will that be his demise? Because it seems like the vehicle can still be blown to some smithereens, and as soon as it's done, that would be the end of Mafia Ninja. But for now, it seems like Godless from IHC is actually utilizing that position as a baiting situation.
No, he's just, he's just not able to find any sort of angles to convert it into elimination. Then there you go. IC is finally going to push on up, and that's a great capitalization as well from the side of IC. Nice way to close things off, and also he has now a nice rock to play around with. He also has a little smoke for cover. But Skylightz Gaming, they're just raining bullets onto IC. They're keeping him suppressed. They're keeping his head down. Not really let him tuck outside because they want to save Mafia Ninja.
That is so true. They're trying their level best. They're definitely trying their level best. You can see the camaraderie over there between these players. Mafia Ninja slowly but surely trying to get closer and closer, but far away from the distance is going to be IHC's Godless taking on that shot, the final shot to bring in that elimination point to their front. A 3v3 situation is what this is going to turn out to be, but again, IC is out in the open up front. He does have that rock to be able to give that cover, but will that be enough? Because now the other 2 players of IC's team from IHC, Godless and Theol, they are caught with a high voltage taking on some perfect shots against them, and Skylight also chiming in.
Exactly, but I'd see, unfortunately, they decided to make a nice off angle against the players of Skylightz, but Skylightz realized they're getting flanked on, and this is exactly the problem. If your flank is spotted, then things are not going to work out in your favor because you're all the way in the off, you're pretty much in an off angle, and it's going to be really tough to retaliate back, and I'd see they're able to pull it off, though, or at least they're able to save the day for now. I'd see it's all down to IC and Zol. Zol is, of course, a man who has been putting on some insane numbers, but Zol as well will crumble down under the pressure. Too many bullets to dodge.
Too many bullets to dodge indeed, mate, and in doing so, I see, even though they were looking pretty miraculous in terms of the way that they were able to approach those situations and convert them into elimination points for their side. 6 elimination points confirmed. With that, they're down to one final player. That's going to be IC, but High Voltage, they are on a high octane play altogether from the previous game on to this one now. With all 4 players still standing, they have a pretty good run down on this chicken dinner, but they've got 2 big names to bring down. Along with that, of course, the final player of IHC. They've got JyanMaara, they've got the real soldiers in the house as well, and looking at the compound, well, DRS, they have the safety net right now, but not the case for High Voltage.
Delta just mows down the field in the front. And DRS, look at that. Delta again just eyeing out the spots. High Voltage somewhere down line now. The pressure is being felt. And in the second last game, the High Voltage decided to step up, but it's a little too late, I would say. Not really a good idea to step it up in the second last game, but hey, whatever. I mean, at this point, they're just trying to fight for the pride, trying to keep the High Voltage flag up in the sky. IC barely surviving in the edge, but the next circle shift is going to be really harsh towards the players of IC and also JyanMaara. These 2 teams will need to make it out in the open as well.
Ooh, this is not looking good, as you so perfectly mentioned, for ISC, JyanMaara and High Voltage. But hey, it's all about capitalization, and that capitalization needs to be from the side of DRS. Now, DRS, they are a bunch that have scattered themselves across into that compound, and they are going to be keeping a keen eye and close eye towards all of the angles that are open against them. But again, there are a bit too many, and JyanMaara, they're being too very cheeky, they're being too very quiet, and that is the X factor that could maybe favor this chicken dinner moving towards the side of JyanMaara, where High Voltage is what I would have anticipated to take on based on the numbers advantage. But now, again, the safety net based on the compound for JyanMaara and DRS is definitely working against High Voltage.
High Voltage currently playing in a defensive stance. They don't really want to aggress on forward. They want to take as much time as possible to think it through. A mature decision from these 4 individual players. Again, for now, it's like a little standstill situation. Nice nades! And this man gets caught out. Assassin did not really expect those nades to just straight up blast on his face.
A 3v3v3 is what we have moved in with. Where, of course, we do have IC from IHC still standing true and tall. But what a conversion of this game this has turned out to be. I mean, at the 23-minute marker, we've reached a little bit of a stalemate. Till then, Necro, this game was all across the board.
And this just shows how these teams are really fighting for this game. They really need this game in their hand. IC will finally fall down, but a great ending, I would say, for the side of IC. Not really bad. These kind of consistency is going to help them nail down that 7th spot in the overall rankings. JyanMaara now slowly and steadily deciding to move on up, and this is what they really will need to do. As I said, the circle is playing cruel games on these 2 teams. The nade's right next to him! Extreme! He sees his death flashing in front of his eyes, but he cannot really do much.
Sheesh, that was close. That was real close. But again, of course, that also does mean that the information has been retained from the side of High Voltage as well. But what can they do? Because they've got no cover to work with. And the nade parade from the side of DRS is actually going against the players of High Voltage, where the numbers advantage that High Voltage were at one point in time looking very comfortable with has gone definitely against their chicken dinner winner dream. But right now, it is once again unpointed JyanMaara who have the better half of this entire situation, because all of these utilities that DRS is utilizing onto the players of High Voltage is, well, bringing their utility numbers down, and JyanMaara could very well capitalize on that situation. But hey, we do see Delta keeping a keen eye towards that side as well. So it is, again, a very experienced team, no question about it, the real soldiers. But now it is all about the utilities along with who gets an opening.
Look at the amount of nades just raining down. It's a nade parade. It's an artificial red zone being created by these players. It's an airstrike being called on the players of DRS. But nothing's connecting, nothing's being found. They're not able to find that sweet spot yet, Blotter. And that's something that's pushing these players of high voltage in a really uncomfortable situation. Wadu still has his head stuck down and he does not have a lot of HP to work with. Wadu at this point in time is pretty much a done game. He's so low, the wall of death is moving in. Wadu, move up close. If you're not, then the wall of death is going to seal the deal. And there you go, the nade from Gunner is going to take care of it, and DRS all down on Rebel, the final man alive, and he's sneaking in the smoke, but he's not going to be able to get anything done. JyanMaara with second last chicken dinner of the day on the map of Miramar, Blotter. And JyanMaara, oh boy, they needed this. And JyanMaara, they're back in the run. They've snatched away the position from TDK. Now they're again back in second spot.
Oh yes, they are, Necro, with 10 eliminations, 25 total points along with that chicken dinner. The team jumps up to the second position, but this time around, well, again, we did point it out before the game started, our viewers. When it comes down to the team that is sitting on that top position, it is Stalwart Esports, and the numbers advantage that they've created for themselves is just too massive to try and capitalize upon. But hey, this was a really good Miramar game coming in from all of these teams, as we had so many fights right off the bat in the game itself. But GG indeed is what this entire Miramar was. With that, we are going to go on a short little break. After that, we are going to be tuned in with Johnny and for the final match. Stick around, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia match. Well, 5 is done. Final game remains, and for that, we are joined in with Johnny, as I said earlier. Welcome once again, dude. But what a game! I mean, this was the craziest bloodbath that I've ever seen on the map of Miramar.
I mean, definitely a hype match before we jump into the last game of the day. This was incredible. And you definitely don't usually see Miramar's ending this way, but this was an incredible finish. And kudos to JyanMaara for being able to convert that win. An incredible game by them.
Absolutely was. They definitely capitalized on that situation where we did have the MVP going down to Mafia Ninja from Skylightz Gaming, where he was able to accumulate 4 eliminations with the 3 assists and 670 damage in total. So again, I mean, that stat clearly showcases, and in fact, not only that, but the damage graph will also showcase that so many of these teams were part of so many individual fights.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And those individual fights are the things that ended up changing everything. And it is going to be quite interesting to see that how this match is going to impact the next one, the last game of the day. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see the overall rankings after the next game. I mean, what is the end result going to look like? We know Stalwart Esports are really far up ahead, but JyanMaara with this match have in fact toppled over the second place holders, Train to Kill, and have taken the second place back. So again, quite a lot of things to consider, but still anything can happen. Anyone can move up, improve their standings. Anyone can take a fall in going into the last game. But we do have the top players. No Fear is going to make the list from JyanMaara, along with Gunner sitting there on the 5th spot. Then we have IC on the 3rd, Rebel on the 4th, and of course our MVP will be on the 1st position.
Absolutely, and of course, as we move through to the match summary, we do have Ziol right there on the 2nd position, but of course, above him, we do have the 4 highest eliminations coming in to favor of Gunner. As we move through the list, we've got Mafia Ninja in the highest assist as well as the highest damage. Now, look at that. 670 is the highest damage. That again clearly indicates that there were just so many fights all across the board from one side to the other that these teams were part of on the map of Miramar. I cannot even predict or anticipate what exactly is going to go down in the final game of Erangel.
Well, definitely. It's going to be very unpredictable, this final matchup, but it is going to be intense nonetheless. But we do have the match rankings from this particular game on our screens right now. And as we can see, JyanMaara, a brilliant job done, 10 eliminations secured, 25 points secured from this match moving forward. High Voltage as well. In the last few games, they are doing a phenomenal job of just making sure that they are showcasing their true colors in the last few matches. But again, the question now becomes, why so late? But hopefully, as we had said this yesterday as well, hopefully in the next tournament when High Voltage return, we're going to see them back in the old form that we used to see during the PMPLs.
That we are seeing currently as well, actually. I mean,
yeah,
the way they start, you know, the way they've closed off yesterday, it was almost like, all right, High Voltage is back, just be careful, right? But as we move on into the final day itself, of course, there's a different level of pressure that the teams are having to face with, and if at all you did not see that, viewers, well, this match clearly was indicative of exactly that fact. But of course, talking about this map, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where there were just some chaotic plays from one fight to the other. I mean, this was a difficult start for Phantom Esports as they were eliminated quite early, though.
Yeah, quite early out of the game, and it wasn't really something they were hoping was going to happen to them, especially in the early stages of the match. It was quite unpredictable, but also Stalwart Esports being tossed out back into the lobby so early in the match. Again, one more thing that no one thought was going to happen.
True, and that is something that you guys have spoken about a lot. I mean, you and Necro. When it comes down to Stalwart, the way they end up getting eliminated, that in the end actually does end up dictating how the other teams are going to be able to reign in supreme in the battleground, and that does clearly happen because, well, the big giants, the Goliaths, are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, well, definitely, but moving forward, I mean, headed towards the last game of the day, slowly and steadily. I8, I mean, this team is just in another form right now, and it's quite difficult to stop them. But High Voltage catching 2 players off guard definitely did seem to do the trick in this particular match.
Absolutely. And as we move through to the final moments of the game, 5 teams remain right here, where IHC, again, I mean, they tried to hold on for as long as they possibly could, but then the zone moved away so far away from their side. IHC was the only player who was able to survive in the final moments from that team. But again, I mean, DRS, the way they tried to take on the players of High Voltage, they were just calculated towards just that one approach, that they wanted to bring a High Voltage down, but did not really put the same amount of effort towards JyanMaara, and that is where JyanMaara were able to capitalize so easily, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they did a pretty phenomenal job in the way they closed out this match. But as we have a look at the damage graph on our screens, Skylightz Gaming, look at those numbers, 1658, highest damage in the lobby, 9 eliminations secured as well. Quite a decent run, quite a decent form from Skylightz Gaming, and not just decent, I mean, it is very good the way they are performing in the matches today, but again, a little too late to the party. Usually we would expect Skylightz Gaming to be one of the teams in the top, just like IHC, but this time, I mean, they are slowly and steadily getting there, but how far in will they be able to get with just one more match to go? On the other end, though, we did talk about Stalwart Esports, not a lot of points secured from this match.
Well, Varun, I just thought of this another point that I do not believe has been discussed on the desk. Now, most of the time, in fact, majority of the times when it comes to the finals of PMPL, we do end up looking at a pretty extended, fanned-out approach rather than just being a 4-day affair, right? So that could also be a reason for a few of these big names to not be able to capitalize on the number of points that we expected them to be able to do. So what do you think?
I mean, so to be honest, that can be a possibility that the teams are they tend to feel quite comfortable in longer formats, but this time coming forward, knowing that is not the case, you just have 4 games and just 6 matches a day to prove yourself. I mean, the team should have just prepped up for that, made sure that from the get-go their performance was on their best foot forward. But I mean, again, you can't really complain too much. In lobbies like these, in tournaments like these, where everyone is just the best from their region,
Right.
it becomes really hard to compete. And because of that, I mean, this has been a rule of life, right? If someone is winning, someone has to take a hit. And when everyone is a very well-known name, well, even the teams taking the hits are going to be well-known teams as well.
Interesting how you put it. When somebody's winning in life, somebody has to take a hit. Somebody has to take a fall is rather what I would want it to be IRL. But hey, somebody taking a hit as well in-game is exactly how it's being played out right here in the battleground. But again,
you do get hit quite a lot.
You do, right? That is true, that is true. But hey, right now dude, it is a point-blank, straightforward question.
Yeah.
What is going to be your decision? What team are you want to be looking forward to getting the chicken dinner in this final game?
See, I'm going to go ahead and make this prediction, but I know there's a very high probability this is not going to come true, because this has been the case in every single tournament that you hardly get to see teams at the top finish with chicken dinners. But since Stalwart Esports have more than a 40-point difference between them and the team on the second position,
right,
I would want to see them finish off with a chicken dinner, but let's see what is going to happen.
Okay, all right. But again, I mean, just to point out to the viewers, based on the facts and the stats itself that were displayed in the overall storyboard, Stalwart is sitting on top of the leaderboard, yes, in the overall standings, yes. They have, as Johnny so perfectly mentioned, about 40-point plus of lead, but along with all of that, they've only got, what, 3 chicken dinners, correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny, whereas the team sitting on the second position, JyanMaara, has 5 chicken dinners. So even with 5 chicken dinners, if you are not able to catch up, you might as well just bow down. Nope. I did not say that because, again, the mentality here is to be the best in the battleground, and for that, I do want to be able to see 52x Rage take this final chicken dinner.
All right, let's see. 52x Rage is going to be your prediction. Mine is going to be Stalwart Esports. But no matter who we pick, all these 64 players in the game are all ready to begin this last Erangel that they're going to play. This path, the plane path, starting from the southwestern side of the map and going all the way towards Stalbakamishki Hill, is just dissecting the map diagonally and will allow all of these teams to drop on their preferred drop spots quite nicely.
Absolutely, mate. And right now, as we look on through to the flight path, as you so perfectly said, we've got the side of Stalwart sticking to their known drop. And again, this change of play that has been created from our director, of course, and the producers in the back have really brought a perfect, X factor, because Erangel being the final game allows these teams to kind of, feel a little bit safe, feel a little bit confident that, all right, the ins and outs, each and every single angle, no matter where the zone is going to be. But after all of that taken care of, after all of that dusted, it all boils down to where the zone is going to be at and where is your team sitting at. And when that rotation does not factor in or work out, then it's going to be tough luck. And it seems like this time around, Phantom Esports once again are going to be part of that early contestation. And this is the third time that we're looking at Phantom Esports going up against the side of another team. And this time it is going to be none other than Regicide. Well, in fact, that conversation can be for the Regicide side as well, because that team has also been looking at some early contestations since the past few games.
Well, definitely, and this time around, I mean, Phantom Esports up against them. Regicide have already lost one of their players. Insane was picked off as soon as the game began and as soon as both these teams landed. But look at that, Voltrix with nothing but a nade in his hand is going to try and see if he can find an opening. But Mad Max, repositioning right in the nick of time, will be able to avoid any damage that was headed towards him.
That was so close. I mean, Vaz and Mad Max, they were so next to each other, but again, they decided not to stick around towards that side from the side of Mad Max. And what an approach that was coming in from the side of Yedayuta. And this has been an opening that, of course, I did not anticipate will be given away so easily from the side of Phantom Esports. Even though they have the numbers advantage, they're going to be able to push on and rush on against the players. But Voltrix coming in from far away with the distance with an AKM in his hand is going to try and deliver a lot of massive blows in plays. But will that be enough? A 1-1 situation where only a 10%, 15% HP working on Voltrix is probably not going to be enough. But Mad Max coming to the rescue with 100% health, with a perfectly looking, well, no vest actually, but a perfectly looking helmet. But hey, all in all, now is the moment for them to be able to get that revival going on. And Voltrix, if at all he has any utility, this could be the end that Phantom Esports could not have anticipated or predicted. But hey, there we have it, a perfectly set up stray, and that will be it. But Mad Max is still not yet done. Mad Max still has one more player to bring down, and that's going to be Nocto coming in with his micro Uzi, and he will be able to deliver easily In doing so, Phantom Esports get eliminated. A tough luck run coming in from Phantom Esports, but that'll be the end. But it is not really the end, because Freestyle come in and try and capitalize on the situation where if Red Side is not careful and fast enough for those... Okay.
Well, they weren't.
No, they
weren't. I mean, I was just waiting for the moment to say, like, what a nice recovery from Regicide it was to be able to save that fight and just survive with those extra points, but those are all they will be able to secure, because as soon as Freestyle shows up, it's not just one but two teams that have taken an exit in the early stages of the match, and that was good capitalization from Freestyle right in the nick of time. I think hearing all that commotion and all of a sudden just pin drop silence gave them the hint that, all right, a fight is done, the lads are definitely going to be quite low, if not knocked out, and this is going to be the perfect moment to secure all of these points. I believe they only got one, though.
Right, that is true.
I'm talking about, yeah.
That is true, that is true. They were able to only get that one elimination point secured for their side before they themselves got eliminated. But again, nothing to feel too happy about for the side of Red Side, as well as they did get more elimination points, but themselves were not allowed to survive for long. And now, looking at the map itself, we do have Stalwart Esports looking back onto the exact same strategy that they had in the previous one, where indeed they seem to be wanting to keep a charge on that ferry pier bridge. Now, this zone is working and looking phenomenal if the zone just sticks around towards that bridge a little bit more longer, because Stalwart Esports, I mean, they can stand to get a lot of points from that placement.
Well, let's see. I mean, Necro, right before he left, did in fact say that he felt Stalwart Esports would be the top contenders in this match, in this map, and they would walk away with a win. But let's see. I mean, his prediction rate has been pretty solid, so
Nah, dude, nah. You know what? I mean, I heard you and Necro, the other game that you were casting, I believe it was the Sanhok one, where he was talking about his strategy, which has been, keep the other phone of the gods right next to him, and he's just playing and praying. So, yeah, that clearly is almost like, setting it up that, I'm going to be able to get that prediction done, right? Had I knew that strategy, or had you known, maybe it would have been a fair playing game. But this time, after having outed his strategy, I think Necro sealed the deal against his approach and prediction. But hey, again, I'm not going to be going up against the gods, so let's see. Let's see, maybe.
It's like, how they say, if you're making a wish, just don't tell anyone.
Exactly.
No one should know, otherwise it's not going to come true. I believe it's a similar situation.
At least that's how I perceive it to be. But hey, again, like I said, I mean, nobody wants to be taking up that sort of stat. I mean, the dude's been able to get almost 70% of the prediction right. So yeah, that's working for the man. How about we leave it at that?
I mean, whatever works, right? As long as it's working, it's fine, and you don't really need to do anything about it. But I wonder what is going to work for Stalwart Esports now, since they seem to be close to 1,000 meters away from the zone, and we all know, like, there are teams that always will look to block their way as soon as they try and cross the Novorepnoy bridge. This time, I wonder who will challenge them in that position. But on our screens now, the Grounders sitting on the 13th position in the overall rankings, and I think they do have a possibility of actually toppling over High Voltage in this matchup, but let's see how that is going to go.
Absolutely, and as we go back to the known drop location, which has changed actually for the side of I8, is going to be Pachinki, and of course, as we move on through to the map, we are clearly showcased that I8, there is no team around in the vicinity to be able to contest them, but there are so many colors that are actually getting into their vehicles to get into the comfort of the zone, as the Blues have caught up to quite a lot, many of them. We are, of course, talking about 52X Raid, Skylightz Gaming, we've got JyanMaara, all of them jumping into the zone from the northeastern front. So on the run itself, there could be a run and gun situation that could be maybe anticipated against the players of 52X Rage, where indeed you look to the Nepal region, you've got the two players, a two-man split coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming.
Let's see, is this going to work out? Skylightz Gaming, it looks like it is going to be quite an interesting play being made by them, but we'll only know when a squad fight occurs. But for now, I8 on our screens completely out in the open, looking for some solid cover for themselves. They do have Deadeyes Guys, I believe, towards their towards their left, but there is a little bit of a distance between where the players of I8 are and where the players of Deadeyes Guys have positioned themselves, so it's going to be quite tricky for them to engage on this team and just get some action started. But Freestyle now closing in on the Grounders' position in a bit.
Exactly, a little bit of a stalemate situation right here for the Grounders side. The Grounders are sticking their guns and sticking around to the ferry pier, where we have seen them drop again and again, and they have a safety net of the compound that they are actually choosing to stick around to as well. And looking at I8, they've left the Pachinki and are going to be out in the open, going to be going down to pretty much the center of the zone. Now, all of this, we do have other teams around in the vicinity, so the team, wow. Okay, the zone shift, this is a big, massive curveball, and look at what Stalwart are doing. A complete U-turn, a 180 coming in from the side of that two-man split, Stalwart Esports.
Well, I mean, Stalwart Esports, we have been waiting to see how they're going to move, but this time 2-2 rotation, just like the previous Erangel, in fact, and that worked out quite nicely for them. But this time, on the Grounders, talking about the Grounders, Tyrant was able to spot out the lads and did in fact connect a few shots on Jigsaw as well, but since his teammates were quite close, Tyrant did not in fact push quite heavily, try to force that fight quite heavily. But on the other side, Gunner from the side of JyanMaara, it looks like trouble in paradise, as High Voltage Assassin did try to take a few shots, but the distance not allowing him to connect with a good amount of precision. But on the other end, JyanMaara running into Skylightz Gaming, and Mafia Ninja is going to get a few pickups for himself as well, with no fear getting taken out. And well, JyanMaara, now all the lads are separated from each other.
Well, they definitely are, and that's not looking good for the side of JyanMaara. But one thing that we have seen from the side of JyanMaara is that even if those lads are separated from each other, they are still able to have a decent play. But again, with all four players spread out across the board, it is a very dicey situation, and especially this being the final game of the day, things are going to get that much more difficult for their side if they're not able to recuperate pretty quickly. As of now, we're looking at all the teams making those rotations. We've got the Grounders side getting that revival again, and it is going to be none other than Mr. Black trying his level best. FS Wasi will be able to capitalize on that, and of course Erham, who had pushed on to stop Mr. Black, given that revival to Sensei, is going to stop the Grounders as well. We've got one final player, I believe, from the side of the Grounders. That's going to be Shaptar, all by his lonesome. So the side of Grounders, they were looking pretty comfortable as long as they stuck to that warehouse. As soon as they lost that, they are brought down to a two-man army, my correction. It's going to be Shaptar and Jigsaw.
Well, and it's not going to be looking good for the team. Just final two players surviving. Freestyle still out for Hunt. And they won't let this go as easily as the Grounders think. Jigsaw and Shaptar, they will have to stay hidden for quite a bit now, and just let the clouds, the storm that's just hovering over them, let it pass by. It is headed towards them right now, but going for the shot. Jigsaw will be able to find one, but has lost quite a bit of HP in doing so. Now Aram is completely out in the open, and the US is taking a few hits on itself. Just hoping it's not going to blow to smithereens. Jigsaw with a nade. He's going to try and see if he can blow Aram out and make him force him step out in the open. He did for a minute, going for a few shots with the M249, but will be forced to jump in the water.
That's a really good start coming in from the route, because of course when it comes down to the position, it has already been given away, and just a few more Molotovs or nades could have been the end had he stuck around, had Jigsaw stuck around to that same angle. So that will work out, but for how long will be the question that we shall be answering in a few more minutes, as right now we've got Deadeyes Guys, Chari taking on some shots from far away, and along with his teammates, of course, sticking around close, as well as I8 not too far away. This is a pretty dicey position that actually these two teams are in, because the way the zone is favoring a lot more off the side of the military base, maybe that's where it might be shifting towards.
Maybe, I mean, it is going to be a very high possibility that might just happen, but let's see. DRS in the water, Deadeyes Guys taking a few shots upon them. No! And well, Rebel is just going to take the US with him. But Chari just completely misses the opportunity of getting a few pickups. Now he will have to wait for the players of DRS to just come up for a breath of fresh air. But on the other side, I had seen a world of hurt, as Foster is going to be able to take down Zeol out of nowhere. And Freestyle are falling back to be a part of this action. Wow.
Well, Freestyle, they seemed like they were out at the edge, and that is something that they, of course, do not want to be sticking their nose in towards, and thus a good decision to get away from that position. But right now, we do have the curveball thrown from the side of the zone, because all these teams, they don't really have a lot of land to work with. A lot of them we are looking at in the water, and easy picking is what this has turned out to be. The Grounders team is out in the water. We've got Freestyle out in the water and getting or trying to make a rotation, but as soon as they do so, we've got 52X Rage, who are also going to be waiting for exactly that same charge. As we do see out in the open, is going to be FS, but before 52X Rage moves on towards the side of FS, we've got one final player of IHC. That's going to be Alex, who's utilizing all of these utilities that he possibly can, all by his lonesome in this compound. As we do see his teammate Godless is back in a different compound, but will that be enough?
Well, we will find out in a few short moments. No matter what the result is, this is, well, definitely surprising the way this match is unfolding right in front of our eyes. 52X Rage trying to make a push on towards Alex. They will lose out on one of their players. Darko is going to be knocked out. Faster might be next, but Alex is just barely there with a sliver of HP. It's going to be quite difficult putting on the first aid. Not enough time, and finally getting taken out. Will be finished off. So IHC, well, they're going to be down to their last player.
Absolutely, and as soon as Freestyle see an opening, they're going to be pushing on along with all four players jumping into the compound. Erham, being the man who's in charge of that lead, is not going to be able to do much, because from the far away in the distance, it's going to be T2K just absolutely fencing down the position at that door, and just that precise spot, along with Godless also chiming in. This has gone absurdly wrong for the side of Freestyle, where they thought this was the opening they were waiting for, but it seems like T2K have utilized the advantage for themselves, and look at all of this spray coming in from the side of Godless. It is all in all a blessing in disguise from 52X Rage, or is it? Because Freestyle are definitely making their presence felt in that compound, but have also taken a few knocks.
Well, definitely, and it is not going to be easy for anyone to finish off this fight. Train to kill. Everyone is just getting taken out in these barn houses. Freestyle, they've arrived here as well. 52X Rage, 3 players still surviving. Train to kill in the distance, but they have to worry about the blue zone as well, because the circle is not upon them anymore. And that is just additional trouble that you have to worry about. DRS, well, Stalwart Esports just picking them off one by one. Delta, Rebel, Killer, all of them just slowly and steadily getting picked apart.
Absolutely, and now going back to the main island, we've got the zone pushing away from the main island actually, and helping out the position of Stalwart Esports. But as of now on the main island itself, or rather at the edge of that ferry prayer bridge, we do have the players of 52X Rage still holding on this compound for as long as they possibly can. They've already taken one of the players, they've already lost one of their players, but Freestyle, they're all down to one-man army. That's going to be Wasi, and Wasi will not be able to stand true and tall for long, because Faster is going to be a little too quick and swift to be able to capitalize on that position, and in doing so, 52X Rage have been able to eliminate FS from in front of them. But look at that zone and high voltage. What a rotation, what a cheeky rotation they've made from the south, from the north of my bridge.
Well, definitely it was quite cheeky, but will this be able to help them out? On the other side, TUF getting destroyed by the players of Skylightz Gaming. Gyalzen and Mafia Ninja still remaining, and Edgar is going to step out in front of them. Gyalzen is going to be taken out. Mafia Ninja right behind him, and Edgar, oh my goodness, takes both of them down. An incredible 1v2 clutch coming in from Edgar from the side of TUF. Now, they do step into the crosses of 52X Rage, and well, Pain will be looking to inflict a lot of pain upon them. In fact, he just ends and puts them out of their misery in just a matter of seconds.
Indeed, in doing so, we've got 52X Rage, Knight, as well as the teammate trying to make a rotation, but again, they're at the bridge, and right behind them is going to be Godless from IHC. I do believe 52X Rage should be ready to stop that team in their tracks on the other front. It is going to be Stalwart Esports also being able to make a rotation into the zone, and seems like 52X Rage's Pain was able to get that information from Godless's rotation through the water, but of course we don't see any sprays coming in from that front. We've got 19 remaining. Talking about the zone itself, we've got Stalwart Esports looking very comfortable. The side of I8 have made a water rotation, and it is almost done and dusted, but they still have to reach the shores, and the shoreline is where the entire contestation is going to be felt from the side of I8. But right now, 52X Rage, the two-man army, are slowly but surely easily going to be able to make a pretty easy Brooklyn Bridge sprint from the main island to the military base.
But let's see how successful is this going to be in the very end. Stalwart Esports still 4-man strong. 7 eliminations to their name. 9 teams remaining in this match of 22 players still alive. Stalwart Esports have in fact managed to gain a high ground advantage against the players of I8 and Deadeyes Guys is Shifuse, who's the last player surviving for his team. Look at that, Scry, another point secured for his team as he goes on to pick off Uzim. Uzim is going to be picked off by 52x Rich Payne before he gets eliminated. Wow, and Pika shutting down Knight, securing an extra point, but we did see Assassin from the side of High Voltage just jumping around, trying to see if he can get an angle on the opposition, the player from the side of the ground is, and see if he can just completely eliminate the team in an instant. But talking about eliminations, I8, they are going to be forced to take an exit from this game as well.
Oh, yes, they will. They were just not allowed to reach the shorelines as we had so many teams waiting for them to be able to convert that water rotation successfully. But, of course, not allowed to do that. For now, again, we do have Blade sticking around, Uzum sticking around from that team. But, what exactly can be said for T2K, though? Because T2K is down to just this one-man army, that's Jane, who is at the mercy of what the other teams are going to be choosing to do. Stalwart Esports was right in front, but they've decided to actually get out and away from that position. And this might be the opening that T2K's Jane was waiting for. But, ooh. As Stalwart Esports make that rotation, they have also spotted High Voltage, and High Voltage are in a lot of trouble as Assassin has been pincered down.
Well,
no,
Jane,
this cannot be that easy.
Oh my goodness! Wow! He just stood there in one spot. I just finished him off. No reaction, no retaliation. Well, hey, it worked, right?
It did.
Why not?
That was the swiftest water rotation, or the luckiest one, or whatever you would, the boldest one, perhaps, would be the best way to describe that. And T2K Jane definitely utilizing that opportunity to his advantage. But hey, we've got 5 teams remaining. He's the one-man army. What about the other 4 teams? We've got High Voltage with the 2-man squad of Rabin and Extreme, but upon them is a lot of trouble, and that is going to be Stalwart Esports as they have gotten the information against them. But on top of this hill, Stalwart Esports have troubles of their own.
Yeah, they do. In fact, have a lot to deal with, but I think again the only team that can contend and in fact take their chicken in a way is Stalwart Esports, because Stalwart Esports and Stalwart Esports are the only teams right now with 4 men alive. T2K, it's just Jane that's there, and High Voltage are down to the final 2 players as well. But Praveen, he seems to see the backs of the players of Stalwart Esports. So again, we did see a game-changing moment in Sanhok previously. Now maybe on this last Erangel, things can be changed and the chicken dinner can go to someone else. Nothing is ever guaranteed, but look at that. Extreme is going to be spotted out by Wally, and Wally switches over to the Mini 14. No vision available, so just hesitating to take the shots. Finally starts to shoot, but misses the mark. But Praveen on the other side will be taken out by Pika. One less man to worry about.
Well, one more less team perhaps to worry about if that spray is going to be connected and connected. It probably will, as the player is out in the open and, of course, Extreme too far away.
Well, but let's see. Stalwart Esports, Demo is going to be taken out. Praveen is already down, but hasn't been revived yet. Stalwart Esports still doing a pretty good job. Top did take a lot of damage, but he has managed to stay alive all this time, and now, in fact, has healed up. Stalwart Esports down to 3 players now. And, well, a lot of utility is going to be laid out by them to allow them moving space inside of the zone, to allow them to move towards the circle, which is under the control of Stalwart Esports. Other than them, everyone else is outside the circle.
Absolutely. Stalwart Esports are the ones who are definitely keeping a control of the zone as of now. And Stalwart Esports, they are stuck. They are stuck. I mean, they've got that rock to work with, and it seems like that's also not going to be working for long, because it is going to be Praveen from High Voltage taking on some shots against that player from Stalwart Esports. And in doing so, Praveen himself will be able to give away his information, and Stalwart Esports Action will jump into action to take on those shots and bring that team down. And that does bring it down to another elimination point converted for the side of Stalwart Esports. But look at T2K Jane. There is absolutely a red carpet open for him for Canes, because this is the legendary play that T2K's players have been showcasing in the past 3 days. But will this one-man army...
Oh my goodness! Wow, that... again, it is action just pushing forward. He tried to go for a hero moment right there with the buggy driving forward, switching the seat, trying to see if he could take the player down, but just absolutely fails in doing that. And look at this, as you were saying, Blotter, we do see Jane on our screens, and this man is just patiently waiting in one spot.
Wow. This is unreal. This is so surreal, dude, from the side of TTK Jane, because it is just, like I said, an opening that's been set up for him, as all the other teams are busy taking on fight against each other, and nobody is aware that that dude, that one final player, is still standing true and tall. But it seems like Baron is going to be going down right now, because CD Sports, the one final player, and his information has definitely been caught. It is going to be Pika from one side who's going to be able to try and get that advantage, but no, it is Baron who will definitely get that spray on, and doing so will bring down the players off. What a play this is turned out. This is ludicrous. This is unbelievable. Can T2K get a chicken dinner out of nowhere?
Well, let's see. We're about to find out. It's down to a 1v1, and I never thought T2K would stand the possibility of winning this game. But let's see. This match, this tournament needs to end in style. And what better way than a one against many situation? Jane, he has made it all the way down to a 1v1. The last player right in front of him inside of the smoke. Baron, he's prone out. Jane, he needs to get up and start shooting as soon as he sees him. And since Baron will step out first outside of the smokes, and he is a little bit on the outside of the zone. Let's see how the end is going to come of this match. Baron is throwing forward. Jane sees him, and the shots connect. Trying to kill the final chicken dinner. It is going to be theirs. What an impressive finish, but was this enough? Now that is the question that everyone will be waiting to find the answer to.
How? What an opportunity. I am speechless. This is bold. This 434 damage in the entire game. 3 eliminations, getting a chicken dinner. T2K have made it to another level altogether. The gods of this game are definitely rooting for T2K. That was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of a game that one could be a part of. And what an amazing conversion from the side of T2K Jade.
I mean, an impressive finish from Train to Kill. I mean, you can clearly see the audience in the arena already cheering for them. But that was the winner of the game. Now the real question is in front of us. Who is the champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia? Oh boy.
This was incredible. This was, like I said, a once-in-a-lifetime play, but the champions are Stalwart Esports, the team that made it known to the entire lobby from day one itself, with the number of points and chicken dinners and the elimination points all working in store and in favor of side of Stalwart Esports team, all the way from Mongolia, taking the championship by a storm, of course, because of the points lead that they got. I mean, talk about this, Johnny. They baited teams to get as close to 8-point difference, 6-point difference, and then would create a massive lead from the next game onwards, which is turning down to a 15-point lead. It's just absolutely abysmal for the side of Stalwart Esports how they're able to maintain this every single game.
Yeah. I mean, ever since they showed up in the South Asian region, ever since they were Astra Academy, these players have just been on a domination streak. The level of consistency, I mean, we usually talk about it just being specific to one tournament. Well, they've been consistent for ages, for years at this point, and it is just incredible. Stalwart Esports lads, take a bow. What an impressive run. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, Stalwart Esports.
Oh, yes, they are. They definitely are. But T2K, what a way to go, what a way to play. Because the way this team, day 2 onwards, slowly but surely pushed on against the envelope that was being stretched so thin from the side of Stalwart Esports. T2K were like, not that easy. We're around the corner, we're around the bend, we're gonna catch you. And they were almost about to do so, but yeah. Stalwart Esports, they are the champions all the way from Mongolia, taking a bow to the entire lobby, of course, because of the play style that clearly is indicative of domination from the side of this team.
I mean, I knew this last game, I wanted this last game to end in a memorable way, and it did. I
It
mean,
did.
my prediction did not come right. I said Stalwart Esports was going to win. I wish I had gone for T2 because now that was a memorable finish. It's a finish that you're going to remember for ages. But look at that. Same can be said for Stalwart Esports as far as their finish is considered inside of this tournament. A 50-point advantage against 22 kills sitting on the second position.
I mean, just 3 chicken dinners. And the amount of point difference and distribution they've been able to accumulate in 24 matches, it is ludicrous. Of course, in all of that, T2K have 5 chicken dinners. JyanMaara sitting on the 3rd spot with 5 chicken dinners of their own. And then comes in i8 Esports. And of course, all of this, we have to bring up the name that is going to be 52X Rage, the team that has pushed on to the second page. But hey, from that second page, a team to bring up is going to be i8 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they have definitely just made a very, very nice push towards that 7th position compared to where they started. I mean, the first few days were a struggle, but i8, I'm just glad we were able to see that in this final day, i8 just regained their old form. And again, I mean, one thing was always certain that they might have slipped up here and there, but they did, in fact, just hold on to that aggression even when they were struggling. They always had a lot of eliminations in every single game.
They definitely did. As we move through to the second page right now, we do have Phantom Esports sitting on that 11th position. Another commendable team is what I would say, and the approach that they've been able to have has been fabulous, is what I am going to call it. And look at High Voltage. I mean, the way this team, all the way from that 16th position, surely it was a bit too late of an uprising from their side of High Voltage, High Octane gameplay. But hey, again, if they're able to make it without a chicken dinner, jumping all the way from the 16th to slowly but surely climb all the way to the 14th is a GG, bow down and roll sort of a play from their side as well. But TUF, tough conversion from them, because at one point in time they were looking good, but as the days progressed on from day 2 onward to the day 3 and then 4, it just faltered against them.
I mean, definitely. TUF, the kind of start that they have, I thought, all right, we're going to see a neat UF in front of us, but no, the slip-up was then what was quite stagnant, like falling all the way down to the 16th position. But hey, maybe they're going to turn up the next time as well, and we're going to see a stronger team. But we did see Phantom Esports right there, sitting on the 11th position now. In the morning, earlier on in the day, when we start off our day, we did have a conversation with a lovely actress from all the way from Sri Lanka, Shanadri Priyasad, who's going to be joining us once again, by the way. She was cheering for Phantom Esports this time. So, Shanadri, once again, welcome to the show. Phantom Esports, 11th place finish, but I have to say the matches from the performance in the matches was actually quite decent.
True.
Yeah, but are you sure I predicted Phantom? I remember like Stalwart.
We have proof. We have proof.
Dude, we've got mind games. We've got mind games being played over here. Are we sure? Because I wasn't a part of this, so I have no idea.
No, it was Phantom
Anyways, I'm
Esports.
not
I
sad.
remember it. Yeah.
Too bad then. No, I'm
Well,
actually
I
happy.
mean,
Yeah,
they
tell
did have an incredible run, and hopefully, since you're going to be cheering, you were cheering them on. I mean, you're going to be cheering them on in the future as well. Maybe in the next tournament, they're going to be doing a little bit better. But you're hoping the teams from Sri Lanka show up. So next time they are here, you're going to be cheering for them again.
If Sri Lanka doesn't show up, but I'll make sure Sri Lanka shows up next time.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be incredible. I mean, I do remember a few of the players that used to play, and they were very fun to watch. But now, the important question, are you ready with your punishment?
I'm not.
Do we move forward?
But
Is anybody ever ready for a punishment?
Yes, we have
Perhaps.
to move forward with it.
So,
I
one
think,
more question.
I think, yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I was just asking, did you practice?
I was about to say that it was quite tough, okay? Tough than I think the entire PUBG Pro League practicing the dance. But I had fun. But it was a little tough because I'm always used to, all the Sri Lankan traditional dancing and Indian dancing. But this was tough, but I had to practice, and it took about 3 hours for me to record the whole thing. But yeah.
Wow.
let's see what I've done.
Well, let's move forward, have a look. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the punishment that was there for, well, not getting the prediction right.
Well, again, you got to say one thing, Sean, for you, because this play itself, you know, what has been done over here from all of these players who are so incredibly talented. Yeah, it's all about that skill, but you know what? To be able to showcase that skill, you got to be able to get those moves right, and that is what it takes. To have those moves done right, you got to be able to practice, and you did it so gracefully. I mean, it's clearly evident you've got that style set in.
Yeah, I just love when also the emote also shows up on the screen. It's just very nice. But yeah, definitely a lovely performance. And yeah, I can't do those moves. I can't dance at all. I'm just physically incapable of dancing. I don't know why. But this is in fact very amazing. And yeah, you did a lot of practice, but you do also have a lot of talent. Like, this is very nice. You make it look easy.
Absolutely, of course. And right now, as we have the punishment, all right, so the punishment done and dusted, I'm sure because of the way that you already are looking so graceful, you did enjoy this, right? It was 3-hour long practice, but it must definitely feel so much more awesome to have gone through this and learned all of these dance moves.
Yeah, I think this is all.
It was tough, like I said before.
Yeah.
So I was given a set of dancers, and I was given a set of song options to select from. And I thought the song I selected was easy, but no, when I tried to tally the steps with the song, it was tough. But I think I managed. Was I good?
Really?
Yeah, that was very good.
No question about it. I'm sure the chat is definitely going to be appreciative of you bringing that onto yourself. But along with that, we've got a small little request right here, live as you're joining us. Would there be another traditional, as you said, you do love those traditional dances. Would there be a little bit of a move that you could perhaps showcase and maybe even teach Johnny right here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna hide because I can't dance at all.
I can dance. Can you sing for me maybe? I'll do some steps.
Yeah,
He's the
this guy's a
musician in here. I called it first.
It's
here.
you.
I called it first. But you know what? The banter right here, Chandra, is definitely going to carry on. But again, I do want to say thank you so very much. And of course, as Johnny did say, that we definitely do look forward to the upcoming season and maybe, have Sri Lankan team join in. And of course, you supporting, tuning in along through one of these streams as well.
Also, thank you so much for having me. I had so much fun predicting and also watching the entire series. Also wishing the one team, the Stalwart. Yeah, congratulations. And once again, thank you so much for having me. I had fun.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to have you with us, Shanadri. Thank you so much for joining us for this lovely interview and being with us throughout the day. And I'm going to wish you bye with the last step that I just did. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Well, I have to say the punishments are always fun. We had we had push-ups on day one and a dance today, and I have to say, I mean, push-ups for me are a lot more easier to do than dance. I can't dance. That was incredible. I can't do that.
That is true, dude. That is so very true. Because again, I mean, when it comes to all of these dance moves, they're really set, choreographed properly. And when you actually try and get that groove going along with the track, then to match it up, it's just out of context. And no way ever. I doubt I'm going to be able to try it. But hey, that was a kudos performance and play right there. But again, going back to Stalwart Esports, that is what they deserved as well. I mean, that was a standing ovation from the side of Chandra as well, because of the way this team of Stalwart Esports just dominated. I guess, Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong if I'm saying this, all the 4 days, that was the one team that was consistent in their approach and comfortable and confident and aggression needed when it mattered the most.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they have been pretty consistent throughout this tournament. And again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. It was just 4 days, but so are the finals of majority of the PMPLs that happen.
True.
And Stalwart Esports, again, in any format, be it a month-long league or be it a 4-day finale, they make sure that they're always in every single game just putting their best foot forward. And again, the players also were in an incredible form right now. So that helped. That helped. Like, Pika just was playing out of his minds. And talking about individual performances, I wonder who will the MVP of the tournament be?
Okay. Well, again, that was also a tough one, right? That was also a tough one in the way that you've got the clips. You know, everybody's got individual clips set up from all the all the 4 days combined together. Somebody's going to be looking at or thinking about another clip of another team or another player altogether. Now, talking about the stats, you and Necro were bringing that number exactly down to the core. But let's ask the viewers, what do the viewers think? Who do you think, or rather, what player do you believe should get the MVP, disregarding the fact that there is a stat that was being built up, and that again is a very dominating number that is being won from that player?
I mean, definitely. You guys can just let us know in the chat as well. I mean, it was a tough competition. It was a close competition between Pika and Top. Pika just being on top, and then Top just outperforming him. Then that was Pika again. So it was kind of a back and forth between the two players. But we know, I mean, there's a high possibility that it is going to be one of the lads from Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely. That is something that Necro, as he left, he was very clear to point it out to the viewers that, all right, we've got this person sitting on the first position, this on the second, this on the third and the fourth. So, again, based on the way the final game was played, it was the best, I would say the best finals that have been casted.
Although, we do have to inform our viewers that we are not done with our day yet.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we are not done with our day yet. There's one more surprise for you guys. There's one more game that is about to happen. And it's going to be played on the map of, drumroll please, Livik! Between the top 12 teams of the lobby.
Exactly, and once again, it is going to be an all-out war, all-out chaos, in fact, is what that will be ensued, because the way that final game was played out, I'm sure a few of those teams are not going to be happy.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. They are going to try and take revenge in this Livik performance, because the points from this one are not going to be counted. This is just going to be a show match, a fun match between the lobby, and it is going to be really interesting to see exactly how these teams play on Livik. Like, I haven't spent a lot of time on that map. It is a little bit too small for me. But whenever you feel like you want to warm up for a few matches and you are bored with your TDMs, might as well just drop onto the map of Livik, have a little bit of fun, and then just jump into those ranked games and try and grind the ladder. But for these players, it is going to be something different. They do like to win. For them, it's about the pride of just having the chicken dinner all to themselves, and I think that is what everyone is going to be fighting for. And well, Stalwart Esports might have missed out on the chicken dinner in the last game that actually mattered, but maybe in this Livik performance, they finish with a chicken.
Maybe they do. Maybe another team takes on a steamrolling start on the map of Livik altogether, because again, as you so perfectly mentioned, right, Livik is one of those maps that not a lot of players actually like or prefer. It's more of just calming yourself down, you know, and that is something that I love about the map. It is so different from all the other maps in terms of the way the appeal of the map has been set up itself, right? It is so soothing as you jump in, but again, you are jumping into the battlegrounds, so the soothing is only time. It's only for a short-lived time, but again, that is something that we do hope these players are going to be bringing to when it comes down to the way that the game is going to be played, with 12 teams, as Johnny said, that will be jumping into this map. But of course, it is being set up right now, and as we wait for the teams to set themselves up for this final game, Johnny, dude, how about you bring up this conversation about what was the best moment that you remember in these 4 days?
I mean, there have to be multiple moments. Yesterday's Miramar I8 just taking out Stalwart Esports in the very end was pretty incredible. Suyok's clutch against IHC from yesterday was incredible. Then a few days ago, we did see a 1v4 on Stalwart Esports by Faster from 52x Rage. Well, basically a 1v4, one of his points was stolen, but hey, nothing taken away. He did in fact knock out all of those players all by himself. So that was an incredible play, and I think a lot of insane moments from this particular tournament. It was very fun.
It definitely was quite a lot of fun indeed. But you know what? The curveballs that have been thrown throughout the start of day one all the way into the final, I think PUBG Gods played it to perfection, because when it comes down to the final game, the way the zone moved away, and not only that, but also how T2K Jane was able to miraculously come up on top after having sustained, I mean, the way he stood in the water to take that finish and then move all the way up out in the open across that hill to then jump into a 1v1 battle, it has to be the best finishes in the entire saga of the series, I would say.
I mean, definitely, and multiple stolen wins as well in this particular tournament. I mean, this very last game as well, including this one. So that was also quite fun. Then I love this.
You're not gonna like. I'm so sorry, I'm cutting you off. You're not gonna like this question, and I'm sure director is probably not gonna like the question as well. But I'm gonna ask it. I mean, anyways, name one team that stole multiple chicken dinners.
Oh wow. T2K.
T2K. Exactly. It is T2K. And you know what? I mean, it's just so... Some people call it you stole the chicken dinner. Some people call it like, no, they deserved it because they were able to capitalize on the situation. Either or, in the end, it's all about, you know, I mean, when you talk about third parties, nobody points out that third parties is supposed to be illegal or something. It's fair play. It's fair game. But right now, we've got the MVP of the tournament. The man of the entire event walking away with some money off his own is going to be chopped from Stalwart Esports, Johnny.
Well, yeah, and most valuable player, Stalwart Esports, top right here, 50 eliminations, 32 assists, almost 10,000 damage dished out, 21 minute of average survival time after 24 matches. So, what a run.
What a run indeed. And again, throughout the entire play, he was actually up against his teammates itself. You know, I mean, that's the crazy fold that was turning out to be, where indeed you talk about his teammates. Here they are, action on that second spot, along with, of course, Pika on third. And then comes in JyanMaara's No Fear. Now, JyanMaara's No Fear also a commendable job because he's stuck to that fourth position for a very long time on this MVP ranking.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it was an incredible run from No Fear as well. I wonder what happened to Demo. At a certain point, we saw him competing for the top spot, and now all of a sudden he's gone.
That is true, mate. I mean, you pointed it out so perfectly on this final day. You know, there are some who win, and then there have to be the other side, which is not going to be able to get that result exactly for themselves. So, no problems at all. That's exactly how it is going to be. But what is the best part? The best part is the fact that these teams walk away with a lot of experience, and not only that, they are going to be coming back and that much more stronger. And that itself is a huge undertaking for these teams to be able to capitalize upon. I mean, the way 52X Rage started off on day one itself, right? Coming in from the Pakistan PMPL, though, without getting a chicken dinner and all of that saga, and then they pushed on here in the first day itself, having a really miraculous play on day one itself. Yes, the other days things did falter down, but still, it is tough approach. And we perfectly mentioned in the conversation that certain teams, they end up taking some time to get used to the lobby, and 4-day affair is not comfortable for everybody.
I mean, it wasn't comfortable, I don't know. For sure. But, I mean, as you were talking about 52X Rage, I mean, all I have to say is, I mean, it was a very impressive run. Doesn't matter, like, we did see a fall-off as well. This is the first, again, a new team stepping up in such an incredible manner and just trying their level best to keep up with the players who have time and time again experienced the international stages. I mean, I think that is just the positive of what I want to focus on with 52X Rage. They tried the level best. They did put up, in fact, a lot of memorable moments in this particular tournament. And again, the individual skill is there. It's just about understanding the rest of the competition.
Exactly.
And I believe whenever they return to this Pro League stage again, we're going to see them just be inside of the top 5 quite consistently.
Definitely, because that, again, has to be every single time. This is something that I always point out, that these teams walk away with the experience, and that experience is how they're able to stand themselves apart from the other the other teams as they jump in to the next season. And of course, that is where 52X Rage do definitely have the upper hand in all of this saga. But now it is time that we've been waiting for. We've got 12 teams waiting, and Livik is the map that they're going to be jumping into. And right off the bat, we've got the side of Slipknot. That is going to be from Phantom Esports, taking on a different charge towards Hot Spring.
Well, but let's see. Rose Farm and Hot Springs are, well, not contested. Skylightz Gaming is just going to be completely isolated over there. But hey, we do have a cluster. JyanMaara, it seems like there's going to be an early interaction between them and the players from Train to Kill.
Well, we've got some early contestations between T2K. T2K, so you're going down thanks to i8's Ghost from another direction altogether, as we do have a lot of first blood situations where just in this matter of seconds itself, we've got 3 to 4 players going down.
Well, more bodies are going to fall. Snipe YT with the barrel. He's looking to see if he can find and take down Jane right there. On the other side, JyanMaara in a world of hurt as Gunner is going to be taken out. Snipe YT again trying to go for a push on towards Legend, and that's going to be the cleanup happening on the players of T2K. Already one team out within the first minute of the game. i8, I believe, are going to be next. They have lost a lot of their players. One last player from the side of i8 remaining.
Well, again, looking out of that kill feed, we've got a lot of teams taking on a lot of these fights. 52x Rage, JyanMaara all across the board, with T2K being the ones that is going to be in their crosshairs. 52x Rage with that bold action is going to be one by one. A Daku approach coming in from Daku right here, where he's going to be able to pincer down 2 players from the side of High Voltage, and Phantom Esports' Venom also chiming in to stop JyanMaara's aggressive stance. They're in ISC. I mean, they're being very, very quiet. They are nowhere to be seen.
I mean, but let's see. Finally, they are making their presence felt. Stalwart Esports action is out, trying to crawl towards Pika. Top the shotgun at this distance. It's not going to be that beneficial, but he actually closes in quite perfectly. 4 rounds left. 2. He takes a lot of damage. The jump shot, Sanhok and King will have to go for a reload now. Switches over to the second one as well, in fact. Both. Oh, from the distance, though. Oh, Sealy Esports.
Deadeyes Guys, Chari got a second life right there in that moment, but right now it's going to be 52x Rage faster, who's going to have to be really fast, but he's definitely cannot, as I was asking for IHC. IHC's Godless jumps in and going to be delivering exactly what Faster was doing, exactly on the same staircase with that bolt. But on all of that, the shot have secured a decent amount of points and decent amount of eliminations. There are no points as such. This is all about just having some fun, and in that fun saga, in the first 2.5 minutes itself, the numbers have dwindled down to 23 players surviving as Sealy Esports jump into this compound where IHC and Stalwart are patiently waiting.
Well, but let's see. I mean, IHC, they are being quite patient about this. In fact, Zero is just on that rooftop like a nosy neighbor, just keeping an eye on the players of Sealy Esports. But look at this Phantom Esports out in the open. Venom is going to be knocked out. Now, Wexy and Mad Max are the last 2 players surviving. Zero with a lot of utility being lobbed by him towards the players of Sealy Esports, and Baron, because of which has been dropped down to around 50 HP. But not a lot of concern in the eyes of Sealy Esports. They are still looking to push. They have put Zeol on his knees, but Alex and Godless are here to protect their teammate, and Godless, Carl on point. Oh, it won't be. Both of them are knocked out.
Absolutely, just the one-man army of Godless against the 3 guns that were rained in towards his placement, and that indeed will be his demise. Right now, we've got Seal Esports' Wally on our screens. I mean, these 4 players, the 2-man split coming in from their side, they have jumped into this compound like a force to be reckoned with, and there is no other force that can reckon against them, because whatever team they go up against, they are just completely getting dominated. And i8 is going to be the team that now will try and separate themselves against the players of Sealy Sports, but it'll not be allowed. Definitely not the case, as Baron gets the better half of that, and 2 of those players from i8 have already been dropped.
Well, doesn't look like... Well, let's see. Sealy Sports, they're trying to back off. i8 is finally here, and Blade and Crypto, they're going to try and see if they can put someone out of this game. In fact, they take down 2 players, but Deadeyes Guys is closing in at the same time, and Crypto has taken a lot of damage upon him. He has to be extremely careful, but goes to secure the elimination point first. And while Sealy Esports, they lose out on 2 of their players on the other side. Top with a shotgun, takes down 1, but the second one, oh my goodness, he just runs out of ammo and has to switch weapons, so he will be taken care of as well. And Wally all alone, just waiting on the staircase. 3 players from the side of Stalwart Esports in front of him. Pika, the first man to go down. Wally is just barely left with 20 HP. Tries to take down the second as well, but won't succeed. 7 teams, 22 players alive now.
Absolutely, and as I8 are still around in the vicinity with the 3 players still standing and strong, they definitely are. As Crypto will be able to bring down Scry, but I see from the side of IHC going to be chiming along, but not before he himself gets third party to pawn, and that third party is going to be brought on from the side of Deadeyes Guys. True Love Sir, as True Love Sir will be able to eliminate IC from this entire saga. In doing so, IHC have been brought down to a 3-man squad as well, but I8, they are definitely sticking on top of these roofs, and they are making their presence felt from one team to the next. They are bringing down a lot of hurt, but IHC, I mean, they've got 7 eliminations already. What? Where was all of this at? Why were they missing out on all of this? Okay.
I think just at this point, they're just letting go of their frustration, just beating everyone to the punch, and well, looking quite deadly in doing so, but Stalwart Esports right now are being picked apart by the players of I8. And Action and Scry are just pushed into, just pinned down on the rooftop of that building. IHC closing in, just surrounding these lads. They will be moving in finally towards those compounds, but Crypto, will he be able to find an opening? Trying to go for the shots, but completely fails to hit the mark, and IHC have arrived.
Dude, they definitely have arrived. I mean, this is the over-aggression that we remember from the side of IHC, and this is what was missing from their side. But this time around, we're going to have to see if that over-aggressive play from IHC will be able to retake this compound, as all the 4 players have jumped in with IH Crypto up on top all by his lonesome. But right in front of them is going to be the compound that is in charge of Stalwart Esports with just a 2-man army. Action and Scry. What exactly are they trying to prove and deliver right here in this lobby? Are they just playing it for fun, or are they bringing down some personal Mongolian rivalry right here? But again, numbers advantage is going to be favoring IHC, so I do want to favor what IHC will do. But in all, Crypto's position, he's been sitting here taking on shots, but nobody is none the wiser against his position.
Well, yeah, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how long he's going to be surviving for, considering he's the last player surviving for his team. On the other side, the 3 teams left with all 4 players still intact, IHC being one of them. And well, Stalwart Esports, they're going to be down one more. Scry being picked off by Crypto out in the open, and he's going to be able to secure that finish as well. Alrighty, few more shots, just being extremely careful so as to not get taken out. On the other side, the Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming picking off Phantom Esports' Slipknot.
Nade.
Oh! Right in the face.
The nade from Godless right to the face, of course, was the end that, of course, I8 Crypto did not anticipate. But right here, we do have Stalwart Esports. I mean, this is the team that was trying to create that cheeky play from the flank angle, but Crypto got the better half of that, and that resulting has left Stalwart Esports with just 1-man army. That's going to be Action, and now IHC are on top of his position. Alex from one side, and of course his teammates from the other. But where are the other teams? Right now, we've got only these 2 as Skylightz are taking on a different fight against the players of Phantom Esports out in the open.
Alrighty, Phantom Esports, Wexy, last player surviving for his team. And with the way the situation is laid out, I don't think he's going to be surviving for long. But let's see against Gyalzen now. Gyalzen prone out. And he sees the opposition. Easy pickings for Skylightz Gaming. But well, not so easy at all, in fact. They've lost 2 players, Nima and Gyalzen, last 2 players surviving. That means the advantage right now in terms of the numbers the team has is in the hands of Deadeyes Guys, since it's just the whole team remaining. But also, they are 180 meters away from the zone. Now, since this is Livik, it shouldn't be easy to travel those 200 meters, but IHC is waiting for them once they actually get in the circle.
They definitely are. For now, we've got the side of Skylightz with 6 elimination points for themselves. IHC's Alex just trying to find some information against whatever teams that's going to be making rotation. It seems like IHC's Alex is going to be going up against Nima, and Skylightz Gaming's Nima is going to be setting up a nade against the player of IHC. But for now, will that connect? Oh no, Alex will be able to get the better half of Nima, as that spray will be the demise of Nima in doing so. Gyalzen, the final player surviving, as Alex finishes up this match between him and Nima. So we've got 1 final player surviving, of course, from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and then far away from another play itself is going to be Deadeyes Guys. All 4 players, but nowhere to be seen.
Last 3 teams. 11 elimination points in the hands of IHC, 4 to Deadeyes Guys, and just 6 in the hands of Skylightz Gaming. Teams a little bit further away from each other, and well, Nima, he is right here again, back in the match, all thanks to Gyaltsen, but has landed quite close to the players of IHC, so I don't know how great of an idea that is going to be. Godless, wow, he's just dealing with the blue zone for some reason. I believe would like to join his teammate now that finally Gyaltsen has started to pull the trigger and taken down Alex. So if Icy goes down, Godless will all of a sudden find himself as the last solo survivor for his team.
He definitely will. As of now, the Molotov is definitely on point, but it seems like Godless's flank is going to be able to stop the player in his track, and Gyaltsen will go down, and in that, we've got Nima chiming in, the final player. Will he be able to get close to be able to get that revival against Gyaltsen? But IHC's Godless is still around in that area, still around in the vicinity, and Deadeyes are slowly but surely, hopefully, making their way towards exactly where the fight is taking place. For now, IHC's Godless is going to be going back to give that revival to his teammates, and thus they will have a two-man army, and same apparently is definitely going to be the case for Skylightz Gaming as well.
Well, but let's see, 2 players from the side of Skylightz, 2 players from the side of IHC. Deadeyes Guys just waiting for these 2 teams to finish as many players from each other's side as they can, so that they can just chime in right in the nick of time, close out the game, and just enjoy their victory in this matchup.
Absolutely. Slow poke play turned out. As I still don't have, I have no idea where Deadeyes Guys are. Oh, there we go. There we go. Are they just holding down that fort, or are they actually on? Yep, they're on the search. They're on the move as they try and find out where all that noise and ruckus is coming from. And it seems like it's going to be Skylightz Gaming's Gyaltsen and Nima who are going to be getting that hurt in the name of Deadeyes, as Deadeyes jump in, but not before Nima's going to be able to answer a little bit of his own spray to the face. As he does that, he himself will be able to get a lot of knocks against him, as IHC also chime in. So a third-party situation is what the side of Skylightz were faced with, and now it is IHC's 2-player Godless and Alex against the players of Deadeyes Guys.
Oh, Deadeyes Guys. Well, Alex, he's making it hurt. Upon them, 1 player knocked out, the other one extremely low now, using the rock for cover. Deadeyes Guys have managed to find some safety for themselves, but will they be able to take the challenge and the fight against the players of IHC? Final 2 teams remaining, 4 versus 2 situation. Deadeyes Guys going for the push, and Chari is the man leading the charge right now. Alex, he's going to get spotted out, closing the door on the roof. Oh, but he runs away right in the nick of time. And Chari, well, the nade falls a bit short, so he's still going to be healthy, but the next one is on point. And, well, Chari has been taken extremely low with that one.
He definitely has, but still the numbers advantage is going to be favoring the side of Deadeyes Guys, as they do have a 2-man split coming into this fight, and they know exactly where the players of IHC are at. Wherein Alex, he has given away his information, and in doing so, of course, Chari will be able to push on to take on that elimination point for himself in just a matter of seconds. Before he does, he needs to take care of Godless. Godless almost down to 30% HP, and right off the bat, as soon as that spray comes in, it was just a bit too late. As Chari goes down, Godless will probably be able to go ahead and get that revival confirmed.
Well, let's see. Frag Boy, he's trying to stop it from happening. Godless is down to barely any HP, and he's going to be forced to just run to the rooftop. Well, as soon as he does, he's going to get picked off. And ladies and gentlemen, Deadeyes Guys winning this show match on the map of Livik. An incredible win, but also a very fun match. I enjoyed that. A lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression indeed. I mean, all the way from I8 to IHC to Stalwart, all trying their level best, interestingly enough, even though it was just a show match. I mean, there was some camper sitting in there as well, even though it was just a show match. But yeah, overall a real good fun play from the side of these teams, as they had a fun gala time, I'm sure. We have got, well, again, we've got the champions, of course. That is going to be Stalwart Esports. And along with that, when it comes to Deadeyes Guys, they take the reign on Livik.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible Livik as well. It was a little bit forced, majority of the fight, but hey, I mean, the teams, the players, they were just, I mean, this was just to sort of relieve a lot of the stress that has been building up for the last 4 days. Just let everything go inside of this one final game. Just play how you want. But we do have the MVP of this match, and Godless is finally on the big screen, on the Jumbotron in the center of this arena. 4 eliminations secured,
For the first time.
832 damage dished out, and 1 assist. Yeah, first time, and it's quite weird because we are so used to seeing him. We are so used to just seeing this team perform. But again, as I have been saying throughout this entire tournament, it's very, very tough to maintain the sort of top tier performance every single time. Players have to be players are performing in so much immense pressure, and
indeed,
runs like these are bound to happen. It is just a question of when will it happen. Well, IHC, this tournament was a little bit of a slower side for them, but in the next one we know for sure it's just going to be a rejuvenated IHC that we are going to witness.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it was the way they played this game, you know, on Livik. This is how they used to play. Just all out guns blazing, just approaching with a lot of confidence into a compound and then making that presence felt and known, and that's how they would convert those elimination points again and again. And not to say that they did not do so this time around. I mean, from the second page moving all the way into the top 8 itself was a perfect play coming in from the side of IHC Esports. And in this final game, we have them taking on 24 points for eliminations. So again, a perfect domination from the side of these, in fact all of these teams, as we did see Phantom Esports bring in that aggressive streak for their side. I8 were all over the place, so were JyanMaara and Seal Esports, and I mean all of these teams, they utilized every single opportunity they could right there.
Yeah, I mean, they did a pretty phenomenal job, and it has been an incredible Pro League South Asia Championship this time around as well. I mean, a surprising run from a lot of these teams. An impressive performance from JyanMaara specifically. I mean, they were incredible throughout the tournament. T2K, I8, that recovery. Today, earlier on, before the matches began, we did hear you, Uzum, I believe it was, who was saying just the fact that, yeah, we did not perform on day one, but hey, you can never give up because of one bad day. You have to hold on to that hope that you can, in fact, and you will make that climb and be on the top. And I8, they never gave up. They just continued fighting till the very end and just one after the other, just destroying those matches. They climbed up quite nicely, in fact, and it was impressive. But Stalwart Esports, I mean, the champions, they reign supreme.
They definitely reign in supreme, of course, as we did see the points difference that was created from Stalwart Esports from day number 1 itself, but nothing taken away from the other teams, as you so perfectly mentioned, because all of them gave in all of that level best play, and that was clearly indicated with the number of chicken dinners that so many of these teams walked away with, which was absolutely phenomenal to be able to see, of course. And then you had certain teams that did not even have a chicken dinner and were still sticking in the top 8, and we have IHC to be one of those teams that did work towards, you know, quite a lot of those elimination points and then slowly racked up those placement points for themselves. So we are most certainly talking about all these teams in a really good light, but hey, every single time you're gonna have only that one winner, and that one winner for this season is going to be Stalwart Esports.
And well, yeah, it was an incredible tournament, but now all of us are just going to be waiting what is going to happen at the Invitational. That is going to, well, it is going to happen soon. So we're going to be waiting for the next tournament to begin now.
Absolutely, we most certainly will, and I certainly hope you guys are going to be tuning in for that as well. For now, though, we do reach the end of our 4-day affair right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, and alongside that, a huge thanks to Oppo for making all of this possible again, and in doing so, they have made it definitely feel special. And again, if you are not clicking that red button, well, at least go on to the right page and click. It's going to be right there or right there. It's a very easy thing to do, you know, and as soon as you do, you automatically will be given notifications as to when exactly is the next championship going to be going live and what exactly is going to be the entire format of that. Alongside that, a request is going to be for you to go ahead and click on that forum to give us your thoughts. But yep, with that, we do reach the end. Thank you so very much for tuning in. If you did like our work, we had Necro join us as well on the English desk. We've got I Super Johnny, and I'm Lotto. Until the next time, of course, take care. Stay awesome.